Hello and welcome, little chatfish, to another glorious day. It is me, Kib, you, Bucky, and other guy, Chumpus. Look at him.
You sure you don't want to call me Reguline again?
You look like Regular with that cab profile. Like, everybody thinks it, all right? We all think it. Now, more importantly,
Clearly, Reguline needs to change.
today we're going to be discussing a bunch of things. Some great things, some good things, and some not less so good things, and some kind of cringe and bad things. But,
And Kip is a pickle.
it's true. Crunchy and spicy. So, what? Take a bite.
Now, before the stream, Harlot did gift a membership, as the Harlot do.
Funniest shit I've ever seen.
Where'd I put the link? Where'd I put the link? Chat, no! No! Okay, well, I guess I didn't have the GOG thing. So, Good Old Games has a new video game that they are basically promoting, and it's basically a restoration of an old game. So it's basically a 1980s game. You know what? I'll just read the blurb. It's actually much easier to do with that. In the 1980s, Defenders of the Crown helped define a new kind of cinematic strategy game. Now it returns rebuilt for modern platforms and remastered with an entirely new way to play. Conquer territories, raise armies, storm castles, and shift the balance of power. It's the Defender of the Crown you remember. Just sharper, cleaner, and built for today. So yeah, it's got a retro mode, which is, again, if you want to look at it the way it was for the Amiga Classic, preserved with near perfect authenticity and quality of life enhancements. However, there's also other things that basically make the game look way, way nicer. For example, like this is sort of how the original game looked, the Amiga version. Here you can see a very old school game with very low res art. And then here's like sort of the enhanced look as well. But you can basically toggle between the two. What makes this particularly interesting is that we're seeing GOG do some sort of a restoration project for older games. And this is actually a really cool way to preserve both the original vision of a game, but uplifting it so that it's more playable and accessible in today's market, right? So it has an original version and a remastered mode, and the improvements of quality of life for a game this old is just a really nice way to bring up a game that was kind of forgotten into the modern lens. This is an interesting move by GOG, and I'm very curious to see how GOG does this going forward. But let's take a look at the trailer so you guys can see for yourself.
England is at war. King Lionheart knighted his greatest warriors, but the king's murder shattered the realm, and each lord sought to seize the crown for themselves. In the year of our Lord 1986, Defender of the Crown launched raids, tournaments, siege and conquest. In the year of our Lord 2026, Defender of the Crown returns. Retro mode, featuring original visuals and gameplay. Classic mode, with new graphics and refined systems. Kingdom mode, with new trials to test your claim to the throne. 3 modes, 1 legendary experience. Defender of the Crown.
Yeah, kind of pretty, kind of cute.
Neat.
Adorable.
Yeah, it looks all right.
Yeah,
There's
Zeus just
nothing
says,
wrong with it.
From a game from the 1980s, them doing this is actually really cool. So if more old games sort of like this get this sort of touch up, it's a way to preserve the past in an interesting way and also reinvent it. So I'm all for this, and I hope that this actually is a positive trend. I'm thinking about even checking this one out because I wasn't alive in the 1980s. I don't think anybody here was, but this game was it's ancient. Like, it's actually ancient. It's a dinosaur video game from the ancient eras before our time, Chatfish. Except for the
Dragon
old
Claw
fish.
says, finally a remake we deserve.
Yeah, so I figured I'd highlight this because GOG doing this is really cool. And I kind of want to see more old games from way back when the 80s brought forth. Because the 80s era of gaming had a lot of interesting things, but it's all really aged poorly, right? Like, it's some of it less than others, but like, usually when people think of old video games, they don't think of the 80s, they think of the 90s, because everybody kind of wants to memory hold the 80s gaming market. Mostly because it wasn't particularly like, it wasn't the revolution that the 90s was. The 80s was basically just like the beginning of the games industry as a whole. Technically began in the 70s, but you know what I mean. Late 70s. But yes. So this is interesting. If this happens for games from the 80s, I'd also like this to see this kind of stuff happen from the 90s as well. Because there are games from that era that just aren't the same. Adverse to like games that a lot of us are used to, like Bucky and Chumpus, like Xbox 360 games. Those games
Yep.
more or less are fine. Like they play just as well today, often as games that come out today do.
Better sometimes.
Yeah, better sometimes.
Dreamcast games are better.
Yeah,
So-
with PhysiX and stuff in it, play
Yes.
better now than the yeah.
Hold on. Florial says I played it with my buddies in the late 80s.
Oh my God, Florial's a dinosaur fishy. He's like,
Holy shit, he's 50 years old.
damn, Florial, dinosaur fish. Like, rawr, his little fins. You know, like now, Florial, we have to update your chatfish. The peach has to be.
Well,
a
that's
little
why he
more-
wants cheeks so much.
The peach has to
Clearly,
be.
they sustain him.
It's just. It's how.
It's like watching somebody who's getting like the curse of the mummy, watching their skin dry up in front of them.
That recontextualizes Florial's chatfish in new ways. Born in 78. God damn, you're as old as my dad, I
Steve
think.
Gibbs, he's 52 years old. I fucking called
No,
it.
wait, my dad went into the army in the 80s. Right? I think.
He's old enough to be your dad, kids.
Something like that.
He's old enough to be your dad, kids.
He is your dad.
Jesus. He just
The
called
third
himself
father.
Florial. He just called... That'd be weird.
Hello, son.
Hello, son. I have been masquerading as Florial 78 for 6 years. Or 7 or whatever. Why? Because I thought it would be funny.
Oh, that says Flo is the same age as me.
Okay, no. My dad's older. My dad's older. But yeah, interesting. Wow. Weird trivia of the day. But yeah, this game looks kind of cute. I might even pick this up. It's on GOG. It's, it's going to be on GOG. It's not out yet. But yeah, it's interesting to see GOG do this. I want to see more of
Alright,
this.
yes.
This is the good news
Every
today.
time
What?
Florial tells you how old he is, you just need to refer to him as 1 year older than the last time you referred to him.
Damn. 48, 49, 50,
Yeah.
51. That'll cause
That's why he has the 78 in his name.
that. That's when Florial came into being. He's an old chatfish. A veteran fish.
Dranglow says a lot of people my age here. No wonder chat feels so good.
Dragonclaw's old too? Fuck. Dragonfish.
What is your average?
Wait,
audience
it
age?
says 242? God, he was born in 242 AD. He's really old. Just, whoa. Look, we could all be Pickles too, chat. Together. Pickles, strong. Pickles divided, weak and dry. Pickles. Oh, people hear my age. No wonder chat feels so good. Damn.
The Commodore 128 was long since obsolete when I was playing games on it, says Night Motorcyclist.
Everyone's older. What the fuck? Stop.
Polly
When I
says-
was born, the Commodore, whatever, wasn't even available to be purchased.
My God.
Like I saw a Sega Dreamcast at one point, and I don't think it was ever played.
A Sega Dreamcast? That's not that old. That was our generation, Bucky. It's just,
No shit gives. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
That was the first thing I saw.
The only
Actually, you know what? No, I saw an NES and SNES, but those are like found in other people's houses when I visited.
Yeah, in my cousins, that's where
Wow.
I found out about the NES and SNES. And there was like in an upstairs attic thing where there's like this loft way up in this huge room that overlooks like the 3-story building. And it was really cool because when you look down, like if you fell, you'd break your little legs and arms off. But like, and it was all interior. And it was so cool because it was like a hidden little nook where that like fucking NES and SNES and N64 was. And I was like, these are ancient technologies from eras beyond. Because the N64 and Sega Genesis I had were old, even by when I was a little kid. Like the Sega Saturn was like kind of a thing I saw my parents play along with the PlayStation 1. And then by the time I was starting to play video games, they had let me use those when being like 4 and 5 years old. And then it was like they were with the PS2. And then the PS2 eventually got to my little grubby fingers. along with the original Xbox.
I like how chat is all
which is
outing
my
how old they are.
dad's. Yeah, I know, right? The FBI is having a field day. The FBI, like, Bucky's here for information gathering. That's the reason.
Also, I agree with what Polly said.
What's that?
Florio closes in behind Gibbs. Now call me daddy.
Oh no! Back then, playing games was underground. In fact, my dad kept gaming until the GameCube era. Yeah, I remember the original Xbox I wasn't allowed to really touch because it was the big boy console for my dad. And the
You know what the best
old
part about the
people.
GameCube was, Gibbs?
What?
It had a handle so you could use it to beat people with easily.
The original Xbox was plugged into our movie theater upstairs above the garage. And the reason why was because that way they could close the door when they were playing games they couldn't watch. And so I was like, and I could hear like Halo noises before I knew what Halo was. Like, and like, pew, 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 pew,
You
pew.
just heard word.
Yes, I did. I didn't know what was happening, but it sounded crazy as fuck in there. It sounded crazy. Halo was this forbidden game. My first Halo was Halo 2, and that was after I had a 360. So the point in a
And
different
you mean
perspective.
Xbox?
Yes, because I got my Schmeck 360 after I got Halo 2. And then I got Halo 3. And then I got Halo 1. That order. Because I found it in a
What?
store.
That's
Right?
weird.
Well, yeah, because I wasn't allowed to play Halo 1. I was too little. I wasn't
I
really allowed
played
to play
Halo
2
2,
either.
Halo 1, and then Halo 3.
I played Halo on PC.
I played Halo 2, but I got to the level where the Flutter's introduced as the Arbiter, and then I couldn't beat it. And then Halo 3 was the first one I could beat because I had co-op. And then Halo 2 I beat later because I invited a friend for a sleepover so I could finally beat it because I was scared of it.
You needed help to beat the game? That's
Yeah.
weird.
I was scared.
So I played
I was
Halo on the
scared.
family
You were
PC,
scared.
Yes, I was
and
scared.
it didn't have a dedicated graphics card. So everything, like, the game had almost no color.
Halo 2 was the big boy game. It was the cool, sexy game. But I didn't get to play it. I got to play Halo 3. And that was my Halo. That's why I always lament about Halo 3 being my favorite one. Because it was really kind of my first Halo. Despite the fact that I had played 2 before. For like, 6 level or 3 levels before you get to the flood level. Where I'm like, And then I would use my dad's save to skip that level. Because
You're
I
such a
couldn't.
pansy.
You have a donation, Gibbs.
The Arbiter levels I just skipped because they had the flood, and I'm like, nope, not doing it. Not doing it.
You hated the scary strings, I understand.
12 direct donations, 12 Polish bucks. Says when you are a Slav and Pegasus Famicom knockoffs ruled living rooms till the early 2000s. Yeah, it was weird. I remember PlayStation 1 and PS2 was everywhere, and then GameCubes were kind of rare and Xboxes were rare. Like, I had an Xbox, but I couldn't touch it because it was my dad's. But it was like, there was an Xbox in our cul-de-sac at the end of it by this one kid. And we got invited over, and my first time doing it was like a Halo LAN party where there was 2 Xboxes and 2 TVs. And it was like 4v4 or whatever. And it was like, or something like that. I can't remember what was happening. I don't remember 100%. Don't know if that's actually how that worked. All I know is it was insane. And I was like, holy shit, this is the coolest thing ever. It was like a LAN party, and it was the first one I'd ever been invited to. And ever since then, like when I grew up and got to middle school and high school, I basically created LAN parties for our like community, I guess, in our area. Because LAN parties ceased being a thing as much as they were in the 2000s, like 2008, 2007 and stuff. But I was recreating them in my dad's, like, the upstairs theater room, where I would just like set up a bunch of TVs and stuff from pulling them up from the basement because we had a lot of stuff, and then would like organize these events, and it was like so cool. I thought I was like re-exploring and redefining like an ancient lost art of human history. People were like, "Whoa, you can like there's so much gaming." Oh my god, we had so many computers set up in that fucking theater room that it would like cook so bad in that room. Oh my god. And like we would turn them on. Remember that fucking He-Man Says Hey? We would, by late night, because we were all fucking like, exhausted and staying up super late, we would time it so that we would press the play button on the YouTube video for He-Man Says Hey. And there'd be like 6 computers, or was it like 7 computers, like fucking all playing Hey. And then we had that booming while we were playing on the Xbox on the projector. It was wild. It was a different era. I miss
Kids had
it.
autism even back then.
Yeah. Or the Gandalf thing where he bobs his head.
Bam, bum, ba-da-da, bam.
It was the funnest thing ever. But yeah, if you ever Bucky, because you're the wealthiest one of our friend group, one day when you get your own big giant mega house, get a giant
Yeah.
spare room and turn it into a theater. You're gonna have so much fun with that. Oh my god, it's
One of my
insane.
spare bedrooms in my apartment is already a gym, so
Yeah, you're gonna be the first one to do it. So do it, chip chip, chip chip.
okay.
Future Buckies must
When I win
enjoy
the
this.
lottery, I'll do it,
Yeah,
among other things.
little Buckies
That's
would
some
like
new
that.
news.
What?
We'll get to it later.
Oh, okay. All right, moving on past this old game. Defender of the Crown, going to be available on GOG if you're interested. And for
Can fund
Chatfish,
it now, chat.
I did not expect my audience to say, like, I remember playing that game. Well, chat, it's coming to GOG in the near future, remastered, enhanced, and the original version where you can play the original as well. So there you have it, chat. Where? Defender of the Crown. What? I don't know what that is. I'll have to double check. Why can't I? Oh no! Hold on. The computer's being retarded. There, I fixed it. Computer stopped being retarded.
Big doubts.
Actually, wait, we'll save that article for later. I want to save that one for later because I think Fuzzy wants to be here for that. So I'm gonna be nice and put that towards the back.
I don't think Fuzzy will be here,
Oh, it won't be?
Gibbs.
Oh, okay. Well
No.
then we'll get to it then soon. In that case, I was thinking he
I
wanted
don't
to be
think
there
at
for
least.
that.
I think he's gonna be working for like 3 more hours.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, then we'll cover it too, and then he can talk about it when he joins us. Oh wow, this is very retro. Holy crap! I remember seeing my dad's PC setup look like this. Mine didn't, because when I got a PC, it had like that flat screen thing.
Those weren't the speakers everyone had.
So this is, by the way, Project Shadowglass is an old style game, made modern, or not old style game. It's a new game that's made to be very retro-esque. Retro kind of is back in fashion, but it looks like it's going to do a lot more than a lot of others. Probably gets a membership. Thank you very much. So this might be up your alley of interest, chat. Take a look. I will turn up the volume for the chatfish.
Don't forget the max tier bounties, chat.
Yep.
Finest apples coin can buy.
Even compressed audio.
What'll it be?
Raise your drinks, fellows.
Kind of looks like Thief.
It doesn't look like it's using a filter for the pixelated graphics, which is nice. It is definitely heavily Thief inspired.
Yes, it is a sneaky spy game. Or sneaky steely game. Ow.
Stop right there.
So yeah, Shadowglass. It looks pretty cool. Now, the name Shadowglass is a reference to Looking Glass Studios, which are the guys who made these style games. You see that often with games, like you saw that in Prey 2016, where they talked about the Looking Glass, literally a
It was
reference
a
to
big
the
part
studio.
of the game's story.
Yes, because a lot of these people who make these games very much were inspired by Looking Glass Studios, who basically made the groundbreaking Thief and System Shock series stuff, which was very, very, very cool. But at the same time, they pitter-pattered out of existence. And so a lot of people are trying to basically go after that legacy. Like the System Shock games, the BioShock games, the you know, Looking Glass, or in this case, Shadow Glass. It's weird because it's the only studio that I ever see such reverence held for Looking Glass Studios' namesake, that they often use it in everything they make. It's kind of weird, isn't it? You don't see that for a lot of other things.
Yeah, that is a bit different.
But yeah, it looks interesting and it looks kind of cute. It's got a quaint art style. It's a stealth game, so I'm going to be terrible at it. But yeah, it looks kind of cute.
I like the idea of it because it looks retro, but the graphics are intentionally like that instead of being limited.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
an
most
art
games
style.
that go for like, oh, we're gonna make it low as they just throw on a filter and it always hurts my eyes after a while.
Yep, because here they managed to go for a low res style, so there's very few. The resolution is quite low, but you'll notice that like when things are far away, they're sprites weirdly, and then when you get close enough, they become sort of 3D models. So it's sort of going for like this very strange visual approach. Yeah, because that looks like a sprite at that distance. They even lower the frame
Yeah.
rate. A lot of artistic decisions here to try to make low res art style its own thing, and it looks pretty good visually. But if you like spies or like rogues or thief style games, this game looks like it's gonna finally be a new game in that basically field. And there hasn't been a lot for games like that. The fucking water to make him fall over.
Mamu says in before this kills the studio.
Yeah, I will say immersive sims or games like this usually do not sell particularly well because they're a niche. They're not the biggest genre out there, but they are popular. Like System Shock games or immersive sims they sell well, but if you have a big publisher who wants a lot of money and you're developing a game like this, they're going to get mad at you. It's like Command and Conquer, right? Command and Conquer sold millions, but that's not good enough. A million copies, pushing a million copies or a million plus copies doesn't make EA happy. EA wants more than a million copies. We saw it with Dead Space. And so that's why these particular genres fell out with AAA, because they want games that will push like 30 million copies, 20 million copies. Not a game that's going to push only a million. They don't want that. Even though it's a profit.
System requirements recommended for this game are 16 gigs of RAM, an AMD 580 or an NVIDIA GTX 1660, and 4 gigs of space.
Well, yeah. I can't
Intel
imagine the
i5.
textures take up much space in this game.
Yeah.
Because they're going... I mean, that's the benefit of having low-res art. Your texture file is going to be tiny. Like, actually tiny. In fact, this game is probably going to be smaller than our game. You want to know why, Chumpus? Because these textures can be compressed over a 3D model, right? We're going to have a sprite sheet. And sprite sheets have to be red. So that's an interesting little factoid, isn't it? Because of how you compress files and how files work and how textures work. Especially compared to 3D models. Interesting. But yeah, it looks cute. I think I'm going to definitely pick this up. Honestly, 2 retro-themed games that look relatively cute. So yeah. So far, we're off to a pretty good start. Also, Domino's has a message for us all chatfishes. Now, we're a bit of a day old, but Domino's Pizza would like you to wish Desmond Miles a happy birthday. Domino's Pizza misses Desmond Miles. They miss
Every day.
Assassin's Creed. And this is like, I think the second or third time they've done this, by the way. So either it's the same person there, or like somebody at Domino's really likes fucking Assassin's Creed. What a shame. But yeah, talk about gaming culture impacting just things in general. Because it's always fascinating to see the impact of the gaming culture on the world.
Assassin's Creed Domino's crossover event.
Assassin's Pizza, Ezio Auditore Edition. It's a very Italian pizza. Trevor's like, what? Who is that? That's... okay, for those who don't know, this is Desmond Miles from Assassin's Creed. He's the guy you play as in 1, 2, and 3, who's in the modern time, and it's his ancestors in which you're seeing. People were
It's
To sort of paint it in perspective, Assassin's Creed was really big for its era, and people were really looking forward to playing as Desmond Miles in the modern timeline. And then they dropped that story arc completely because they killed him off. Which is weird because all those games were building Desmond Miles up to be this big character who's going to be very important, and the game
I
was
was
going to be about
expecting
him.
him to be in Watch Dogs.
Yeah, that same. I think my friend Tyler at the time was like was also of that same opinion. Everybody kind of expected Watch Dogs to be connected to Assassin's Creed. Hence why Watch Dogs had such huge expectations. It was supposed to be modern
Abstergo
Assassin's
is
Creed.
in Watch Dogs.
Yeah, because I think they were laying the groundwork for it, but they were just gonna like connect them later. And Watch Dogs was gonna be a spin-off game to sort of hype up Desmond Miles' Assassin's Creed game, like the final Creed game or whatever, the fourth game or whatever one they wanted it to be. But yeah, interesting. I find it interesting because it's interesting to reminisce about this, but it's also interesting because even after all these years, Assassin's Creed, which hasn't been particularly popular, and it's specifically Desmond Miles, right? The character from the older games. The fact that this is the character that they chose to reference, they didn't do the lame thing, right? And this is a Domino's Pizza account, right? A big corporate account. You think they would go for the hottest, greatest thing that's present. But they didn't. They chose to go for something old, something a little less known by modern generations that younger generations might not even know about. They chose Desmond Miles. And I thought that was an interesting thing to point out because the cultural influence that the older games have still lingers today. And I thought it was just cool. Cool. Cool to see.
Oh, Kibbs. Oh, that's like saying all of the most influential like movie stars are people from fucking 30 years ago still around.
Mm-hmm. And like new ones
And
just don't have the same power.
they do not have the same effect now.
The age of the
Because
superstar is over.
Assassin's Creed's 1 through like Brotherhood and Revelation, all the way up until that point, um, had none of the goofy shit added into it that the common ones do now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like fucking health bars for fucking enemies and shit.
Where it takes like 30 years to kill a dude. Oh my god.
Yeah. As an assassin, it takes you 30 fucking years to kill somebody.
It's like, excuse me while I slowly do chip damage because I'm playing my JRPG. It is so weird that Assassin's Creed went from being about like cinematic, assassination, stealth, and stuff like that to like they still have stealth mechanics. You can still play that way, and I have tried the one of the modern ones to see, but it's such a bigger focus because they don't have there's no new mechanics for it. Like the only thing that has like new mechanics is specifically the JRPG combat, where it's like use this ability to like stun them, then get in like 3 heavy attacks, then let them attack you, and then do time parries, and it's like, what the fuck is this? What is happening? What has happened to the series? What is? It's like, oh, he's got a lot of damage. Second boss phase. Like, what? What? Like, Assassin's Creed, it was like, they're just dudes. You snuck up on them and you stabbed them and they died. And then you get a cutscene that triggers where he's like, you know, lays them down, closes the little lines, and is like, you rest in hell, you little shit. Rest in hell. Yeah, stealth is barely a focus. In fact, it's almost like not the core focus of the games anymore. Valhalla, you have to turn on assassinations kill, which was retarded. Yeah, they turned it to a toggle that's default off.
huh?
Yeah, I remember. The instant assassination things in modern Assassin's Creed for sneaking up and assassinating somebody is off by default.
Yes, you can turn it on. It's a cheat menu thing now.
Yeah, it's considered a cheat. Because the game isn't designed for it. And it's like, okay, you turn it on, but it doesn't make the game play better because the game wasn't designed for it on. So it just doesn't feel good. It feels
you could
bad.
probably sprint through the game the way it's designed now with that thing on.
Yes. More than likely, if I had to guess. Man.
Yeah. And if you think about it, right, in the first Assassin's Creed, you had to assassinate the head of the assassin order 3 different times with the blade, the hidden blade, but that was it.
Yeah.
That was the only boss that really had that.
Yeah, the master of the assassins. Oh my
Yeah.
god, I remember him. I never played the first game, but I read the book. So yes, I remember the boss.
Fucking fake fan.
I read the book. I know the story. I know the story. They added like a lot more arc with like his various companion character. And like the rivalry he had with his like childhood friend or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. But it's not an assassin's game. So you play an assassin, white out the assassin part without this assassin part? Yeah, pretty much. The modern Assassin's Creed games really have nothing to do with it. Like they sort of try to loosely tie it in because I played Odyssey, and they're like, "Oh yeah, here's the Assassin's Creed symbol," and like it is like an ancient order, but like it doesn't really matter. And also, there's fantasy things like fucking Pegasuses and whatnot, and it's like, what?
The overarching storyline with the Assassin's Creed games, the like first three, is always funny to me that that's a thing that they were pushing, because it was never in any of the advertisements I saw for any of the games.
Yeah, well, the big
Like
thing,
you never even knew about it until you started the game.
yep, where it's like it takes place in modern times, and you're like, what? I'm playing as this guy named Desmond
It's
Miles.
like, what the fuck is this shit? Let me get back. Let me play as an assassin.
And that's one of the reasons why they cut the Desmond Miles part. People were very, because at the time people were really against the idea of Desmond Miles. They just weren't, his character just didn't sell very well. Now I've replayed and revisited these games not that long ago. I honestly think a lot of things boil down to people were a lot harsher back then with his character. Because if you actually listen to Desmond Miles as who he is as a character, he's your atypical standard protagonist. He's likable. He's doing good things. He's trying to help people, and he's got his own like beef he's got to get over. But he's not insufferable. He's not annoying. He's not whiny. He's not a crybaby. He's kind of just
I don't remember him having a personality.
no.
Desmond Miles.
Desmond Miles has a personality.
Yeah, he has a personality. He was a bartender. He ran away from home.
Mhm.
I only played like probably halfway through the first game and then a bit of 3.
I played.
Okay, well
I
then
read the book
you missed
for
his
one.
personality then, because
Yeah,
evidently.
he's got some backstory.
I read the book for one. I've seen my friend play 2, and I've played Brotherhood and played Revelations. And Desmond Miles is entirely in that. And he's also in 3, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's in 1, 2,
It-
3, Brotherhood, and
Revelations.
Revelations. Yeah, so he's in 5 of the games, I think.
Yep, and then they sort
The
of
only
kill him
thing-
off, which is just like, what?
Yeah. The only thing I remember from 3 is the one British guy pissing and moaning that things were translated into American English and didn't have U's.
The one thing
like,
that's
in,
really
like,
good
words.
is Desmond Miles' dad. Chat knows it too. Is Desmond Miles' dad is John Delancey. Like, it's a recipe of greatness. Because
Mhm.
like you've got a great VA cast, you've got great, like he's a pretty good character. He's not like a fantastic character, but he's fun. You can get behind him. He's a player protag. They're setting him up to be the protagonist of the modern game. And
He says that Desmond is in Valhalla.
Yeah.
oh
I
my
don't
god,
I don't remember seeing Desmond in Valhalla.
I didn't. I
He-
bought
he was playing a
Valhalla,
woman.
played it for like a little bit, and then stopped because I couldn't stand Valhalla. The Valhalla really annoyed me because like the historical authenticity got really bad. In the previous games, Assassin's Creed games, it's believable that you could have a female assassin because they join your order. But what's not believable is doing Viking raids on churches and stuff in that game, and then seeing like half my party or over 90% of them are like black women, and I'm like, what? Like what? That's what? Are we
Like,
Vikings?
we was Vikings.
Like I couldn't keep playing it. I had to stop. I was just like, nah, this is just annoying. It's annoying because like for me, like a little bit of fantasy is fine, but if I buy a game and it's supposed to be about historical stuff, I kind of want it to be historical. I don't want it to break
Russian
things too
Sundals
much.
says he's like a watcher now or some shit. He's at the end of the campaign with what's her nuts.
What's her nuts?
Oh, okay, that makes sense. He's unmasked as the reader at the end, and it just turns out to be him. And he
Oh.
says, "Oh, you got about 73 seconds to live before the radiation kills you." By the way,
Is like Desmond? Are they gonna bring him back? Are they gonna actually do something with him now? Because like
no,
been
he's part of the code.
oh he's part
apparently.
of the code now. Fuck, that's so lame. That is so dumb. Honestly, there's no salvaging that franchise in my opinion. Like it's just derailed so bad.
Don't no, it'll be better. Tencent's involved now.
Like the only thing I'm interested in is the Black Flag remake, and like I'm curious if they're gonna censor or just make like random fucking like Blackbeard is like a black woman now or something, and be like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Polly Matthew $22 says annoying wee wuzzery. Yeah, it just is annoying. I don't mind differences. Like if you make a fantasy game and there's like black and Asians and white dudes all together, it's a fantasy game. I don't care.
They're gonna remove blood in the remake.
But if it's supposed to be about a historical event, about a historical people, if I'm playing as Greeks, I want them to be Greeks. And they did do that. They were olive-skinned Greeks in the Odyssey game, but the game was really bad, so yeah. But at least they got that part right. But I don't like it when they're like, you're playing as like this one Italic culture. It's like, okay. And it's like, why am I surrounded by people who are Italic in Italy? Like they should be like Italians. Like I don't expect them to be British. I don't expect to see Germans. I don't expect to see Russians. I expect to see Italians in Rome.
Yeah.
I like that. Polly says Black Babe the pirate as opposed to Black Babe.
Black Babe the pirate. Nice. Hopefully she got big schnockers then. Check schnockers.
Remember, hopefully, what happens is that Ubisoft just dies, and all of the family that was running it also loses control over the IP.
Yeah, because Guillemot does not seem to be a
Unfortunately,
good company or a good
They
family.
created a
Spin-off.
smaller
shell
company, shell company that they then transferred like all of their big IPs to, and that they and Tencent are the only ones that have ownership of it.
So did the French
yeah, but
government
Tencent
not
just removed
intervene?
them.
Because I thought the French government was talking about intervention because it was a cultural thing they
Uh,
didn't want to have happen.
Maybe, but they're French kids. They're going to give up.
Yeah,
so-
true. See, for a moment, I'm like, wow, the French government having balls and stopping China from buying their fucking culture. And then they're
But
like,
not only
back to
that-
bootlicking over there.
But not only that, I honestly, this wouldn't be a big loss either if China got a hold of it.
Yeah, what are they getting a hold
just
of?
one-
It's a dead IP.
Yeah.
It's
But
like
then
the Saudis buying
reviving
Warner
it-
Brothers. Like, okay, what do they get? A bunch of dead crap.
Yeah. So I'm not actually annoyed or mad about China getting a hold of this one. Because at least I would see something useful from Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, I mean the French ain't doing nothing with it. I'm honestly at the point now
Well,
where
I
it's
think
like,
they're actually making it worse
True.
every time.
which is strange. Now I'm not a big fan of Expedition 33, but the Expedition 33 devs are from there. So theoretically, if Ubisoft were shattered and the Guillemot family finally loses control of all this stuff, it would be, I think, in everyone's best interest, except them, of course. But because that would mean maybe some of the actual French men who actually cared about this IP can pick it up and give it the love it deserves. Maybe pick up Desmond's torch and actually continue it to the finish line. Because I do think French developers do care. I do think they care about their games quite a bit, but I think they're so fucking cucked because of the Guillemot family and because of Tencent that they can't do shit about the entire situation. Like even fucking the German team underneath Ubisoft is suffering. The guys who did Anno, the Rome one, like it's just got random like Roman dudes that are black all of a sudden. It's like, what? Like they're Romans, they should be tiny little midget dudes. They're the Latin ethnic group doesn't exist anymore. Like they literally got bred out. But the thing is that this group of people looks like they don't look like Romans, right? I get that, like in movies, we can't make Roman movies because, well, the Latin people don't exist; they're extinct. So we just got to use, whatever people we have nowadays. But like in a video game, we can probably get, the game developers to recreate the Latin peoples, just like the Phoenicians. They're extinct too, but we can still recreate these people, even though they don't exist anymore. Or the Gallic people as well, because the Gallics don't exist either. Most of those ethnic groups from antiquity were basically mixed in with the Ostrogothic and Vandal movements. They're creating little hybrids. It's like, whoa. Breeding. Desmond is dead and unceremoniously so. Yeah, I kind of expected as much. I can't remember how he died. I just remember that he just sort of got killed off, and it was kind of like, all right. All right. Like, we're just going to do that then. Waited years for Assassin's Creed Ninja, and we was samurai and shit instead. We got what we yeah. The Assassin's Creed Shadows was hinted at in Brotherhood when you go to the Assassin's Creed Order building, because I think Brotherhood's the one that hits it, right? Because in the building there's different statues, if I remember right. One's like of a Viking, one's of like an Asian dude, one's of like some other dude, and there's like, okay, these are gonna be the future games, and then they made all of them now. So it's like the next Assassin's Creed should have been about, modern times, because like you did it, you did them all, but like you fucked it up so badly. The whole
I think the worst thing they did is when they started going to like fucking ancient Greece and using a fucking Spartan as an assassin. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing, guy?
It's because Spartans are popular, but Spartans don't like strike me as the assassin archetype. Like maybe an Athenian or something, because they're like
Well,
Weasley.
not only that, it's like the fucking assassin order, like Assassin's Creed Origins. Oh yeah, it came out of Egypt. I was like, no, it didn't.
It came out of the Middle East. Like that's what it said in the original game. It's like it's an ancient Middle Eastern order that existed over there,
Yeah.
and they're like, actually, it's from Africa. It's like, what?
But not only that, it's like the Assassin's Order came out of the human rebellion from the slaves rising up against the fucking whatever the fuck they're called, the ancient ones or something or other.
Yeah, it's like a super
Whatever the
ancient
god things.
ancient order.
Yeah.
And it's like the last vestiges of it that's sort of like hiding, because the Templar Order is like their main antagonistic organization that they have to fight.
Yeah. It's like what are you guys just making shit up now for? It's like,
What's our
like
lore?
I've played the games. I've seen it all.
They just don't care about the lore anymore. I remember when the multiplayer mode was, because oh my god, the multiplayer mode in Assassin's Creed is so much fun. I loved it to death.
Yeah, it's basically hide and seek.
It's hide and seek, but it's like super murdery and bloodthirsty, and it's actually really fun. But like the one thing that was really cool is that the way they treated it is Abstergo was very Google. Like they had the Google logo with like the yellow, red, and gold, and it was like a play on it.
Well, can't
Yeah.
have that now.
I don't think
Yeah,
they do
money
the
kills.
PvP thing anymore. 12 Dirk donates 25 Polish bucks. It says Desmond died sacrificing himself to prevent End of the World 2012. Damn,
Yeah. I didn't. I fucking hated that ending, by the way.
that's
It was
stupid.
so stupid.
Like the twist.
Because it's like Minerva, right? It was the antagonist.
Yeah. Pretty sure. I remember it very vaguely. But yeah, he sacrifices himself, and it was really dumb. It was really stupid. It felt forced and contrived. It kind of like felt left field, like Desmond's killing his girlfriend, but that was like,
That was intentional because she was a spy for Abstergo,
yeah, she
for
was
the Templar Order.
she was literally a honeypot trap. She was like, "Hey, I'm super cute."
And so I think when I looked at that, I was like, oh, they wanted to kill off Desmond because they wanted to have a new protagonist.
Mhm.
That was it.
Yeah.
That's entirely why they did it, because they wanted to get off the guy one.
Yep, because the times were changing, the winds were changing. And it just basically meant that everything they were building to was completely pointless. Like, love them or hate them or be ambivalent. The fact that the games were building Desmond Miles to be a character of such importance, and then only to backpedal on that, just feels like, well, what was the point? Like,
Yeah.
what was the point of the last 5 games? He has 5 games. 5 fucking games he's in. He's building, and they're setting it up to be like, you're gonna play as him, and you're gonna play in
You're gonna
modern
take the
times.
fight to Abstergo.
And like he's gonna
into the
be the
temple.
one who's gonna finish the fight. It's like the entire premise
Yeah.
is that you're building a legacy, and the legacy is that you're gonna be the guy that stops him. You're gonna be the guy that finally defeats Abstergo. You're gonna be the guy that sets it right. And then they just kill him. And then the plot goes nowhere. And it's like it reminds me of that really bad Star Wars movie. What was it called? Rise of the or not Rise, like the one where they killed off Luke in. Like it reminds me of that, where it's like they're building and then they just kill him off. And it's like, okay.
Oh, The Last Jedi.
The Last Jedi, yeah, like it's really bad writing, because it's like you've been building and setting this up, and it's been set up from the other 3 movies that Luke is going to be the guy who's going to set things right, and then you just kill him off. You're like, actually, he was incompetent. Actually, everything he did was pointless. Everything these stories were building to doesn't do anything with this character. This character is completely pointless. And what is the purpose of this? It's not to carry on the legacy of this work. I've watched enough critics on the other side of the fence now to know this, because I had to understand it. I watched some yubnubber by the name of Schmorgenborg, and that's what I'm referring to him as. And he was going on about like, oh, like it's obviously, it's not that people just say they hate it. It's not that it's actually bad. Well, it is bad. Like from a creative and an objective standpoint, it's bad. It's not a subjective thing. It's if it's universally perceived as terrible, there's odds are there might be something to that. Now, it's possible that people sometimes all dislike something. Like Desmond Miles was kind of a 50-50 split. Like some people liked him, some people didn't, some people were ambivalent. But in this particular case, it was very much like everybody didn't like that. Everybody hated that. Why did they hate that? It's because it objectively, fundamentally, ruins stuff. If you're building a story and you have a writer that comes into that story who doesn't care and doesn't respect the work of the previous writers and intentionally goes out to sabotage their work by undermining it, there's an agenda there. It's not a political agenda. It's a, I don't like your story. I don't like your characters. Let me ritualistically ruin them because I don't like it and I don't like you. And I want my story to be better than yours. So I'm going to ruin your characters. Another great example of this, Heaven's Devils and Devil's Due. Heaven's Devils builds up all these characters, really cool relationships. Devil's Due, written by...
Establishes Rainer's character.
Devil's Due, written by a different author, systematically, ritualistically, dedicates entire chapters to killing off every character. Like,
so, yeah.
That's just that's
and
just an example.
It's like a humiliation ritual the entire time, too.
Yeah, and the whole purpose is, again, because the other author, I don't like this character. I don't like that you wrote this character. I don't like the fact that you have this character. I'm going to get rid of them. And it's
it also changes
ritualistically
James
ruining
Raynor
stuff.
from being a person who tries to do the right thing and like starts to develop his own kind of sense of justice of right and wrong. Turns him from that to, I'm just an outlaw who likes to steal shit, but I don't kill people.
It's like...
Okay.
It's fundamentally lack of communication, lack of understanding. Because if, for example, if Assassin's Creed, bring it back to Assassin's Creed, right? If you care about Assassin's Creed and you were like, okay, I'm a new writer. Let's say I'm going to write an Assassin's Creed game. I didn't write Assassin's Creed 1, 2, or 3. There are some things that those stories do that I don't particularly care for. However, my personal opinion, my personal feelings do not matter. As a professional writer, it is my job to respect the work that came before and do the best possible job of trying to make the story continue those same beats and motifs. So if Desmond Miles set up to be the main protagonist, then by God, he's going to be the main protagonist. And if we've set up the plot that it's going to be a continuation, a finale, then we're not going to like mess around. It's going to be Desmond Miles overcoming his last trials and tribulations, finding the strength and courage in himself to do what he needs to do to bring down this bad guy, right? This bad organization. And that's going to be the story. And he's going to use his friends, like his friends are going to help him. And like all that, and that's going to be the entire like function of the story. It's going to be about them working together, taking all the knowledge from all the games and trying to be like, okay, maybe we can have like subtle nods to the other games somehow, just to like, yeah, like there's a nod to that one. Like the knowledge that from Estio comes into play here, the knowledge of Altair comes in here, and like different characters across his timeline of his bloodline, all those lessons coming into the forefront. And learning from those instances and applying those to his character. That would be so much cool. But, like, will they do that? Big thinky, No. That's how you have to do these kinds of stories, though. Because you need to treat them with respect. You need to respect these characters. Just like the Star Wars one, just like Heaven's Devils, just the same thing. Even if you didn't write it, it doesn't matter if you don't like it. It's your job. You have a job as a professional. It's not about a dick-waving contest. And writers have this thing where it is a dick-waving contest. Even George R. R. Martin, who I'm not a big fan of, also talks about this too. George R. R. Martin talks about how a lot of writers and showrunners will actually come in to write for a story, but they want to make it their story. But it's like, you're not here to make it your story. You're here to basically convert, because when you're making a book and then you convert it to a TV show or a video game, it cannot stay one-to-one the same. Certain things have to change because story structure and formatting has to change. Episodes only have like an hour runtime, right? So you have to work within the confines of an hour for a story structure. Certain things might have to be cut. Certain things might be able to be expanded upon, but you're going to have to use that framework to build that thing. And with that knowledge, you need to make it respectful. But the issue is, and George R. R. Martin points out, a lot of these showrunners don't want that. Or the Netflix TV show adaptations of, like, you know, Dante's Inferno. Like, or not Dante's Inferno. Devil May Cry. Wrong thing. Yeah, Devil May Cry, right? Like, that's the exact same case of that whole thing happening there. They don't want to respect these things. And a lot of these alleged, like, new critics that I see forming around the circles about this, like, pushback, because you've got multiple people that are creating this issue right now. You've got grifters who will just grift and hate everything blindly, like morons. Then you've got low IQ people who can't form their own opinion, producing content that's just confusing and just regurgitating other people's points without coming up with their own. Then you've got the other side who are just the bootlickers who will blindly consume things. And then you've got other people on that sort of bootlicking side who don't actually care about the particular media, and it's about an agenda to push. And it's just become such a rabid shit show. Like, the entire, like, discourse online about, like, a movie or, like, a game now, that you have all sorts of, like, groupings of idiots everywhere. And it's like, it's the most painful thing. And I don't know why I went down that rabbit hole of looking at that, because I was like, I want to see what critics on the other side of the fence have to say. That's because I wanted to see what they had to say and see what they were thinking. And some of them were reasonable, but some of them were like what I talked about. You have this situation in which everybody's trying to grift. And that's what it looks like. That's what everybody's arguing, and nobody's being productive, and nobody actually cares about the product getting better. It's about dragging the product through the mud for their own gains, whether in favor or against. It's really tiresome, chat. It's really tiresome. Vultures. I think I hate the internet.
Problem, Gibbs, in my opinion, is that the only party responsible for making the product better is the people creating the product.
They are at the root cause. Yeah, I know.
Yes.
The people at that's the issue. Like, this whole discourse I've talked about is completely nonsensical, because it's like two people throwing pigeon shit at each other that can't do anything to affect the actual product. Not actually bettering anything. When in reality, I think the only thing that should be focused is on the core product itself, right? The fact that Assassin's Creed isn't Assassin's Creed anymore. The fact that Desmond Miles' story was abruptly ended the way it was. These are things that can be discussed. These are things that should be discussed because they actually matter the most. Like, at the end of the day, everybody on every side of the aisle should want the same thing, a better product. They want the game to be better. And if it's a better and a stronger game, everybody wins. But the issue is, it's not really about that. It's not about the game. And it's about something else. It's about grifting. It's about not just grifting, it's also about blindly defending it so that you can get the other side of the aisle. And nobody cares about actually improving anything. It's just this cyclical thing that just seems to keep on going. Ugh. But yeah, when it comes to Desmond Miles and his story arc, the way it was handled was rather poorly. Honestly, I think the best thing to fix the Assassin's Creed problem is much like what Bucky said, Ubisoft and Guillemot losing control of it because they clearly are incompetent and they don't know how to handle it. And then basically doing a soft reboot with just keeping 1, 2, and 3 and all the, like, or I guess the original storylines, if you will, for Desmond Miles before they kill him off. And then just rolling with that, if that makes sense. And be like, okay, let's just continue the story as if, you know, the other stuff didn't really happen.
Yeah. I think the problem is that even though the result's the same, that the Guillemot should lose control of the IP. I think I have a different stance on them either being incompetent or being malicious with their IP, because I think they were being malicious with their IP.
They are.
Because there was no excuse for, what was it? What was the fucking samurai one?
Jessica?
Shadows.
Shadows?
Shadows. There we go. There was no excuse for Shadows at all.
There wasn't. It was bad.
Shadows was just a shit all over.
And that's the thing.
Japan.
Like, it's not just like, it doesn't just shit. No, you're absolutely right, actually. It shits on Japan, but, like, they didn't do research. The architecture of the buildings is Chinese in some areas. And like it's the animation quality is bad. Like I've looked at it comparing it to the older games, from comparison videos alone because I refuse to buy that game. I just don't want to give them
They
money.
also stole art.
Yeah, and that's a weird thing. Art theft in the industry is becoming more commonplace, which is not
Their
good.
their promotional product, like this little statue,
Yep.
was actually ripped off from a
A Japanese cosplaying samurai convention group.
Yeah, and they don't even like acknowledge them until
not
they
even
get caught.
not even just that, not even that one. There was another one. It was a company that did this decorative stuff for to
Mhm.
like memorial for like Hiroshima and stuff like that, like the little like statues and art they did for that. They just copy pasted it for their statue that they sold alongside their special edition.
They did no research. They did no research and exercised no particular care, right? If you're making a game about Japanese culture and it's about their Japanese society and you're Western, you're French, you're American, you're Canadian, you're Chinese or whatever, then the
Mhm.
game should be about their people because it's their
But-
culture.
Yeah, because it used to be where the the Assassin's Creed devs, Ubisoft would actually have people go out and investigate
Yeah.
at least a little bit of the stuff.
They'd even send out
But-
photography teams. That's the reason why Notre
They
Dame
actually cared about historical
So,
accuracy a lot.
Bucky points this out, and it's fantastic because Notre Dame, when it burned down, right? Notre Dame, I don't remember how to pronounce it. They actually, Unity did so much research that the Assassin's Creed Unity game was actually used to help its reconstruction.
I actually
Yep.
talked about that in a previous Bunchcast.
Yes, and that's huge because they sent out specific photography teams to take pictures of the entire city to study it.
Yeah, but they used a disgraced fake historian's fucking work that had no ties anywhere other than fan fiction that the dude wrote himself.
Yes, just
And
to
then back
justify
here, the
their
Wikipedia.
thing.
Did the
It was
whole
such a
classic-
colossal slap in the face to the Japanese culture that the government was actually looking to file lawsuits against Ubisoft.
Yes, because
and
it just pisses all over them.
arrest that dude.
I mean, yeah, you should be actually because what he's
Man
doing.
has disappeared, by the way.
Good.
The Mythic says it was a Torii gate that that survives Hiroshima. It was a monument to the bombing, and they used it in the collector's edition box.
Yes, the half Tory in
Yep.
fucking Japan of all things.
That's
And
very
the
spicy because it's implied to blow up.
No, it's breaking the back of the Japanese people is what the half Tory means.
Yes. It has an incredibly negative connotation, right? It'd be like the equivalent of making a game about a 1990 or tell you this, chat. Making a 1990s game set in America, right? Assassin's Creed game, and then having the Twin Towers exploding in the background.
And
That would
using
be
that as the advertising for how great their game is.
Yep, and it'd be like the Assassin's Creed guys standing on the tower as the tower's falling and like dudes are flinging themselves out the building. It's about the equivalent of that. It's basically like what the actual fuck, because you have to paint it in context because not everybody can understand it, but it'd be like the equivalent of that. It's like what, like that's not okay. Like you're saying that the Twin Towers blowing up, which is basically us at our lowest point, and being like, yeah,
That's
this
our
is
version of 9/11.
yeah, that's our version. Shut the fuck up. We're gonna bomb the East Coast again. Oh my god! But yeah, it's one of those things. It's nonsensical. It's like that is the equivalent of that Tory picture. There is the equivalent of watching our towers fall and using that as the cover art statue, where he's like standing on the edge as the towers falling. You know?
Yeah, but and again, this is why I say that it's not that they don't know what they're doing or don't know how to make it profitable. It's that they're actively maliciously contaminating other people's cultures and trying to push for non-reality.
Yep, it's not to get too much in Rule 6, but it's called the globalist agenda. Basically, the idea is it's very Marxist. The concept is basically this: you have somebody who has a culture. It's interesting that it brings up because we have a game that's actually very cultural that we'll be talking about here today. That actually looks kind of good. But you have a culture, and you need to make it so that their culture, their history, their heritage is irrelevant. You need to burn it down and replace it with a new history, right? A great example of this, Pol Pot's revolution, right? Completely saying that there was no year zero. There was no one. Nothing happened before year zero. Any historical things that the Cambodian people had done was irrelevant. It did not matter because the only thing that mattered now was year zero. Now.
That's why they started killing off all the teachers.
Yep, and that's what the Killing Fields comes from. Really good and sad movie too. But yeah, so like, yeah, this idea of like you don't have a culture, you don't have a history, you don't have a heritage, you have nothing to be proud of. That's the entire purpose of that, and it has a goal. That's what that whole Yasuke thing is. You don't have a culture, you don't have history. Anyone can be a samurai. Everyone can be samurai. You know, it's not even special. Ignoring the fact that being a samurai is being basically nobility, and most Japanese people couldn't be that if they wanted to because they didn't have like any noble blood. They'd have to be acknowledged by one of the nobility to even get a chance at sliver of that kind of like prestige. You know, like it's one of those things where it's like it's the same concept of like, you know, Star Wars does it too, right? With that last Star Wars movie, Rey Skywalker. Like it's like no, you're not. Like not everyone can be a Skywalker.
Ray Palpatine.
Skywalker is a title now.
It's a title. Anybody can be one. We're all Skywalkers. It's like, oh, it's saying myself.
Everyone's a Spartan.
Incredibles said it perfectly. If everyone's super, no one is. No one's super. No one's special. The entire point of Incredibles is about individuality and the perseverance of individuality. And that if you are special and you have something great, you shouldn't have to hide it. You shouldn't have to blend in with the rest of society to be like everybody else. Be who you are. Be great in yourself. And that's what makes Incredibles such a great story. That's what it's about. It's about individuality and the perseverance of individuality. And the entire message about it was anti like communism, anti-Marxism, anti like erasure. It's about you are special. You are great in your own way. You are great at the things you do. I can't do what you can do, Russian Son does, the way you do it. Dragonclaw, how you do it. Like, we all cook burgers differently, for example. We're all unique. We're all special. Maybe that we're not special, like, you know, as in like, oh, I'm the greatest thing ever since sliced bread, but we're all unique. We're all individuals. We're not the same.
I can cook my burger correctly. None of you can.
Damn. Yeah, a great example,
he can brush
actually.
his teeth all by himself.
Do you like your burger well done, or do you like it medium rare? Big thing. Nobody likes it the same.
Medium. Why medium rare? That's dumb.
I'm just saying. Just examples, Bucky. You little autistic fuck. You little autistic.
It's medium for the burger.
Medium.
Regulan says anyone could be a Jedi. Don't worry about the mitochondria.
Mitochondria. What's your mitochondria count? I think Squealer might be retarded. But yes, the idea that everyone can be the same is dumb. No. Not everyone is born to be a leader. No. Not everyone's going to be the greatest athlete ever. No. Not everyone's going to be the greatest, you know, soldier or astronaut. That's just the world. And you know what? That's just how it is. Not everyone works the same. Not everyone was a hard worker. That guy who made like a bajillion bucks, maybe he worked hard for it. Maybe he stole it. Who knows, right? But if he earned it and he worked hard for it, then he earned it. Did you work hard and earn that? Is that your money? No, it's his money. He worked for it. And that's the thing.
You should tell 343 these things.
Yeah, because it's exactly the same thing. Like, it's all connected, right? Did you earn the legacy for the game you're working on? No. Okay, well, you're going to try to work to earn that legacy? No. I'm going to whine, piss, and shit all over it because I can't fucking...
We're going to just shit up, yeah.
Because I'm gonna be mad that the other games are great, and so I'm gonna attack the other games because I can't do it. Because I'm so insecure about myself that I can't possibly make anything to compare to that other guy. So I'm gonna fucking piss and shit myself and destroy his legacy the best I can. Because God forbid I try to build anything good or worthwhile in my life.
But Kibbs, Halo's always been about two things: the graphics and making yourself a Spartan.
Everyone's a Spartan. Oh, despite the fact that the manual literally explicitly states that Master Chief is the last Spartan, the last one, meaning no more, all gone.
The last Spartan too.
Yeah, it specifically says that. But yeah, he's because it explicitly states in Bungie's canon that he's the last one. There is no other one. He doesn't have his own team. Kelly and them guys don't exist.
Blue team.
Like the Bungie developers wanted him to be the last one because they wanted you to be the last Spartan. You're the guy who's going to turn the tide. You are humanity's last hope. That was the entire advertisement campaign from 1, 2, and 3. The scene where Believe, where he's like standing alone and like he's got a plasma grenade, he's going to blow himself up.
Jesus moment.
Yeah. That whole thing is about that whole fucking concept. The flashbacks talking about how great Chief was and stuff like that, and all the heroic things he did, and how much like he inspired them, those old men, was entirely
by the way,
for that purpose.
It's really funny. I want you to think about this, Gibbs. Remember the whole museum walkthrough thing that they did, where they replicated a bunch of weapons in real life for demos?
Yep.
And they were like, "No, what happened there?" Like they're interviewing fucking really old senior citizens that were war veterans, and they for some reason forgot to mention, I don't know, the fucking Didact coming in and fucking up part of a continent with the composer weapon.
Yeah, they seem like that the last major event in history, according to these old timers, was the events of Halo 3. Not that the Didact wiped all of humanity, not that Cortana then took over and then enslaved humanity for a while. Like none of that. And they don't mention any of that. The last big human moment talked about in the Halo universe when Bungie was in control was humans looking back at the historic events of what happened in the Human Covenant War. And that the age of peace and prosperity that they've endured was because of the sacrifices of the brave men and women who gave their lives in that moment, in that finest hour. Not that the Didact existed, not that Cortana turned evil and enslaved humanity, and that they weren't forerunners. None of that. Like, none of that fucking happened. But they had to change it.
Van Falsen World says he's not the last Spartan, the others are just MIA.
True.
That was not in part of the game canon.
But that's not in the manual, if I remember right. At least I don't think so.
But that is established canon.
Because I think
Spartans never die.
I think
They only go
Bungie,
missing in action.
yeah, Bungie actually went and basically agreed with that. The big issue with the lore of Halo is that the books are slightly contradictory to the video game because Microsoft kind of refused to let the Bungie communicate. Hence why one of the few pieces of media that's really accurate to Halo is a game called Halo Wars by Ensemble Studios. It's
fantastic game.
Very respectful.
Contact Harvest.
Very, very respectful to the original. I can't remember Contact Harvest. I have the book for that. I read that in middle
So Contact Harvest follows Johnson. It was the first interaction between humanity and the Covenant.
Yep.
Great series. I love.
And the Jackals have needle swords.
Yep.
What? How does that even make sense?
When they stab it into you, it breaks off and then it explodes.
Yeah.
One time use stabbers, I guess.
It's like a needle or cutlass.
Adorable.
Funny.
But yeah, when media is produced in tandem with 343, the lore is very or not 343. Sorry, Bungie. It was very on point. But in later years, when they were developing Reach, you could see the schism and the stress building between Bungie and Microsoft, and that's when Microsoft refused to let the authors communicate with the Bungie team. Hence why the Forerunner books were all written without Bungie's involvement. The writer was explicitly told to only communicate to 343 contacts, if I remember right. And so the only changes to the lore were made by 343 and without Bungie's consent. While Bungie was working on Halo Reach, by the way. Also, the author they hired didn't really know what Halo was. Not only that, he's like, my daughter plays one of them video games. I read the interview with that author. It's very special.
We was Forerunners and she.
We was for.
All right. I think we've been on Desmond Miles for like an hour or so.
Listen, the Domino's pizza
Should
thing.
just make this his profile.
The Domino's
picture.
pizza thing was supposed to be like a cool thing, and then it just sort of devolved, or no, it evolved.
That's how these go, kid.
It evolved into a huge
Devolved is the
tangent
correct
about
term.
like lore and staying true to the story.
Because we're just retreading ground we've gone over many times.
Yes, but this ground must be gone over because it's a constant war. The war never changes.
England is at war.
Already watched this.
England doesn't. Tom's Hardware.
All right, before we dump into, yeah, we can jump into Tom's Hardware. I think.
You might as well bring up that image after then.
Oh fuck!
Because some of the thing I posted about Valve relates to that.
Oh, is that one before? Yeah, over here. Right? This one. I hope so.
No. I posted and you never grabbed it, I guess.
I have no idea what this is. I have to check. I have to scroll up. Why does it say you best start believing in cyberpunk dystopias? You're in one now. Oh, what's that? I think we talked about that yesterday. Or last time. But yeah, either way, let's get back to that article. Alright, back to RAM. RAM time. RAM time. RAM kits are now sold with one fake RAM stick alongside a real one to create a
That's awesome.
performance illusion. 1-to-1 value pack. Value pack offers desperate psychological relief as the memory shortage worsens. Desperate psychological relief.
Fake RAM.
Yep, it's fake RAM. Basically, it just has the lighting.
So you just plug it in to think you have more RAM?
No, it makes you because when you buy one RAM stick, kids, normally you have like multiple RAM slots.
Mm.
You're expecting them to be run in parallel, and so psychologically, you're saying there's something missing. It doesn't look right. I can't do this,
Because it is.
and so they give you this other light up one, so it helps your mind at ease that there's two RAM slots.
The
filled instead
fuck?
of just one.
That's retarded. This is like the most copium thing ever. Do people
Yeah.
actually buy this crap? I guess they buy it for the one RAM stick and then they buy another one for the other one. Like what? And then you throw away
Then
the
you
other
can
one.
have 4, yeah.
And you can have 2 because you only have 2. The other thing isn't real. It's fake.
Close enough. 12 Dark donates 25 PLN. Breaking new Buffy revival was cancelled.
My God. Well, drop an article for it in the Bickering Bunch discussions if you got it, and we'll go over it. If not, we'll destroy you. He's like, eh, and then Poland sinks into
Do you
the
have anything
ocean.
else about RAM sticks, Kibbs? About RAM?
No. I just saw this and thought this was retarded. This is retarded. God, this
You
is
have no
worse.
other RAM articles?
Yeah.
Then bring up the image I posted.
You post it now?
I posted it a bit ago and you never grabbed it.
Well,
Damn
maybe...
Gibbs.
I
Is
don't
it
think you
that
grabbed
one?
any of the things I've posted.
Is,
The image right
is this
there.
one?
Yeah.
Valve publicly asks for help securing RAM for its Linux-based Steam machine at GDC 2026. The ongoing Ramageddon, God fucking help me that that's what we're calling it, immediately caused stock shortages and delays across the tech sector. And Steam company Valve has heavily been affected. With the worldwide RAM shortages, Valve's Steam Deck has suffered from major stock issues. And its upcoming Steam machine has been delayed. As Valve suggests, or struggles, with RAM supply, the company has publicly asked for assistance at the annual Game Developers Conference with securing hardware for its hardware. With the company looking to produce both Steam Machine and its new VR platform, Steam Frame, alongside additional Steam Deck handhelds, Valve is struggling to produce its announced products because these RAM shortages. Chat, death to AI. Death to AI.
Mostly just death to OpenAI.
Yeah, it's specifically open. Like, okay, there's a compromise that we can make with the AI bros that would actually help. If we lock third world countries out of being able to use AI, this would significantly off-put the demand on these resources that are limited.
How about this? How about this? Just India.
I mean, honestly, the entire third world, not just India, all of it.
Yes, but just India if we have to compromise.
Like, no. All of the third world. If it's not a Western country or a developed country like Japan or something or Korea, they can't have access because they're not contributing to this. India's not contributing, and again, by cutting out the third world, we'll solve the entire problem. It's not good that we have this technology, anyways, because it's done nothing good for us. But it's even like if we have to have it, if we absolutely must have this thing that we shouldn't waste our resources on, then by God, at least cut out all of South America. I'm sorry, Bino and India. Cut out South America, cut out Africa, cut off the Middle East, cut off Asia, except for developed countries like Japan and Korea and Taiwan. And cut off everywhere else. Just do not let them have access to it. Because you know what they're using it? They're making AI slot videos to make just crap content and spit it out on the internet. And it's taking a bandwidth and it's not actually providing any actual like useful stuff. And when they're not doing that, it's literally just used for erotic roleplay, which I did look at the numbers for that and it's insane. People aren't using this for anything other than just gooning. Like they're just using it for gooning. And like, don't get me wrong, hentai and all that stuff is fine. I don't have an issue with it. But the fact that this particular thing is causing RAM prices to reach astronomical heights so that somebody can goon when they would have gooned just fine to other stuff anyways. It's not like there's a shortage of like
There's
artists
some
that make
fetishes
stuff.
that don't need to have art of it.
Listen, I don't care. I'm not going to get involved in that shit. I don't want to know. But all I need to say is that like this shit doesn't need to exist. Like it just doesn't. We don't need AI. We don't need this. This is literally causing more problems for the betterment of humanity than it isn't. And often when I've seen these chat GPTs and I've seen full like dissections done by actual like people that are doing like the science behind it. Like there's this one guy who's been like basically like trying to get this thing to count and stuff. It won't count. It doesn't do things. It lies. It has what we call illusions.
Almost everything that responds with is a lie or it's hallucinating. We've
it
actually had an
hallucinates.
in-depth thing about it.
Yeah, like these things aren't actually giving us accurate data. The only time AI I found it remotely quote unquote useful, and it has certain areas where it does something. It was specifically in my life. What has AI done to help me with anything? Specifically when Google searching. If you use the Google search AI mode to find something, sometimes, not always, sometimes it will produce interesting results such as finding me the direct links to the things I want to find. That was it. And I'll be real, I could live without it. I could just find it myself. All it did was make my research time for looking up where to download some patch for a game shortened by 15 minutes, probably.
Yeah.
Sleep well, Moogie.
Take it, Moogie.
And the fucking AI is getting corrupted by its own stuff, so eventually it's gonna die anyway.
Yeah. Being trained off of its own AI results, and so it's just progressively gets worse and worse and worse.
Each year, AI is getting worse and worse. Like apparently, like ChatGPT is in a state so bad that it's a scam, and
it's just cannibalizing itself.
There's entire content channels now dedicated to basically analyzing ChatGPT and helping people unsubscribe from it, which is helping to implode it. So yes, if you can, continue to encourage people to unsubscribe from these things, because these things are actually having an incredibly negative effect on all of us. Not just one of us, all of us. You are all suffering. We need RAM prices to go down to reasonable rates. We need GPUs to be reasonable. We need our tech companies to produce us tech for us, not for some stupid thing because they're trying to become a defense organization is what they're trying to do. They're trying to weasel in with a defense contract with the government so they can get infinite money. We need that to fail. We need AI to fail, and we need these fucking hacks to literally run out of money. We need this stuff. We need this bubble to burst, and we need it to burst now. Sooner the better. The sooner it bursts, the less economic damage we'll have in the long term.
Yep.
Burst the bubble sooner than later. Don't let it inflate. So we can get over this. Because right now, I don't know, Bucky. Is this as big as the .com bubble, or is this probably smaller still?
It'll be worse.
Things are a lot more interconnected now.
No, well, yeah, that too. So the big three, NVIDIA, AMD, and maybe OpenAI will survive it, but literally everything else, everybody else trying to push for that type of shit is gonna fucking hemorrhage as they run out of investment capital, only to find out that the return on investment's not there.
The money, it just isn't there. Yeah.
Because also they're now being forced to pay for their own electricity installations.
The sooner this bursts, the better. The sooner this bursts before the less damage it does.
Yeah, and because if you think about it, they've turned off all of their RAM and GPU lines for commercial and shifting over to server rack stuff for the majority of their income and profits. Well, once that blows up, well, now they're fucked because now no one's buying that shit. Now they're gonna sell it off at pennies on the dollar.
Which does mean your common average guy can buy a fucking thing for dirt cheap.
96 gigabyte GPU, kids. Think about it.
$5.
Yeah.
That'd be wild. That'd be wild. Oh my god! But eventually, that bubble will stabilize or that weird pricing will stabilize as the market calms down. But yeah, it's gonna be weird as fuck when it does burst because things are gonna be wacky. But that does mean for PC guys who want to get their PC, like when that bubble does burst, that means prices for things are probably going to drop like a fucking rock, which means jump on it. Seize the means to make a PC quickly because it will normalize and it will probably shoot back up in terms of inflation again because the demand will skyrocket. And eventually that's going to inflate back up like a balloon. And then it's going to wibble wobble back until it stabilizes. Whoop, 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 whoop. Sort of like a cord, I guess. That's how I sort of see it. Like a cord you pull on and it like builds a lot of tension, you release it, and it drops super low, and then it shoots back up, and then it wiggles back and forth. It's going to be icky. That's how I foresee this. Wow, cord analogy. New one, not food related. Write that down. Which means it has to be true. Which means it
didn't come from Gibbs.
I'm thinking of a guitar when I said that, by the way. But yeah. Either way. Next subject. Something's wacky. Like I click, sometimes nothing happens. It's the weirdest thing.
One thing below that image gives is
You have a
link right
bunch
there.
of tabs open.
Click on
Gibbs.
that. You have hundreds of tabs open, Gibbs.
I do. All right, AMD and NVDA stocks slip as a new GPU competitor enters the market. What? Advanced.
Guess where it's from, Gibbs?
It's AMD, isn't it? What? No, it's
No,
not.
guess
I don't know.
where it's from.
India.
Okay, we'll just read.
Advanced micro devices AMD are down by 2.20. NVDA is down by 1.558. There. Have new competition in the graphics processing unit. Oh, GPU. God help me. You could have just said GPU. GPU space. Liswan Technology is a Chinese startup that is... Whoa. I'm not surprised. Get my Chinese fucking GPUs. Oh, curious, this whole AI
Quality
bubble.
control. What's that?
Oh my god. Excuse me while I get my fucking tinfoil Chinese GPU real quick. A startup that is entering the GPU field with the launch of its first 6nm gaming GPU, the G100 series. GPU was developed with Liswan Technology own platform and is designed for mid-range PC gaming. I think I'm going to try. I don't get me wrong. NVIDIA and AMD fuck up a lot, but I would much rather get an NVIDIA or an AMD graphics card than be stuck with something from China. I don't know. I don't trust Chinese.
China's the one making your fucking GPUs, Gibbs.
Yeah, I know, but like at the same time, this one's just going to be owned entirely because isn't AMD and NVIDIA Japanese owned? At least they're
AMD is Taiwanese, Gibbs.
AMD is Taiwanese. NVIDIA is Japanese, right?
I had no idea on the NVIDIA side.
I can't remember.
Could be Japanese, could be Korean.
Can't remember 100%. But yeah, I'm a little skeptical because now they're getting while they had the manufacturing capabilities in China, which is of course they do, right? Because that way they can basically reverse engineer the machines and these things that come through because they're being produced there. It's not surprising that a Chinese company, which so conveniently knows how to produce these things, is like, oh yes,
AMD has been selling black market stuff to China for a while now.
So this was inevitable.
Yes, because look at where they're starting out at, Gibbs. Look at the nanometer process.
Is it lower?
The 6nm.
Oh, 6nm.
6 nanometers.
Yeah, it's tiny.
Yes. That is like slightly behind AMD in terms of its process for Samsung and
So they're
other
intentionally
shit.
selling them slightly inferior tech to try to stay ahead of the tech curve.
Well, or that's the best they could do at the moment. But the problem is that they have stepped in slightly behind AMD's best line.
And only slightly behind, which means catching
Yeah.
up is not the impossibility. Because all they need to do
Correct.
is just flood the market with a bunch of cheap, affordable, mid-level GPUs, and they will completely dominate, especially in this market that's basically going on right now. Because right now everything's
Yeah.
going to shit in a handbasket, and AMD and Nvidia are both being retarded and trying to get out of the the commercial market. And they're trying to get to the fucking like private sector with like these things where they can be like, oh yes, yes, big megacorps will buy us, and it's like that's going to create a big gap. And so this, we talked about this earlier, that somebody would come into this gap, right? Because there's going to be a vacuum. And I'm not surprised in the slightest that it's a Chinese company because they stand to gain so much. This is not good. This is bad. This is going to be all right for like your average gamer because again, getting an affordable GPU is good, but it's just one of those things I'm not entirely confident about. Also, the idea of owning a Chinese GPU, I'll be real with you, like I find the idea laughable.
I'd rather play 4 times the cost to make sure it's not Chinese.
Yeah. I'm of that opinion too, even though I really don't like how expensive everything is. But God willing, I'll never will have to buy a new piece of equipment for a very long time. Oh, God willing. But yeah, like it's just no, that's too expensive. Like even if it's cheaper, it's like, oh, like Chinese made things have a pretty bad stereotype about them of being low quality, break often. Anytime I have Chinese owned things, which I do have stuff made in China in my house or my apartment, I mean, and they're notoriously my least favorite things usually, and things that break the most, or things that barely function the most, or things that I had to throw in the garbage or replace because they're bad. That's why I usually try to buy things from anywhere else that isn't China for the most part. Just making huge strides in this few years. A few years ago, they had a GPU that's a few generations behind. Now they're only like 1 gen behind. Yes, and that's a bad thing. Chinese things is notoriously bad, and yeah, that is actually a metric. Like, how do I explain this? Let's just make a little poll here, because
China's notorious for horrendous quality control. Tower says Chinese batteries have a better use as a hand grenade.
Yeah, I'll just make a poll. Made in China does, and because this is going to be a poll that's basically going to be like, if for things that have been made in China, chat, does it work well for you? Has it worked well? Like, yeah, it works well, or no, it doesn't. Like, no.
So
it's
even
not
in
good.
China, it is not like culturally they try to purchase products that are not made in China.
Yeah,
Like anything that any domestic product is viewed as inferior as the imports.
because that's the thing. Because what I already see in the poll, by the way, is an 80% no, which is kind of what I expected. And again, it's going to vary. Some of you might have bought stuff made in China, and it more or less works all right, you know. And I expect to see that, but I didn't expect it to see this much of a schism. This one's shocking me a little bit, mostly because like now it's 86% no. Like 86% of you, and climbing, think that
So
from your personal experience with Chinese-made things, that the quality isn't very good.
So
Yeah.
as Parliament Paper says, some are okay, some are crap. That's the thing. Like you can absolutely get a good quality Chinese product.
Yeah, it does happen.
It is pure luck though, because their quality control is atrocious. I've purchased the headsets over the years, and they were never made in China. And like I had a headset that would last me several years, and then I bought another one, and within a month, the plastic and stuff would just start to fall apart because the quality is there's no control in it.
So, chat, I need you to understand something. There's a famous video of Chinese construction workers pulling out their fucking measuring tapes, and none of them of the 3 or 4 that were compared to each other, none of them lined up in terms of the measuring units.
Yeah, each measuring tape was actually a different length in terms of inches and centimeters, which meant that
There's
when they were measuring buildings and stuff, that the buildings were weirdly shaped.
there's thousands of videos of the big construction projects China does where they build these skyscrapers and people just walk up and they just pull apart the concrete with their hands.
Yep.
Or just like pull out the metal rebar because it's
It's just loose.
the quality
Topher
is
Drag.
so bad. Yeah.
No, so the way to do it, for things that don't require skill labor to create, like paper plates,
Hard to fuck up a
kitchen
paper
knives.
plate, yeah.
Yep. Even wrenches of some types, stuff like low level technician work, things that can be produced through automation, is not really that bad. But anything that requires more sophistication to it, like battery component creations for like mopeds or cars or electronics that have tracking or smartphones, stuff like that, all that shit is underwhelming and prone to deficiencies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just because they can't.
The
They don't
more-
know how to do it right.
Yep.
Also, the reason, chat, because I see some of you saying how, like, oh, almost everything's made in China now. It's like, yes, because companies go for the cheapest.
Yep.
And China,
No,
as a national policy, tries to take over markets by effectively operating at a massive loss so that they drive out all other competition.
yep, and then they increase price over time once the competition has been destroyed. Or weakened to such a degree that they have a foothold in the market now. And them getting into the GPU market is really bad because, man, the stuff they can slap onto a GPU that could be hidden, it would be wild. Talk about the greatest information gathering network of all time. You think Microsoft spies on you? Try the surveillance state of China, where they literally spy on you every single day of your life. Like, that is what they want. And again, like, if I've got to choose, do I want, Bucky, like, seeing what I'm doing, or do I want, fucking Xing Chang Bing doing it?
You want someone who might potentially share some of your cultural values?
Yeah, at least Bucky, at least I know that I'd rather him, get the...
I'd prefer neither
Yeah.
be spying on
If
me.
I've got to choose,
but
I'm
if I have to
going with Bucky.
choose-
I'll at least choose my friend. At least. Better
friend,
than that.
in quotes,
Yeah, because he'll betray me then. He'll be like, whoa, 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 whoa.
betray you for a penny.
Yeah, I'd rather take I'd rather Microsoft spy on me than China. Than a
Well, Microsoft's
literal
an Indian
totalitarian
company now.
dictatorship that will just haul me out and shoot me. Microsoft will sell my data. China will take me out back and shoot me in the back of the head.
See, I don't want Microsoft either, Kibbs. They're not they're an Indian-owned company.
I know. But worst case, they're just going to sell my data. Right? Like, if you have to choose which evil to go with, right? One's going to sell your data and be scummy to you, and you're going to get ads that are very specific to every conversation you've ever had, which I've noticed. And the other one's going to be, I disappear. I disappear.
Sar?
Sar.
Do not redeem,
Do not redeem, Sar. Do not redeem. Do not redeem. Do not redeem.
It's either vibe coding or, industrialized live leak reactions.
Yeah.
That's it.
Both are pretty horrific.
Yeah, Blake, I'd rather India spy on me than China. Because, again, you have two options, Blake. China will kill you. India will sell you crap. That's your option.
India just wants to scam you.
Yeah, you want to be scammed, or do you want to end up dead?
India
in a
at least
ditch?
wants you to be alive so they can keep scamming you.
Yeah, they're gonna milk you like a cow. Like there is a difference here. One, you're dead. The other, you're not. And again, India is still not good. By the way, this isn't
Now, but
a
now clarify again.
justification for that.
We don't want either of these things to be.
Yes. Ideally,
It's
neither. But here's the reality: in an ideal world, we'd have a lot of better things, wouldn't we? Right? But we don't live in an ideal world.
In an ideal world, Kibs would not exist.
Oh, wow, what's Chatfish gonna congregate around? Nothing. Just swim around in the water and be like, we're home.
The bucket's lid will be removed in a perfect world.
In a perfect world. No, the lid must stay on.
Chatfish will roam free.
I do not want to drive down the road and see Chatfish like in the
This
fields.
is Chatfish going across the road, getting run over. Get run over, become pancake, and like old classic cartoon, just pop back up after a couple seconds.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you just want your boobs and vagine.
Yeah, this one are
Says
Bobs and
Heartland.
Vagine. This how Blake didn't answer because Blake 2 has a Bobs and a Vagine.
Mommy
Chat.
says, "I for one welcome my new fat bear overlord."
If no Kibs around Chatfish, we'll do things with Rapier. Kibs, you know not a
Don't like
single
this.
GPU is made in the West. I know. I've never said they
Given
were.
what Frank has said, I would like to change my statement to "Long live the Kib."
Long live the Kib. What did Frank say? If no Kibs around, Chatfish will do things with Rapier. Long live the Kib. Yes. See, notice how the story beats change depending on the circumstance. Curious. All right, so next article. God fucking damn it. Well, we have some good news today, but
What about all those articles you have up there, Kibs?
But the bad news is starting to outweigh the good news, guys. Like, this is not looking good. So we've got a new Vigima game, okay? This is from a post from Avarlis, because I would like to give credit what credit is due. Pikmon stole one of my designs! Exclamation point. So, basically, not content to just steal from Real Deal. This game is also ripping off fan designs. So there's a game called Pikmon. It's coming out on Steam, and apparently also Nintendo as well. And it's blatantly stealing designs of creatures and stuff from other IPs. That creature in the background right there, and you can kind of see it's kind of blurry, has the exact same design and motif as this one here, save for a couple of slight alterations. Like there's some winged things on the eyes there, pink winged things. This is about the same.
Look at the
color
fucking
that's
little
changed a
tendrils
little.
coming off its head for its antennas.
Yes.
They're in the exact same position.
This
Like
is
where they cross are in the exact same position.
there's a cute creature with a minigun. Like, yeah, it's creative bankruptcy is definitely a word I would use in this particular case here. Let's take a look at the trailer, shall we? This is, by the way, Pikmon. I know what you're going to be thinking when you see this. It looks like Pal World, but no, it is the competitor. But it has no audio. That's so weird. It's wild. Even the main character looks like a Link knockoff. Actually, the main character is wearing Link clothes.
all the equipment in the fucking
that blue shirt is literally just Link from the new Zelda games.
Yep.
Even the hairstyle.
Sonichu finally made it in.
Oh my god.
That's a direct ripoff animal. That's a Mamoris. And then that's a night character that was just added to fucking Pal World.
This trailer looks really bad, by the way. Oh, they're trying something here with like a big sexy anime girl. Okay. So that's what they're gonna go for, huh? Fuck. Computer. Being kind of laggy.
It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, no, that's just a blatant ripoff. I don't know. So, Bucky, what do you make of the whole Pikmon?
So the interesting thing is that at the end of the Pikmon stuff, it talks about how one of the platforms it's going to be sold on is Nintendo's Switch platform. So what it tells me is that this game has been approved by Nintendo to be sold on their stuff, because otherwise they would be like suing it into the ground. My thought is that because it's a blatant ripoff of Pal World, that they're hoping Pal World sues Pikmon. That way Nintendo can use the arguments that Pal World would use against Pikmon and claim that, well, here you're using these arguments, for stuff you're doing against us. I think it's a trap. That's what I think.
Yeah. Basically, it's them trying to do that so that they can get Pocket Pair to go after them, so that they can be like, "Ha, Pocket Pair, you're doing what we did, and now we have argumentation." I think Pocket Pair is just gonna sleep on this and not do anything, because you know
Yeah.
why? Pocket Pair has a pretty good game for Pal World. Pal World's actually a solid game. So who
I'm
cares?
looking into
This
the
game,
developer.
I know, but hold up a second, because like this game doesn't this trailer looks kind of bad. I'll be real with you. It doesn't look very good, at least right now. Right? They're going to a card catching mechanic. Wow. But my thought process when looking at this game, by the way, is that this game is going to be like the poor man's Pal World. Is what it looks
There's
like
a
to me.
Lucario in the background right there.
I know, but the gameplay doesn't look good. Does it? Like
It's literally just copy pasting mechanics.
I know, but it polish wise, it doesn't look good. Meaning
No,
that
it doesn't.
that I think that the smart thing for Pocket Pair is like, yeah, go ahead and make this game. We're gonna beat you, but we're not gonna beat you through like a lawsuit. We're just gonna beat you by having a better game than you, and that's all they have to do. Just keep giving Power World more love and more attention, and you're literally just gonna outcompete this game easily. If that's what this game is, that's going on the entire prospect that this game is literally just an attack against Power World. Like, okay, so what? Who cares? Probably my favorite. Wow, the game looks like ass. Yeah, it doesn't look very good. Like, the trailer is really not selling me. It looks like some janky animation I expect to find on some, like, fan
So the interesting
animator
thing
channel.
is that Power World took a lot of assets from, is it Epic?
I can't remember the percent. Off
Yeah,
the top of my head.
whoever, like, I don't know if, I don't know what base it is, but either Epic or whoever, because it wasn't assets they created themselves. They just took a bunch of template assets and put it all together for crafting and stuff.
Yep.
And it turned out great. It's the exact same template assets that I see in the game being utilized here.
It's a copycat game. Basically,
Yeah.
copycat games. This isn't surprising that this game has come along. There will be more copycat games. The only real good thing that can come of a copycat game is the copycat game do something that the other game does, but better in a way that's interesting, or is it just the same game again? Because that's the question you always have to ask yourself. Because there are some times where you get copycat games where like it's actually really good and it's unique, but it's very much a
Yeah.
clone.
Yeah, would Powell copy this game? That'd be fucking funny.
Because Hytale is a copycat game of Minecraft, but it's a better game.
You can actually play both simultaneously, kids, on the same server.
But you can play Hytale and Minecraft together now.
Yeah, Hytale and Minecraft. Yeah, somebody actually did it. It's the same baseline code base.
Yep, because it
you
uses
go
similar.
find that.
That's interesting.
All they did, yeah, it took a couple of iterations, but they figured it out. And so whenever you place a block down in either Hytale or in Minecraft, it shows up on the other person's screen in their game.
That's kind of fucking cute, I guess. But yeah, one thing I will say is that Hytale is an example of a copycat game done right, where it's just Minecraft, but it's like a better Minecraft with a better vision, and that's how you do it. If this game comes out and this game is good, and it's like, oh, it does something unique, then great. But if this is just like a copycat game and it's just trying to cash in on the idea, then this game is gonna flop.
Looks like Powell needs that bike Pokemon. I don't think it does. I think a lot of the fucking mounts in Power World are pretty fucking good.
Let's see. Genga says, I thought Silica was Unreal game. No, Silica is made using Bohemia Interactive's unique proprietary engine, if I remember right. Bohemia Interactive, as a refresher, is the guys who make the milsim games called Arma. Silica is a games developer, small little guy, who basically asked Bohemia Interactive if he could license their engine, which basically Bohemia Interactive was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And that's what Silica is made in. It's made in the Arma engine, basically. Pretty sure. Hence why the infantry combat feels clunky, because infantry combat always felt clunky, and I swear to God, Arma always feels a little bit just weird. But the game's really fun.
Yeah, I can't wait for the plantation simulation game that Pal World's coming out with.
Oh, the spin-off game they're developing, yeah. It's already interesting that Pal World's becoming a franchise, by the way, before our very eyes. Because the first sign of a franchise is multimedia projects. and they have a game, and now they're coming up with a game that's in the same universe, but is basically a different genre altogether. Which
Not only was it a game, but they've added in multiple other games in other medias, adding it into their game, the events and stuff and DLCs.
Yeah, I think Power World struck big. Pocket Pair, I think, is one of those companies that we can kind of expect. I wouldn't be surprised if one day we saw a Power World anime in the veins of Pokemon. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, Power World sold millions of copies. Yeah, Power World did incredibly well. It basically reached the market it wanted, and it realized that adding some mature themes like machine guns and like grenades and explosives to a game series that you wouldn't think would ever have something like that was received very well. Not just well, but people absolutely love the fact that it's got cannons and bombs and explosions. Despite the fact that it contrasts artistically, yes, but it when you play it, it feels like it was always meant to, which is the weird part. This also had
So
a Power World dating sim IRC. That's true, they also did.
yeah, there is a Power dating sim, but I'm basically trying to do a digging up information about the developers of this game and the publisher, and there's like nothing. There's nothing because the publishers, like, I can't find any info. That can't find anything about the development team behind it.
The publisher has
It
no
looks-
history either.
They made a single game that apparently is a just rip off of Maple Story. That
Was
just
it
kinda
received well or no?
had 70 reviews.
Okay.
So
So,
no,
on
I
Steam.
think this is definitely a plot by Nintendo. Then
odds
also-
are, yeah.
Seems like their first game was one of the Made in China games.
Made in China games.
The publisher, that is.
Okay. So basically, it's them trying to cash in. Because when I look at this game, like, just as a whole, it doesn't look nearly as good as Power World.
I was also looking at
Just from the
the
trailer.
discussions for this game. It's just people pointing out stolen, copyrighted material in the game, and people pointing out that it's a bunch of asset flips.
Also, the machine guns, bullets move super slow, and there's a bunch of things I want to point out in this trailer. When I watched it loop now a few times, there's a lot of things I see in this trailer that strike me as not real gameplay. Like, this scene here isn't real gameplay. It might be an engine, but like these are all pre-rendered cutscenes. Like with the crafting and like making stuff here, it doesn't look real. You know what I mean? Like, this is just random. That is the closest thing I think I've seen to like actual gameplay there. And the character running here looks like it's sliding. Like the feet aren't actually moving. So I'm not sure. I don't know, the game feels suspicious. Who knows? If the game's good, great. But it's doing things that make me have questions.
it's not a real game, Gibbs.
Yeah, it makes me
I'm
feel
telling
like
you,
it's
it's a
not a real
toy.
game. It's
Yep.
fake.
Chinese company.
Yeah, because like the main protagonist is Link. He's wearing the.
Their subforms on their publisher's official game.
I know, but
Their subforms are in Chinese.
so the main character is wearing literal Link's clothes, literally the same clothes. So it's literally looking like Zelda. It's copying Power World mechanics. It's copying a bunch of things, but like, what is it doing that's unique? Because what Power World did, what was unique, it was
Guns crafting and
guns crafting and like creature capturing and like creatures like do unique
base
abilities.
building. Yeah,
Yeah, because it has a vision. It's not an idea that has no vision. You know what I mean? But yeah, when I look at this game, I get the feeling that it's just
Yeah.
gonna be on a, what do you call it, a rug pull game.
Also, this cinematic makes it look like the bases are massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, this implies that they're fucking Titanic bases here.
But to me, it looks like there was just multiple bases packed next to each other to give off the idea that it's larger than it actually
So-
is.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they were doing. But one thing, because as Bucky was saying, he thinks this might be a trap for Power Wars as they go after it for Nintendo to use in their lawsuit against them. But if Nintendo doesn't go after them, that's could potentially also be ammunition Power Wars could use against Nintendo. Like, well, this is clearly a blatant rip off of your stuff. Why aren't you going after them?
I think they would say that it's not a blatant ripoff. It is similar. It's a simulacrum to what the Power World's doing,
Mm.
and then it's just special treatment.
Yeah, because that is special
Yeah, it's
treatment. It means they're being unfair to Pocket Pair because reasons. If they allow this game to exist on their platform, then why isn't Pocket Pair's Pal World okay?
Because this one blatantly copy pastes some Pokemon designs,
Yeah,
like without even changing them. Like that's just the Pikachu on his back.
yeah, and if they're okay with this, then why aren't they okay with Pal World?
No, that I think that's one of the Pikachu's from one of the later series that doesn't have Ash in it.
Like that's the There's just, I'm recognizing a lot of the
Masanda.
Pokemon.
And there's a
Pal
pedo
World.
bear chair. It's like, pedo.
There's the mammoth grass Pokemon.
Yeah, the
and one-
Mammorest.
Yeah, right there.
All I did is add a.
There's
a
the
rock over
Lucario in
of
the
it.
back.
Yeah. No, that's an Anubis character that's based off Lucario from Power World.
Okay.
Yeah, but same thing. It's
That's like one of the bird Pokemon he's riding. I can't remember its name.
Hmm.
That cow is just from that's a Harvest Moon cow in the background.
a Harvest Moon cow.
Yeah, I remember that from the 3D Harvest Moon game.
God damn. The girlfriend games. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, you got all the girlfriend games you're spitting out there.
Don't about it. But yeah, upon inspecting this, like, just because looking at the trailer for what it shows in terms of gameplay, it looks lacking. It looks like there's no substance.
Also,
here.
that looks like a Common Rider transformation from the bike thing. I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's just the
Yep,
Also
I know what
looks
Common
like
Rider is.
Kira
I have
Little.
South American friends. They love that. Jake Common Rider. So got the little belt things that turning them into little dudes.
By the way, Nintendo.
I'm surprised
patented
you
using
know what that
animal
is.
friends as gliders.
Why wouldn't I know what that is? Because
I don't know. I'm surprised I know what it is. I only know because my
Yeah,
South American
Big
friends.
surprise. Chinese knockoff game.
yep.
So yeah, Chinese knockoff game. I mean, here's the thing, right? I don't actually have anything against developers from China. If the game's good, great, fantastic. And it would just undermine Nintendo's like bullshit, ironic fucking thing if it comes out and it does well. But the trailer leaves me with skepticism. It just doesn't. As a game, when I look at this, I'd rather. I don't know. I'd rather play Pal World. I don't know. I'm very skeptical.
Power World
about
is a
it.
much more polished product.
I would definitely much rather play Power World.
Also, we have something
Also,
Bucky sent us. What? Go ahead.
Like when the Link's running up that hill, it looks like Cowboy Woody running.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
stiff. That is a very stiff animation.
all the animations are very stiff.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm this one gives me. I get weird vibes when looking at it. All right, next up we have is something Bucky sent me. I think we saw this, or at least I know I've seen this before. But yeah, basically this is a video of a human brain, a little piece of brain that they grew in a petri dish playing Doom.
The human brain can play Doom? Wow.
Not even the whole human brain, just part of it.
Real neuron gameplay. So yeah, the little tiny petri dish human like brain cell in there is playing Doom.
Is Doom the perfect video game, chat?
Doom is used like as benchmarks for like scientific things now. That I find fascinating.
What was the thing where they connected like 100 crabs to play Doom or something?
Maybe.
How does it make you feel, chat? She's like, what? Okay, the brain can play Doom, but can the brain run it? That is the real question here. True. Can human brain run Doom?
The
Not even
human
Doom.
brain
This is like
plays
some
it.
bootleg Doom.
Yeah, this looks bootleg. And I played through Doom 1 and 2 a lot. That's Doom.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some bootleg footage there. Yeah, that's bootleg right there.
Yeah, that's not Doom.
That's very strange.
Mm-hmm.
The Goo can play Doom better than Kibbs. Damn.
Damn.
The goo. Yeah, that's true.
I
Kids
posted
bad
about
video
this in
games.
memes, but this is a week ago. Puts Mythic in the jar. He looks at me. He's like, no. The pickle jar.
Gibbs, I think you also got like an article from somebody talking about how AI can be used to help you play video games.
Oh
they?
yeah, that's a thing that the companies are trying to roll out as an advertisement.
Yeah, you got it sent from somebody, Gibbs.
Oh, do we? We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
I don't think you will, but because you don't have it pulled up, I don't know if you found it.
Well, if
anywhere.
we'll just put it in the chat and I'll grab it.
Well, you could just go check Bond's DMs.
Bonobo the monkey?
Yeah.
I
Fuck
He
did-
you,
showed
use
all
their
of chat the fucking comment too.
All right, now to go into Bond's DMs and start digging. Little Bonobo. Here, I'm gonna leave her a message. There. Now she'll be happy. Come on. Wow, my Google Chrome is lagging. They're stealing lots of data right now. All right, so
No, that's just poorly made code.
I'll pull up even a plate game and I'll slide it to the
Oh
end.
man, I can't. Wait, stunning to human brain cells might be a huge leap because they don't require as much power as GPUs. My God, organic computers.
Like, your taste in games is bad.
An American Revolution game?
Now, back to this. I destroyed him. Now, let's see. Dexerto says Microsoft has patented an AI system that would help users clear hard sections in video games. Users would be offered a cloud-based help session that temporarily takes control to complete the section. Why did we even buy the game in the first place?
Now games can
Gibbs,
play for
you
you.
you could play puzzle games now.
All right, guys, we can now stream King's Quest. Check, woohoo! Solve puzzle for me. AI just looks at me and is like, bro, these are moon logic puzzles. Yeah, figure it out. Figure out. Welcome to Sierra Entertainment Games. What's wrong, AI? None of it makes sense, does it? Just click on everything and see what happens, AI. Reaches a fail state, just looks at you. I'm like, help.
Help me.
I
My
want to
guess
see it
is
beat the
that
Sierra
it'll
Entertainment
drag you-
game. I don't think it's going to do it.
I think it will do. It'll drag your character to a set point, and then it'll go into a pre-rendered motions.
Yeah, like of the how to do it. So it's like like each section has been mapped on how to beat this section, and it just does that section for you. Yeah, I think I'd rather die. Like, how sad and pathetic is that you have to use an AI to ask you how to beat a video game? Like, literally,
Okay, look, Dark Side Phil needs help. Okay,
he gets through it even. Like, I think he even gets through it
He
eventually.
No.
died to the first enemy in GoldenEye.
That's fine, but he got past it eventually.
Did he?
I hope. I mean, even he has to beat it eventually, right? Like, yeah, there are some lower denominators, right? Where it's like, okay, you know, maybe he
Yeah.
didn't get through that puzzle the first time. That was super easy, but he did beat it probably eventually.
there are some people out there, Gibbs, that are game journalists that didn't even get past the explanation level for fucking what's that cup game?
Cuphead?
Cuphead.
Cuphead. Yeah, there you go.
He also failed Doom's tutorial.
There you
The
go. Gibbs.
new Doom game tutorial.
That is sad, but it is possible. Like, I guess he just, do you even, what kind of mindset do you have to be in that state? I guess, like, I can
That's
see it. I
true.
can see it, right? They don't actually want to play that game. They just do it because it's their job. Maybe that's why. I don't know. That was my my big thinky.
Yeah. No, it's true. They hate their audience. They just know that it used to be a form of power to be a game journalist.
It did. They used to be able to control the narrative.
Now they're weak and despised and loathed. Good. Did it?
Now the last bastion of those kinds of people is in localization.
The last bastion of games news coverage? Guess who they
No,
are?
the last bastion of the people.
I know, but the last bastion of
Mhm.
good games coverage, guess where they are, Chumpus?
Oh, you know what,
It's
kids?
us. What? I was having no fun with that.
Let me give you this in the stream room, so you can
Wow.
add this.
Yum numbers.
Yub nub. Google Chrome is shitting itself. Help me.
This is why you don't use Google Chrome.
What the fuck? Why is this trending? Oh my god, more articles keep appearing. Help.
That's a Dragon Call just now. You also haven't opened like almost all the ones I
Don't talk to me
posted.
anymore. Don't.
Okay.
Don't be a baby.
I'll just talk to chat. They're more important anyways.
Kib, I hate Kib. I hate Kib a lot.
Isn't Kib just the worst? We should make him have to use an older model.
So, Starfield's future will be unveiled next week by Bethesda. What? They're going to try to salvage this game? Curious. I'm very curious. Everyone who loves Starfield is eager to know what's coming next for the game. Recently, Bethesda Game Studios once again invited select creators, of course, to exclusive previews of Starfield's impending overhaul. Interesting. Giving them a sneak peek at what's in store for the game's space-faring RPG epic. Todd Howard has tempered expectations by saying it's not Starfield 2.0. It's more likely fresh information about Terran Armada, the game's painfully late second expansion. It's also going to be more on the massive update that's supposed to make the game even better for those who already love it. Maybe some quality of life features like not having to access menus to get like from one planet. Okay, if I remember right, when I played that game, I had a mental breakdown. Because in order to go from one planet to another in Starfield, you have to press a button, like to open a window, then open a tab, then click on a planet, then press a button, then confirm. And it was like 7 or 8 button presses to go from one planet to the next for fast traveling, and then get a loading screen to get out to get to the planet, to go to the exit of your ship, to get out of your ship, to get a loading screen to be on the planet, then to go into a building to get a loading screen to enter the building. And
It's great.
It was a test of endurance and
I
triumph.
have so many hours in Starfield, Gibbs.
Probably how many of those hours could be deducted from loading screens? How many?
About 20.
Start attacking Buffy. He's like, sure thing, Chatfish. See, I would be curious if they actually like fix that problem and they actually improve that. Yeah, that'd be great. Like at least make the game passable. At least do that. Because right now, I think unfortunately it's in my Steam library because I don't think I can get my money back. Oh my god, this computer's shitting itself. Like, god damn, they're really stealing my data. Yeah, I unfortunately own this game. Still.
They look amogus.
Oh my god, I swear the clicking doesn't work. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna do it. Stop. Everything's so hard to open. Let me just open my task manager and see what the fuck is happening here. Oh my god, I'm just like fuck. 83% memory usage. Ah, Google Chrome has a memory leak. That is unfortunate. I need Google Chrome open. Oh, that's really bad though. Well, let's shut it down. The operation couldn't be completed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh.
What did you do?
Uh-oh. My computer's locking up a little bit. My computer's locking.
Oh, Gibbs, how much are you willing to do for a new computer?
No, it's not that. It's just a memory leak. My equipment's fine. Fuck off.
It doesn't sound
I
like
think he needs one just to be safe.
Uh-oh. Random videos I had open are playing. That one's funny, though. But I don't want to take away views from it. But it's a funny video. I recommend it. Close that. Close that. Okay. Now it's running buttery smooth. There we go. Keeb uses Chrome? Yeah, I do. Because I'm retarded. Now, we all have our things that we do that are dumb. Oh, look at how smooth that is. The scroll bar works again. All right, so just everyone who loves Starfield, blah blah. But if you didn't like it, tough. Todd Howard said in a recent interview that if you didn't gel with Starfield, the incoming supersized update won't change that. Okay, so you didn't actually fix anything. It's not about making you fall in love with the game you did if you didn't enjoy it in the first place. Okay, seems like a little bit, a little bit venomous with that statement. Instead, it'll take those who adored the game the first time around and make them even more enthralled by it. That's not a lot to go on, but there we go. That's fucking useless. It's okay, so it's the Terran Armada expansion. I don't know. That's why it's trending. I don't actually care, like, if that's the case, because, like, that was a bit venomous with that statement. Like, oh my. Like, if you didn't like it, we're not here to try to win you over to go fuck off. It's like, okay. Like, your game's bad, and I get it. You're mad that we don't like it.
It was bad from the beginning.
Yeah, I think the reality is that this is in development, and it's just another piece of turd coming down the pipeline, and they're just done trying.
It's basically Bethesda is required to fix this game by Microsoft.
Yep, and they don't want to. Oh my god! So this is basically a forced expansion. Like they don't even have confidence in this game. Okay. Yes, Starfield. Let's make a space game. Should we do anything cool and explore space fantasy? No. There's very few aliens, and like also it's incredibly sterile. It's NASA core or NASA punk or whatever. And it's like, okay, so you didn't want to explore like fantastical space or like the wonder of science fantasy or science fiction. You're just gonna be like hard code space and super boring and empty. And it's like, okay, it's super boring. It's super... Bethesda doesn't have the staff to make good stuff anymore. Yeah, I don't know if did they ever. Oof, yikes, big thinky there. It's like, ouch. I remember when game devs didn't attack players. It's true. Well, they did it, but when they were mad, they usually did it in private. Now they broadcast it. Use its real name, Starfield. Oh, you ouch, ouchers. Just like, we just keep hurting this video game because we're mad. But yeah, this game exists, and I actually almost forgot it existed until you guys brought it up. Fuck! Yeah, Elder Scrolls is gonna be ass. Alright, so... Oh my god. I'd almost forgotten Starfield existed. Alright, that's funny. Moving on. Buffy the Vampire Slayer's reboot. Pause. Yeah. Buffy the Vampire Slayer's reboot not moving forward at Hulu. Sarah Michelle Gellar says the series in development since February 2025 with the Oscar-winning Chloe Zhao attached to direct. So, yeah, it's dead. Do we know anything why? The series star, Sarah Michelle Gellar, took to Instagram Saturday morning to share that Hulu is no longer moving forward with the project, which was revealed to be in the works in February 2025. It came from 20th Television and Searchlight TV. I'm really sad to have to share this, but I wanted you all to hear it from me. Unfortunately, Hulu has decided not to move forward with Buffy New Sunnydale. The actress said in a video, I want to thank Chloe Zhao because I never thought I would find myself back in the Buffy stylish yet affordable boots. And thanks to Chloe, I was reminded how much I love her and how much she means not only to me but all of you. So yeah, it's dead. I have no frame of reference for Buffy the Vampire Slayer other than it's some old people show or something. But yeah, apparently it's dead. And so that sucks.
Wasn't Joss Whedon the one that made this?
I don't know. I know very little about this movie series, and I know very little.
I think he did this and then did Avengers shit.
Oh, he did the Avengers?
I think so.
Weird.
But in any case, Joss Whedon, I think, pushed this whole female dominance thing and hated that Angel was liked.
What? Why?
I remember. I know some people really
Angel's
love
a
Buffy.
demon, by the way. I don't know if you know that. It's a character in the show.
Okay.
But basically, it, they were trying to go back to the 90s or early 2000s, I guess.
Yeah, it's an old person show or something. People talk about it sometimes. I don't know why, but it doesn't seem like it's actually good. I don't know.
Yeah. Joss Whedon did the first Avengers movie. Yeah, that's what I thought. But basically, this was it. This one,
Yep.
Firefly, Gibbs. If you didn't know, they're trying to reboot that.
I hope they
Oh,
don't.
I hope they don't, because
But-
they're gonna ruin that.
I think Firefly's ending for Serenity was good. I think that's a nice spot to end the story.
It's a good way to end it.
No, they need to keep it going, Gibbs. In modern terms.
No, Firefly is a show I enjoy, but I don't know if I want it
I'll
to
share that.
Yeah.
I'll bring that article up, Polly.
Rumors are a Firefly reboot is abound.
Can there not?
Oh, reboot? Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
That's like, should we continue the canon? Nah, let's just redo the story again, but this time bad. But this time, Firefly. For those who didn't watch it, you're not missing anything particularly, but it was
It's
a fun
a
sci-fi
fun
show. Yeah, it's a fun sci-fi show that's kind of like, imagine the U.S. Civil War happened in space, kind of, and the rebels were the good guys, and they lost. And basically the bad, evil, totalitarian government won. And now this is following the captain Mal of his ship as he goes around doing odd jobs and stuff. And
He's a smuggler.
he basically gets entangled with the government forces because basically they get somebody on board their crew who has like, was it psychic capabilities or powers?
They got a guy and his sister. His sister was part of a illegal government program
Yep,
that he rescued out.
part of an experiment. Yeah, Firefly was a good.
They basically cut up her brain.
Yeah, she's all fucked up. But yeah, Firefly was fun. Firefly was a fun show. Had fun episodes, fun characters, fun world building. Generally just
Yes,
a
it
fun
was
show.
sabotaged by Fox.
Yes, Fox is notorious for sabotaging good things. They also
They would
sabotage
air
Futurama.
episodes out of order. They
Yep.
would push episodes back far later and later into the day. Like they'd air an episode that's like a 2-part continued story. They'd air the one episode, then they'd air a entirely different episode. Then they'd air an episode that like takes place right before that. Then it's like they just aired it a lot of order.
Yeah. Yeah. Fox is notorious for that. Because 20th Century Fox, they also did that to Futurama, if I remember right, too. Where they finally gave the
They
guy
did.
who made The Simpsons show his show that he was asking for. Which was like, okay, give us another show. And he's like, yeah, can I make the one I want? I'm going to make one about science fiction. And they looked at him and were like, we fucking hate science fiction. We fucking... And so they basically pushed Futurama in terrible time slots. Firefly was one of those shows that was also sabotaged. A really fun science fiction show. Definitely one of the better ones from the 2000s period because Enterprise during the time wasn't very good. Andromeda was fun but weird. And Farscape was also fun but also got, ran out of steam.
Farscape was also weird.
Farscape was a sci-fi original show. So yeah, Firefly was basically around that time. It was another one of those sci-fi shows and it was a lot of fun alongside Stargate. It was a golden age of science fiction TV. And it was just another one of those great shows to watch. And then it just got, sabotaged because Fox didn't like it. And so they would air the episodes, like what Champa said, out of fucking order. They'd fuck with the release times. I remember my dad and I trying to watch it because we had what was it called? Like a DVR thing. It was connected to our big giant TV. And it would record shows, and then you could watch those shows and skip commercials. Is that what that was? A DVR? Was that what it was called?
DVR would allow you to record stuff, and
Yeah.
you could skip.
Yeah, you could record shows, and we'd record the Firefly episodes. And my dad and I were always like, we were watching a bunch of sci-fi shows at the time. Watching Andromeda, we were watching Farscape, and we were watching Firefly in the same ballpark. Because before we got Babylon 5. And I remember that we were always like, what the fuck? This episode feels like weird. Like, what are they talking about? And then we'd watch another episode that came out, and it'd be like, what? This episode feels like it should have been before that one. Because Firefly felt...
Because it was.
Yeah, and it was actually because they sabotaged the show because the people who run Fox did not like the guys making Firefly and basically set it up to fail. That's why Firefly was, again, well received. People like it, but people are very sad about it because it was sabotaged. Firefly managed to get its own movie, basically greenlit, because people managed to push it. Much like Farscape, Farscape ran into the same problem. But the fans were so strong for Farscape and Firefly that they managed to get a tie-in movies. Serenity is what Firefly got, and Farscape got Peacekeeper Wars, which was a nice sort of like bittersweet ending.
Enough.
Yep, to like at least end the story. You know what I mean? So
And
that,
that's why Stargate SG-1 is superior.
but they never got our Atlantis movies. Bucky looks at me, watery eyes.
Yet.
Oh my god, at this rate, like, Colonel Shepard's gonna be like in his fucking 60s.
Yeah, but Teal could be back.
Teal's like, I'm old and help, my back hurts. We still haven't gotten our Stargate movies. They fucked us, Bucky. They fucked
We got
us.
like 3 of them, didn't we?
We did, but we didn't get our Atlantis movies. Atlantis was supposed to get movies to conclude it. And we didn't get our MMO.
I think they combined what was it? Siege and something else. It was a 2-part event for the initial attack on Atlantis. That was supposed to be like a combined movie.
It was, yeah, that was a couple episodes is in the thing.
Yeah. Because it was also a couple episodes for Atlantis, and it was a couple episodes for Stargate SG-1, all tying into the same event.
Gibbs isn't excited for the new Stargate show. I'll be excited when I see something that makes me confident.
Mythic says Stargate Universe cost us that movie. How much for kids to watch Stargate Universe?
Oh, we switched it to
he's
My Little
watching them.
Pony.
Yeah, because you couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I know. How much to bring
Oh,
that
the
back?
first episode was so annoying, wasn't it? Oh god, it only got
Oh,
worse.
it gets worse, Kibbs.
I know.
It gets worse.
I know. God, Stargate Universe is one of those shows where it's like, let's be like let's be Battlestar Galactica, but worse. Battlestar Galactica is a show that has really good parts in it that I like a lot. Like the Pegasus, the battle, and some of the battle scenes are fantastic in Battlestar Galactica.
They don't have P90s or C4 either.
But Battlestar Galactica does this thing that's called gay and cringe. And it's where characters in the ship start fighting amongst themselves, and it's really annoying. They eventually move on past that, and Battlestar Galactica gets better, but then they do the worst thing possible. And they do the dumbest ending I've ever seen in a science fiction show that makes my brain hurt. Which is why I'm not particularly fond of that show. It has good moments, but it's often overshadowed by all the bad.
You will respect Baltar Star.
Baltar is the best character. Well, it's because he's just retired.
Baltar Star.
Baltar Star. Now that I know it's called Baltar Star, I respect that actor more.
I just remember that interview. It was like, oh yeah, when we were on the set for Baltar Star, it's like
Baltar Star. This is so stupid. Oh my god.
Hello, Morty.
Well, James Moore Moo.
No.
Have you ever seen Battlestar
No.
Galactica?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, we've had this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's dog shit outside of the space battles.
The space battles are really good, but like everything else is kind
I
of
still remember people were extremely upset they made what's her tits. Well, they made that character into a woman.
They gender bent.
Oh,
yes.
Starbuck.
She is terrible compared to the original in every way.
Yeah,
People
Starbuck
just
is
liked her because at the time she was like one of the more promiscuous female characters.
Yep. People like Starbuck because they gooned.
I don't remember hearing anyone say that they liked her.
Oh,
Liked her.
my dad fucking
especially compared to the other one.
despised Starbuck in the
She was
reboot.
terrible.
My dad was
She's
like,
just-
"Okay, it's Starbuck."
She's just woman moment to woman moment. The character.
Yes. And then she becomes an angel and saves everyone with MacGuffin powers.
Oh,
But
God.
all things have happened before.
And
and will
by the way, I'm
happen
not
again.
exaggerating. That actually happens.
All things have happened before will happen again. So we should take our spaceships.
Nothing matters.
Yeah, we should throw our spaceships into the sun. Yeah, and then become monkey. Yeah, become
Yeah, like-
monkey.
Because then it'll just
Set
happen it'll
mankind
repeat
back
again
millennia.
eventually.
Because
I remember the scene where they're planning out building a new city for New Caprica or whatever, and then they're like, or not whatever, but the new city, right? And they're like, no, we're not going to build any cities. What? We're going to scatter our population so we lose our culture and identity and our knowledge, and we're going to lose our medical technology. and we're gonna fuck these savage monkey people so that we become retarded like them, and we're gonna regress. So because it's the only way to break the cycle, so the cycle can't happen again. And that's how. And then the show fast tracks to like, yeah, Battlestar Galactica, our ancient ancestors, and it's like, oh my god. So you mean that World War II, 9/11, the Holocaust, and everything that happened was because these chuckle fucks decided not to learn from the lessons of the past and decided to try to break the cycle by continuing the cycle? Because the whole thing about breaking the cycle is understanding that the cycle is happening and just stop participating in it. But if you're continuing the cycle by just forgetting all the knowledge and lessons, and the writers of that show need to be, oh my god, they just need to be talked to aggressively and firmly with me in a room for a few hours. Because, oh my god, why? What is the writing purpose of that? What is the narrative progression and character like regression of like knowledge? It's like, did characters learn anything? No, the cycle of violence isn't broken. It's like, yeah, so all of human history happened because they chose to do that. So World War I, World War II, the 100 Years' War, the bubonic plague, all the suffering and all that misery. You're telling me that all the bad things that have happened on Earth were because they did that and because they chose to try to break the cycle by forgetting everything. So everybody that died and all the wars that happen today are because of them.
Yeah.
Nothing changed. The cycle wasn't broken. What has happened will happen again. Literally, it only happens because they enable it.
Yeah, they're like Hitler times 1,000.
It's so stupid. Stupid. The writers trying to have a big thinky moment, and they look like fucking brainlet morons.
Did they steal the plot from Gurren Lagann? Yeah, basically.
Probably. I don't know. I just remember Battlestar Galactica fucking being like a show you watched, which started kind of strong and got progressively worse as time went on.
You know what you reminded me of, Kibbs?
What?
Crosses only work on vampires because their eyes don't handle right angles.
I hate that show. I hate that show. I hate that show. I hate
What?
that show.
The fuck are you talking about?
What show is this?
Castlevania.
Oh.
The last season of it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's bad. It's
Well, they-
Netflix. Of course it's
yeah.
bad.
I think I have brain damage. Stop. You know that thing we were playing Xenonauts, and it's like, he has brain scarring. Something bad happened. He'll never be the same. That's me. That's me. He's got brain damage.
Next article.
Next up. Get out of here, Buffy. My mouse.
You're dead.
All right. Steam has warned some users about malware found in several indie games, including Block Blasters. Block Blasters, the game. Chemia, Dashverse, Dash FPS, Lampy Lunara, Pirate FI, Token Nova. Yeah, don't just buy random ass jankware, chat. Shovelware that comes out on Steam. These games were available on Steam between May 2024 and January 2026. The FBI is now investigating and asking affected players to report what happened. I'm not touching those games with a 10-foot pole. If it's not from some like reputable indie or like reputable AA dev, I don't touch games. Except for a couple times. Like Grandveer. Grandveer is one of those cases where it's one of those little indie games that's too cute not to touch.
It is an adorable little game.
Grandveer,
I wish the guy the best of luck.
Well, I'm gonna
He
try his
needs to
game.
learn to improve UI.
His Grandveer is really cool. Grandveer is basically a mecha sim where it's about
They had an
making
insect leg
whatever
recently.
any mecha that you can conceive of, you can make in Grandveer, and it's really
It's basically
cute.
a cuter, less autistic. Well, it's autistic in a different way than Mass Builders. Mass Builders is gunpla autism. Grandveer is little just mecha fun.
Grandveer is like mecha autism, and it's like 11 players co-op, and it's fucking
As
retarded.
opposed to just spending hours making your fancy little gunpla. Or what I saw most community do, turn the Gundam mechs into anime characters.
Fucking Christ.
Most of them nude.
Well, Richard, we're gonna have to destroy your Steam account. He's like, no. But yeah. Oh yeah, the Lost TV show. I remember my dad and my uncle talking about it, and how they were
The big bad was a cloud.
they were annoyed by the entire show because like they felt like they wasted their life watching it.
They did. The big bad was they were dead the whole time.
And I'm just like, as a kid, I'm like fucking
And
sitting
in
there going
purgatory
like,
or whatever.
what are you talking about?
Kids, did you ever see the show Heroes?
No, thankfully my dad didn't like that show. I heard that it was
All right,
bad.
chat. New fun. Make kids watch Heroes.
Oh,
Doesn't he still owe Chatfish watching the Fallout TV show?
He does actually.
fuck.
Yeah.
Good reminder.
He's like, kids, I was hoping you forgot.
Good reminding.
Specifically with Reguline there.
Reggie bitch has been avoiding us after stream hours
Yeah.
for some time now.
We should watch start with the episode where they get to New Vegas.
And then we only have to watch a episode. Like that's okay.
Yeah, I nominate that
It's
one.
like an hour long though, Chad. I don't wanna. An hour of my life drained out of my body. All right, so, okay, so back to the Steam thing. So yeah,
Save the cheerleader, save the world.
basically, just be careful of older games and stuff like that. That can happen. Yeah, it's
It's
something.
like it's older games. It's just like obscure indie games.
Or yeah, no, older. Sorry, obscure. Fortunately, the people who have done this, from what I know, at least the last time I heard, have all been caught and are being made to pay, which is good. It's very hard to get away because when you put a game on Steam, you have to like put on your information, a lot of details, which means if you do this, this kind of scam thing, they're gonna catch you, and good. Hopefully, the FBI catches it and gets them all.
Hopefully, I like that top comment.
Steam indie games, 1% fun, 99% FBI adventure. Oh my god. Next article. This is from a game that looks pretty interesting that I'm keeping an eye on called Knight's Path. Introducing the player character of Knight Path, Alric. You begin the game as Alric, a young noble whose life collapses after hitting absolute rock bottom. Left alone and stripped of everything, you must first learn how to survive before you can begin to chase your dream of becoming a knight. Throughout the story, Alric will mature, visually reflecting his transformation from boy into a man. Players will also be able to visit a local barber to customize his beard and hair. So they're adding some character customization features to the game too. This is that really cool upcoming Feudal Knight game that's coming out that looks really cool. It's called Knight's Path.
This is the game that other supposedly medieval historic game
That flopped.
was trash talking, which apparently had government funding.
Which, by the way,
Of course.
Bucky, you're going to probably like this too. Here's some gameplay. But yeah, I'm really happy that medieval games are getting really trendy now because I'm enjoying this arc in gaming quite a bit.
I am looking forward to the Blight survival game.
That one looks awesome too.
Yes.
Yeah, that one looks so derby.
Apparently, they just
Great.
recently did an interview with IGN. They might be showing some more stuff soon.
Yeah, Kibbs.
The combat in this looks pretty good. I also like how the plate actually is plate.
It's not paper mache.
Hold on, look at their swings, Gibbs. Do you
Ouch.
notice something?
What do you mean?
Fucking dragon. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's going to have fantasy elements.
Yeah, what do you mean? These totally existed.
They've also
That's
been
not- that's
upfront,
not a
it's
dragon,
going
that's a
for pure
wyvern.
historical. They said
actually
that they
gaming.
are going to include fantasy.
Yeah, which is why I'm kind of interested. A giant seal!
Oh, no, that's a dragon, Gibbs.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm interested in this game quite a bit. Now, what were you saying? Oh yeah, that other game. I have that ready. All right, so that's because we brought it up. Let's segue over here. So the other cool medieval fantasy game that's coming out. No audio. There we go. This one's gonna be awesome.
Oh, that's one that they just put out?
Yeah,
Okay, I was about to grab that.
it's about
That's a good
zombies.
fucking.
Yeah, this one looks cool as hell.
And I see how his sword swings are fast.
Yes, that's a bit more realistic. Because you'd want that knight armors. You're pretty quick. I like him
Yes.
severing his head with a fucking shield. This one's gonna be big.
Million.
Hi everyone, Ulrich here, Creative Director for Blight Survival. First off, On behalf of myself, Mats, Ash, and the team, thank you. Hitting 1.5 million wishlists is a massive milestone. We're incredibly grateful for your support. We're taking the time to make sure that it pays off when the moment comes to put Blight in your hands. When we teamed up with Behavior, we spent a lot of time digging into the original vision for Blight. It quickly became clear that if we wanted to truly do justice, we needed to take a step back and rebuild our core systems from the ground up.
We're designing Blight to
It
be
looks
a
beautiful.
brutal,
Ponytails.
visceral
Oh, no.
game. Combat
Flowchart
is
for
meant to be
Behavior.
felt, from the first clash to the final deadly blow. These finishes are just one part of our immersive combat system that we can't wait to show you in the future. We've started ramping up
Yeah,
on
the
small
workspace
scale
being open
playtests,
is kinda cursed,
So
but
for
yes.
anyone who's interested in shaping the future
Look,
of
they
Blight,
hired men with
join us on
ponytails. What'd you
Discord.
expect?
Thank you from everyone here at the team.
I hope
of
it's like a
Blight.
multiplayer thing.
And we
where
can't
you
wait
It
to
is.
see.
Yeah, it's
It
co-op.
is.
Well, yeah,
Co-op
yeah,
is
but like,
definitely a key feature.
There's 2 players there.
because that looks fucking great.
Yes, this is. I'm much
Yeah.
more interested than this and the other one, but the other one's
Knight's
still.
Path, I think, will be really cool. This, I'm really excited for.
Yes.
Yes, this looks great.
Permafrost. What's that?
Is this going to be like a
Discord
surprise thing we didn't intend to cover? Beer. Building.
More survival crafting slot.
I thought
It's,
this might have been
day
the
after
next
tomorrow,
thing the
so-
Baritone Staffers are doing, but no.
And the environment.
that's
that
a
was
different game.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Similar
We'll have to wait and see.
snowy theme, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, that was interesting, but yeah, no. Blight Survival looks fucking phenomenal.
Yeah,
How
Blight
much for
Survival
kids
looks
to
good.
play 1348X Roto?
Well, 400. But I will point out that it'll be just for a stream of it because I doubt we're gonna want to play through it. It looks rancid.
It does look
It
pretty
is.
bad. Like all of 5 people bought that game.
Yeah.
God,
This
It's what
game looks
government
great.
funding to be propaganda.
Yes, this looks like a
basically.
great. Have they said how many people like can be in a game?
I'm trying to find the because they
Let's check the
recently did
storm
an
page.
interview where they talked about it. So I'm gonna try to find that.
Get out of here, Starfield. Be gone with you.
Real games coming
Yeah.
through. So Behavior Interactive is publishing this.
Yep, that's who they were talking about in the video. The publisher.
Yep.
They.
Rainier
Okay,
Studios.
Rapier died.
Champa! He just fucking
Internet
died.
he
probably
will
died.
be missed.
Single
But
player
yeah,
online
no,
co-op.
He's back.
Fight up with
Or
the
you can say,
okay, so
Bucky.
it's 3 players. Fight up with up to 3 friends against both humans and
So it's 4
monsters.
players. 4-player kids.
Oh yeah, fight
3
up
friends means
to
4.
3 friends with up to 3 friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, 4. Blech.
Yeah, 3 total.
Visual co-op action experience. Put your decision-making skills to the test. Will you go back and secure your spoils or risk it all and push forward? How far are you willing to go? Immerse yourself in an engaging directional combat system that is accessible to newcomers, but offers a high skill ceiling for more seasoned players. So something kind of all the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 from the sound of it with directional.
Yeah.
Choose from a diverse range of weapons, armors, talents, and customize them to best suit your playstyle. Explore a beautifully decaying medieval world filled with secrets and hidden treasures waiting to be discovered. Explore a fresh take on action horror games, which mixes the deep visceral combat with mechanics inspired from roguelites and extraction games. So it is a extraction shooter,
Extraction.
offering a
But
unique
Extraction
I would
shooter.
actually care to play this one.
extraction chopper is what we'll call it. Chop, 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 chop.
As long as
So
it's
here-
all PVE, then that's fine.
Yeah, it's
So here's
PvE.
the big thing, right? This guy's wearing like full fucking plate. Like, not even like early plate. This is fucking late technology plate armor.
Yeah, the plate's
sets.
very intricate. Like,
Yeah, so fucking arrows aren't going to do anything in this game to.
No, you're gonna need like
any-
a bolt.
So
an actual
I'm
crossbow
actually
bolt or
looking
something.
up stuff about arrows that I was just seeing because apparently they are actually relying on community for feedback, suggestions, and some stuff. So they actually apparently are looking more into actual stuff around shields, shield specific combat, shields actually having arrows stick into them and stay. Stuff like that. Apparently is upcoming stuff.
Yeah, but the issue is that everybody's wearing fucking full plate. So arrow builds are not going to be good.
well, the player characters wear plate, but the human enemies that I've seen, they're wearing like mail and like padded gambesons.
Sure. But everybody running sword and board would probably just be
Here,
working through whatever comes their way.
and I'll point out that the knight Like the character here is a monster and is just murdering things,
Yeah.
which a knight would be doing, especially
Like
against
that.
unarmored.
The fucking tackle
Yeah.
was great.
Yeah, the combat seems pretty visceral and pretty good, and the
I
environment
posted
also
the
looks cool
IGN
too.
article that was the most recent stuff.
So we confirmed if it's just PvE or is it the usual extraction
PvE.
PvE?
I didn't see
PvE,
anything about
I hope
PvP
so.
whatsoever. It just
I
said
haven't
PvE
either.
only on the store page. No PvP, which
Mhm.
is good.
Good, yes. This would be ruined by PvP.
Yep, we don't need any more of those. We need more PvE
But like
games.
extraction with like a global progression mechanic in this kind of setting, they have gold here.
A loading screen.
It's like if there's enough successful stuff happening and raiding and extractions going on, kind of like
I'm
how
assuming-
Earth does it. Maybe you can start taking back places or make expeditions.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm skimming through the article I posted, which is the interview they had with IGN. So the last part here is saying, don't expect a release in 2026.
Yep,
Oh, okay.
understandable.
Yeah.
As long as the game comes
Because
out
they
good,
have
that's what I
to
want.
ramp up and really make the game, to live up to the expectations and hype that's building up around it.
Yeah, because Blight is going to be a huge game when it comes out.
Apparently, according to the devs, it borrows from a number of different genres, but its closest landing point is action horror. Combat-driven
Action
game with
horror is
elements of
kinda great.
exploration, with extraction, light elements that are in there, and other elements also from games of that genre. So I want you to have some risk as you play, but it's not the core focus of the game.
Yep. So the way these maps are kind of presented to me sort of feels like it's a very open-ended approach, meaning that we can kind of explore freely.
So, actually, I have the interview here about talking about the extraction elements, if you want to go over that.
Yeah, go for it.
So as for those extraction elements, don't expect a clone of Arc Raiders or Marathon.
Thank God.
We have loss in our game, and the decision whether to bank that or keep it at some point in the game will become a key choice the player makes. The decision to take more risk at the consequence of, for want of a description, call it extraction early, or to bank your reward, or will or is currently in the game. It's expected in a core component of how the game plays. So extraction elements, but it's not driven exclusively as the extraction genre. We're also taking extraction influence from other types of games, for example, Helldivers or Deep Rock Galactic, that have extraction components as a core part of the phase of the game. So less Tarkov, more something like Helldivers,
Yep.
is what I get from that.
Medieval divers.
That's what I was hoping for. It's Helldivers style.
Yes, so more, you can end your exploration early.
And
but
so
you
it's a
won't
big
probably
zone.
miss
We
stuff.
can explore and discover stuff and get loot, but it's with increasing risk as we play.
So
and then we extract with gear.
here's what I want. I want there to be an event where you hold out against a zombie siege in a blockhouse that you have to fortify. And you have to hold out through the night.
Like a horror movie, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Oh, the only game I've ever played that had something like that was Resident Evil 4, where you have to hold out in that house while the monsters attack. That was really cool.
That's what I want. That's what I want. I have a 4-man team trying to hold the fucking building from zombies coming in.
But yeah, the game's got a lot of promise, and the world looks quite open, because you notice here they're just sort of exploring. Like, it's sort of giving you a feel of, like, yeah, it's not just a set piece. And they're going to do this, like, little vista shot here to show you that there's, like, a castle in the distance. Not sure if you can go to that one. But it looks like the world is rather big to explore.
So basically, the developers are acknowledging that they are under a lot of pressure now with how much this has exploded for
Yes, because
But-
this game is very huge upcoming.
them. They're that the pressure that they're receiving from this and the expectations will result in a better game.
That's good. And they have a
So
positive
people
mindset
wanting
to it.
them, yes, they're taking this as not, oh shit, we fuck up, we're screwed. It's like, okay, we have a lot of people
interesting-
behind us, but let's make the best possible thing.
It's an interesting fusion of a lot of different genres in a very unique setting. Not only that, like they're making it like be believable. Your guys doing some of the stuff without it being painfully slow either. So they're kind of doing a mix between mo realism and gameplay, as opposed to just screwing everything for mo realism, because that can get boring.
effectively, though, the game is aiming to be a co-op action horror game with extraction-like
Yeah, that just means you get to like
elements.
an endpoint and you leave with your shit.
Yes,
Yep.
you leave and like you carry over stuff.
Which
Okay.
means
Mhm.
that there's metagame progression. The metagame progression being
Yes.
that you're slowly getting better
But you
gear
can
and
also
better items.
lose stuff.
Well, they in that little clip you were just playing, you saw like he was getting resources and stuff. I'm assuming you upgrade and craft stuff as you go.
Yep, and I assume if you lose a run, then you can potentially lose the gear you carried with you.
Or at the very
Mhm.
least, lose what you would have gotten.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yes, it's co-op. There's no PvP listed here,
Good.
which is
Skimming
good.
through the article, I didn't even see the idea of PvP come up.
Good.
And glancing through other stuff, I've not seen it. There doesn't seem there's always going to be people asking for PvP, but I've not seen people bringing it up. So it's not a
because the big thing
Not even a
is
consideration.
this is
Yes,
good
from
from
what
the
I'm seeing.
developers because much like with Helldivers, and when Helldivers initially launched, you saw tons of people, the PvPers, and I know they're gonna show up here once the game gets closer, and they're gonna be like demanding PvP, and the BR guys, the Battle Royale guys, will show up and demand a Battle Royale thing because they're always doing that. They're trying to convert games into their thing, even though they were never meant to be their thing. I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate that so because the game wasn't built to do that. And it's like Helldivers. Oh, remember the Helldiver PvP guys? When that game launched for the first half a year, non-stop PvP dudes would show up all the time and be like, oh, this game kind of not really great. Fed PvP be workable. It's like, what? Okay, go somewhere else. Just go, shoot. Like, you don't want to play this game. Don't.
They want to play it because it's the big popular thing, but they want it to be PvP.
Yeah, it's like if you want
They
to
actually
play
don't like
play
the
for what
game.
it
They
is.
only are playing it because
But
it's
keep in mind
popular.
too, you're gonna have people like that because they want their favorite streamer to play it. That's also a big thing nowadays.
It's weird. Weird.
It is.
Just like, what?
But yeah, the other what was the other game? Knight's Path. That one looks really good, but this is more my style.
Knight's Path is more. I think it's going to be more like an RPG. Let's take a look at the store page and see what it says it's supposed to be. I don't even remember.
I think so. I saw some chatfish basically saying it's a smaller KCD. Yeah, kinda.
That's
But
the
more
kind of
fantasy
one.
elements.
It
It's
is
an investment.
a
I'm for
role-playing
27
game.
months as a software miner.
I hate
An
the
old
Souls-like
venerable
tag.
fish.
Wiggins.
Add psychological horror.
Womich. But yeah, it's going to be more mythological fantasy, which is cool. It's exploring medieval mythology.
It looks like he has feathers on his arms.
He does.
He's a bird
Thank you for
man.
long-term support, Steve
It's
Vision.
Carlos.
I remember Helldivers selling in every region, and then, sorry, you can't play 70% on the planet. Yes, that was entirely Sony fucking over everybody, as usual. God, Sony's so retarded. Speaking of Helldivers, I haven't had a reason to talk about them in the news yet, but one thing I did notice is that from the last article, it does seem that Arrowhead is making strides to make improvements. There was discussion about addressing the balance problems. So the one good news that come out of that horrible controversy, for those who missed it, the controversy last week that developed was basically a player who plays Helldivers 2 and likes it, issued a challenge to the developers asking them to play the higher tier difficulties, and he will donate $1,000 of his to charity. And the reason why he did that is because he wanted to highlight some of the issues with the game's design issues when it comes to, like, the weapons aren't very, good, or like they're not balanced well.
Specifically, it was
Difficulty 10 isn't
on
balanced.
difficulty 10 on Oshana was during the bug event.
Yep.
Just wanted confirmation that they play through it and are able to beat it.
Yeah, just because it was not very well balanced. Because I will say difficulty 10 on Cyberstan is honestly my last straw with difficulty 10. I just don't want to play difficulty 10 anymore. It's just, sometimes it's fun. Other times it just feels like they didn't balance it, and difficulty 10 just feels bad. And so he's
It's
right.
because they don't. The devs have shown they play on 4 and 5.
And basically what we found out is Arrowhead, basically, like, they have no balance team. They have one guy that does balance for the
No,
weapons.
they don't even have a guy.
Isn't it one guy?
They straight up said, and they don't know. He occasionally has done balance, but they don't have a dedicated.
Yeah, his
person
job
for
isn't to
balance
do
at all.
balance. They don't have a balance team. And so it's led to criticism with Arrowhead, basically getting people to ask them to have a balance team to try balancing the game. And Arrowhead's been starting to look into it because there's a lot of pressure. However, what happened was not Arrowhead. The players who play the game, some of the Reddit community, had started a Reddit post to basically brigade and attack the creator. Or not the creator, the guy of the who hosted the challenge. Arrowhead found out about it and did the right thing, condemned it, and basically said, like, do not do this. Like,
This is not acceptable.
Yep. And people have come out basically from the woodwork everywhere and basically going like, what the fuck? Because this guy lost his job over this challenge, by the way.
He lost his job and he was barred from
His
doing
volunteer
volunteer work at a shelter or something he did.
They made
Yeah.
up stuff and they basically lied about him. And the people who are at fault for this are the people who did this and his employer and the charity people. Because the reason why they're at fault is because they didn't fact check. They just simply believed at face value these things and then just destroyed this man's life.
So
yeah,
the guy himself came out and stated like he understands why the volunteer group blocked him because they themselves were getting like harassed over it and they couldn't afford to do that, and he
Yeah, but-
understood why they had to cut him out.
I don't
But
like
he
the idea of throwing
definitely
people on the bus.
yeah.
You stand with your boys, even if like your boys get pushed to the edge. You don't leave them. You never leave them. That's like I don't know. I can't. I'm not allowed to talk about it because I've been asked not to. But I will just say this: I don't like seeing people get pushed around like that, and then when the bosses or whatever throw them to the winds. I just don't. I really take issue with that, and that's all I can say.
I would say most of chat is well, probably all of chat agrees with you on that. I can't think of anyone who
I
would
know,
disagree
but we're
with,
not.
with that.
We were asked not to talk about it, so we can't. So yeah. But yeah, so it's just annoying. It's agitating. It's aggravating, is all I'll say. But yeah, in his particular case, what I really hope to see is that, honestly, I kind of hope he sues his boss. Like, what the fuck? You don't throw
He
your
should.
boy to the wolves.
This is not legal advice, but I would assume he has an attempt for some sort
The
of
last thing I saw before he decided, like when he decided to leave
Legal
the community,
challenge.
was people basically offering and like trying to reach out to some, give him some kind of support.
Hmm. I hope to God his
But he
life
was
gets corrected.
actively in the process of just leaving the community, basically.
I don't blame
The
him.
game and just Reddit in general. So it's like, yeah, can't blame that.
I don't blame him. It's a tragic loss for the community, in my opinion, if he doesn't come back, because that's a great person, a great dude, and we are all lesser without him. But yeah. Regardless, it does seem that what he had done, and it's worth noting, is it does seem that there is movement to actually start addressing these problems. It's just regrettable that it took this to happen for it to finally reach their ears. But we'll have to stay tuned to the Helldivers news because I'm waiting to see more. Because remember, when a studio starts to do something, it takes a while for the ball to get moving because they got to organize, plan, discuss, and then implement. So we'll see if his actual thing he did actually changes something. Because he might have actually caused some positive change, which would be quite the legacy, impact-wise. So yeah, hopefully Helldivers 2 will finally make a balanced team, and yes, it is wild. They do not have a balanced team. There is no balanced team in Arrowhead.
Their argumentation for why they don't do balance is because the balance is part of the design when they create the war bonds and items, and so they don't touch it after they make it, is what they claimed.
However, the developers have since come out because they've started to actually try things on higher difficulties and try weapons because they've been starting to actually listen to people more. And they've been playing it, and they even said, where one of the developers said, he's playing with the Killzone weapons, he's like, what the fuck? These things suck. Like, these things aren't even fun to play with. And it's like, yeah, it's an issue you're running into. You've been adding and changing so much about the game that you don't check some of these guns that you made, and you don't go back and check them. So they were good when they came out. Yeah, they were. But that was then. You've changed stuff. And other things have changed. And you've added new enemies. And these guns, they weren't built when these enemies were made. So you need to check them to see how they play. Like, you have to check them. This is why I continue to bring this up. But I think there is a fundamental philosophical issue with the war bond system. It's not going to be a present problem this year or next year. But if this continues over more years, the war bonds are inevitably going to create a system in which there's no need for these weapons. They are making so many weapons that they don't, like, weapons are going to start falling into this issue where they're, what is the purpose of this gun? What does it do? And the answer I'm starting to see for some guns, it has no function. Meaning it's pointless. It's a useless gun. That's not good. Every gun in your toolkit, and I've used this analogy before, because we talked about this before, like Halo, every gun should serve a purpose. Every weapon should do something mechanically. If it has no purpose or function, why is it in the game? Why is it here? Get rid of it. Like, give it a reason to exist. You can't just keep making guns and new items and stuff if they don't have a purpose. Another last example, Minecraft. What is the purpose of those new animals and things they keep introducing to Minecraft? There is no purpose. They serve no function. They create recipes for things that already exist, or things that, like, they have no purpose or function. Like, if it doesn't serve anything, then there's no reason to make it. You're making useless content. It feels like you're just making stuff for the sake of making stuff to justify your job, rather than you're making something because it has actual value. One thing I will say is the upcoming war bond actually looks pretty cool. I think that might be one of the outsourced ones, isn't it? The World War I bond.
This has been in development. That one's been in development for a while. A lot of it is, a chunk of it is
Arrowhead?
not so much a chunk, but a couple of it is stuff that's already in the game that's now in a war bond. Like the entrenching tool, for instance.
The entrenching tool is pretty cool because we can dig trenches now. It's very ironic that war bond is releasing.
So I don't
Overtop.
think it's an outsourced one, because we've known about stuff in it for so long, and some of it's in the game or was in the game already.
So yeah, that's good. Also, the next big Helldivers event is going to be, obviously, the Illuminate planets, I think, are going to be in next, and that'll be the final planet type thing. So yay. They'll have finally completed all that. Alright, moving on. Here's another game. Overwatch creator Jeff Kaplan has announced his newest project, The Legend of California, an open-world FPS set in the Gold Rush era. Build and expand your own ranch, play alone or with friends. This game actually sounds and looks pretty interesting. I'm going to show you. So, everybody looking?
No.
Put in your little cowboy
No.
hat. Yeehaw.
I prefer Mongolian throat.
Remember, chat, set in the Gold Rush era.
Yeah, I know that animation.
Number 3 dev has finally gotten to make his own game.
Didn't they have to change his name because the guy who was named after
Yep.
apparently raped someone?
I have no idea. I'm not going to get into allegations. Damn.
Is that a spaz shotgun?
Remember, Gold Rush era, 1848.
Oh my god, a muzzleloader. It looks kind of cool. And yeah, you're going to be digging for gold.
It's some brown gold.
I think it was clay. So yeah, this will be kind of an interesting title if this actually is released. Again, another former Blizzard game, like Ashen, but this one looks interesting too. Let's see if it's on there. California. Super cool to the home with. Alright, so let's see. Alright. So, let's read about it. California, The Legend of California is a multiplayer action survival FPS set on the island of California during the Gold Rush era. Explore, gather, craft, build, hunt, and fight your way across a vast, untamed frontier. Whether you choose to travel alone or work together with friends, your mission on this mythical island is not just to survive, but thrive. Stay strong, stake your claim, and become a true legend of California. Key features. Discover an expansive, ever-changing open world inspired by the Gold Rush era that features distinct biomes, challenging PvE encounters, and iconic Californian landmarks. Master FPS combat that rewards precision and skill, whether you're hunting wildlife to stay alive, or taking down hostile encampments for some quick coin, or defending your territory against enemy players in the optional, important to highlight, PvP, meaning that you do not have to engage with it. Leverage robust gathering and crafting system to transform Californian wilderness into everything you need to survive, from weapons for protection and tools for expansion to delicious meals to stay fed and ready. Establish and expand your own ranch, build a mine and add stables, and unlock powerful new crafting stations to further customize your slice of the wild. Play online on persistent multiplayer servers where you can forge your legacy solo or form a company with up to 3 other players, sharing resources, buildings, progress, and more. So yeah, it seems like a cute little sort of survival crafty game with a very nice sort of overall theme and aesthetic. We'll have to see how it holds up coming up, but it looks like they got a pretty good vision when I looked at the game overall, and a pretty good overall visual direction too for this game. If you guys have looked at it all.
It could be neat, but wait and see.
Basically, finally, a Red Dead Redemption game with actual mechanics for co-op play.
Will the journalists gush over the
Testicles?
realistic horse penis and testicles?
God damn it. Yeah, I've been looking for like a Wild West style game that's multiplayer for a while, so
No, Kib,
maybe this will be one.
So, Kibbs, while you have Steam up,
Huh?
Hold
Hold
on,
on,
the
let
image. Go to that image.
Which one? This one?
Right. Yeah.
Alcatraz?
Kids, this image is supposed to be in California in the Gold Rush era of 1848. Do you think there's anything that's in this image that stands out as probably not true?
In the Gold Rush era? This architecture looks like it's actually from the era. If that's what you're
Does it?
asking. Yeah. A lot of these buildings and buildings that look like this are still standing today in certain places.
Okay, let's try the lighthouse that requires electricity.
Searchlight? What? They had
Yeah.
electricity in certain larger facilities or bases.
In the Gold Rush era? In the Gold Rush location of California?
1848? Yeah, there were power plants, I'm pretty sure. Let's check.
Power plants in 1848?
No, there were not power plants en masse in 1848.
Let's Google. Electricity.
Electricity has been around in some form since like the late 1700s, early 1800s, but power plants, proper industrialization, no.
Let's see.
Especially in California, the unsettled.
Is that actually a power? Is that actually a lighthouse? That isn't a lighthouse, though.
It's a searchlight.
No, it can be.
There are light bulbs in this game, Kibbs. I've already seen them in there.
The discovery of gold, blah, 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 blah. There was no large state infrastructure for electrical stuff.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, correct. But there's light bulbs in this game.
Wrong
I've already
video.
seen them.
Actually started 2 of them.
you just don't understand, Bucky. California was always in a massive industrialized state.
It's like Far Cry 2 showing Africa being like the most advanced place on the planet. Same thing.
Let's look. Now I gotta rewatch the entire thing because I didn't even notice light bulbs.
Maybe it's in the
lanterns.
1880s to 1890s, not in the 1840s.
No,
well, there wouldn't be a gold rush then.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Gold Rush here.
Yeah, that's after. That is a search.
That's
light.
100% a spotlight.
Yeah,
Well, is it an electric one or a fire-based with mirrors?
it wouldn't be a very good one with fire based.
No, it would not, but they existed.
It's got coal factories.
It is remarkably developed looking.
I mean, electricity existed in the time
Look at
period.
this
but,
pump
not-
action shotgun in the 1848.
Yeah,
That was a spaz.
it's fine.
I made that joke.
Yeah, no, you did. When we were saying it, no, I can take credit. This is fun.
Actually, that's a bit old. Muzzleloaders?
I wonder if they're just doing magical lanterns that are always on.
I guess.
That's a lantern, not a light bulb.
That's an oil lantern.
No light bulbs spotted so far. Ah! Eh.
Oh, there you go, the lighthouse. That was definitely an
lighthouse.
electric
Yeah, I know, that's
lighthouse.
why I'm backing it
Yeah.
up.
Fuck.
That was 100% an electric
Get
lighthouse.
fucked, kid. That's an electric lighthouse.
That's an
Get fucked.
electric. Yep.
That's electric, with no electrical infrastructure near the structure.
I fucking called it.
My god. That is inaccurate. How are they powering it, Chatfishies? Like,
Acetylene lights have been around for quite some time, says Polly.
wait, what light?
Yeah, acetylene, sure, but like,
What
You
is
need an
that?
electric infrastructure to
Yeah.
make it work.
What kind of light is that?
That's not acetylene. That is
no, that's an
fluorescent.
electric light. I can
That's
tell
a
you as an
electric
electrician
fluorescent.
that works on lights and shit, that is a electric emission.
Chat's saying now that it's acetylene.
No, that is not an
No, that's
acetylene
light.
emission. That is 100%
No
an
Chatfish
electric
are
emission.
arguing. No Chatfish are arguing. Oh no. I'm the one changing the oil and lanterns in games. It's hard work.
My god.
This could be an arc light. I don't know. I'm not proficient enough to really know what this is. So I'm not gonna pretend.
So, chat. The issue with acetylene is you need enough fuel to keep that shit running, and they're not going to have that much in a lighthouse.
Yeah, 'cause
Not out on the
lighthouses are
frontier, no.
kind
What
of-
if this is just? What if this is in current day and they're just LARPers?
Well, they said the island of California.
Ignore
so
plague.
This is an island.
And the one change that will carbon arc maybe.
That is electric. Have you never seen a lighthouse IRL? Yes, we know it's electric.
You know, Chatfish are arguing with each other. They're not talking to you. The lighthouses prior to electricity were literally a giant fire at the top of a tower. Yeah.
Yeah, they were dog
Yeah.
shit.
No lighthouses could have fire-based lamps. Hear me out. It could be that the dev's actual knowledge of the time period lies somewhere between Jack and shit. Potentially, but the thing is, when I look at the rest of the trailer, it seems pretty accurate.
It was widely
pump-action
arc lamps were widely used starting in 1870s
Yeah, it's too
for
late.
street and large building lighting until it was superseded by incandescent
Yeah,
light in the early 20th
They said this
century.
was specifically 48, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
48.
1848.
That
Yeah.
is 100% an electric spotlight.
Yeah, that,
Yeah.
At the
that
top.
right there is an electric spotlight. These architecture and structures look fine. I don't have an issue with them.
Except
Though-
for the mass use of concrete.
Yeah, the one thing I was going to mention is that the building here, while I do see buildings like that, I don't think it would be made out of concrete. I think it would be brick. Like, the overall architectural structure is fine, but if it's made out of concrete, I don't think concrete was widespread in the frontier at all.
No.
No.
It
Considering
was
that,
That is
mostly wood
correct.
with a tiny bit of brick.
yes,
That's why I was saying, Kibbs, that infrastructure doesn't look frontier. That looks like modern buildings.
these brick things here are fine. Wood, plaster is what that looks like
it
over
wouldn't
there.
be that much brick.
Also, there would be like 3-story buildings in the frontier.
What is this structure? Is it supposed to be a prison?
It looks like a
It looks like a prison structure.
fortress.
I think it's supposed to be a prison.
It could
Based
be a
on the
prison, I think it's a
windows from
fortress.
this era, it looks like a prison.
And the fact that in one of the next scenes he's up on the top shooting down at people.
Because
I guess,
play it, Gibbs.
prisoners.
Let's see it.
is it?
Maybe not the exact next scene, but like in one of the next scenes.
This isn't.
So
this
that
is
a
inside the
prison.
building. Yeah,
Okay, so it could be a prison, but a prison that large?
that's a prison cell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a
But that's a
large
that's a-
prison.
prison for the frontier.
Up there, he's up there. He's
Wait,
aiming
look,
down.
hold up. I think I did see a lamp.
Yeah, that was a lamp. Not a. So that's a lamp.
That's a
Turn?
lantern. Yep, right there. Okay.
But
That's
look
a
at
Lantern
the-
below
hold
a
on, look at the-
giant
look-
spotlight.
Look at the spotlight. It has
The
cabling and shit coming
spotlight
out of
does
it.
not look like it belongs here.
That's like a 1980s spotlight.
Okay, so the texture of the wall is brick laden.
Yeah.
But this kind of prison, you wouldn't see a prison like this, but unless it was near like a city, a developed
Yeah, it would
area.
be near something that's
Francisco.
heavily industrialized. It would not be a Frontier thing.
This looks like a very
fine. That's-
Spanish
Yeah,
American
that's Adobe.
monastery.
Yeah.
Yeah. That looks fine. That's perfect. That looks believable. It's just an export port. And there's
Yep.
the developed town next to it.
Yeah. Like, all this looks fine. I mean, the bullets fire very slowly, but
They do move a little slow, yeah.
And then they got your fucking rolling block looking.
What is
shotgun
that
pump
gun?
action.
I don't recognize that.
It's probably supposed to be like, what you call it? God, when was that? Like 1880s, 1890s? Lever action shotguns like that came out. But they were crazy
Yeah.
expensive.
Now, will the game do the fun thing and have Native American hostiles as well?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, but so
gonna
can
be
we all
friends.
agree, Kibbs? This is not time period specific. Correct. Well,
It's not.
The structure. When the only thing I was able to find though is that lantern or that light, which seems like
He
somebody
also
wasn't
has
doing
a
the
very
thing.
white light source when he's mining.
Well, yeah, it's just game
Uh,
logic.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna nitpick because that's too much, Champa.
I'm a nitpick.
But that particular light there is wrong. I do like the little Star Spangled Flag in the background though. But yeah, that's just weird.
Look, Kibbs, historians don't want you to know this, but the first AC generator was built in 1848 island in California.
It's like, sir, why are we doing this out here? Because I'm stupid. Because I'm So I
It was
hope
before even Tesla invented it. That's how good they
this
were.
game looks really cool, and I'm definitely going to try it. But the one thing I will say is that they might want to do some authenticity research. Because, like, the clothing and the aesthetic looks pretty accurate. The environment looks pretty good, too. But some things are off. Specifically, the lighthouse. The prison being that built up and established on this island, when in reality, I think prisoners
the
would be...
frontier of all things.
Like, I'll be real, I think they would probably export or the prisoners to the mainland. If somebody committed a crime, I don't think they would have them on the island, if that makes sense.
They would also have a lot of local sheriff jails.
This pro just added things in without historical evidence in some areas.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, that's an
Yeah.
easy fix, but they need to fix that, because... Let's see, is there any discussions on it?
It'd be up for discussion.
Island of California, does this mean the entire landmass is surrounded by ocean? That's going to be a huge immersion breaker for us native Californians. You need the east side of the state to be just endless desert and mountains. Want to playtest? PC gender? Can you play a female character or is it male only? There's female characters. You can see it in the trailer. Take
Is
a
that what the
lesson
kid
from
you
Arc
play as?
Raiders and Softcore Rust.
Don't take a lesson from either of those games.
I don't know, but it would be wise to create softcore mode that has segregated PvP and PvE zones. But based on what I read there, it didn't sound like there was PvP.
Who's ready for Concord 6?
If this
Damn.
game is taking place around 1860... Wait, does that say what it said? Where?
Write down one more.
Who's ready for Concord 6? Concord, Highguard, Marathon, Horizon, Gatherers, Time Takers, and now Legend of California. The Concordian timeline continues to grow. I don't necessarily know about this game being a Concord game because it sounds... But then again... Didn't it say always online? Yeah. Oh, there's no single player mode. Yeah, that was...
Online PvP is the first thing, Gibbs.
But yeah, that's always at the top. Co-op's always at the bottom. But it literally specifies in here that it's not the case. It says it's optional. Now, what...
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, I mean, I can only go by what it says. Like, I can
Yeah, I know.
lie and make up
ESO is
stuff,
optional.
or I can read what it
Yeah.
says. Because I will choose to take the honest path, not the liar's road. Now,
A key feature is play online on a persistent server.
sounds like they're going down the Dune Awakening path, which is not a good idea. Because honestly, Dune Awakening, while it is a good game and really fun, the issue Dune Awakening suffers from is that it's online. If you could have private servers, I think Dune Awakening would be doing a lot better.
Yeah. I was gonna say before could we transition to the Legend of Kamori?
All right, moving on. This is some weird game Blake
I'll
sent
take
me
that as a
that's
no.
a Gunner game. It looks like shit. What? Go ahead.
I said could we then transition into the Legend of Kamori?
No, we're gonna get this shit out of the way because I don't care about this. This looks like potatoes. Here's a Goon game. It doesn't look good. This looks like trash.
Looks like Roblox levels.
It looks
of-
like
of
trash.
Like an asset flip.
Like it doesn't look good. Like I'll look at stuff chat
Yep,
sends
that's
me, but
definitely
like
asset flip
this
stuff right
does
there, gotcha.
not look good. This looks really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And that music is rancid. Oh, that walking.
This looks bad.
Well, definitely a plate game.
Yep. I don't have.
I don't
much
think
to
it's
say.
a Gooner game though.
I don't know, man.
It's just a weeb game.
They're all the same to me. I look at it and I'm like, I have no opinion on this. All right. I think we can just move on safely back to where we were. Now, what was the thing you wanted, Chunky Boy?
You literally have it open right now.
Oh, yes. This is a game that looks kind of interesting. It's called Legend of Kamori, but I don't think it's how you pronounce that at all because I'm not Mongolian.
It's,
Is
yeah, it is a
Kamori or something?
Mongolian game, chat.
Yes, here is
With
a
full Mongolian audio.
here's a Mongol video game chat. Like, what? Mongolia?
Mongolia immediately has a woman riding around doing stuff.
Yeah.
No raping and pillaging though, so 5 out of 10. So 5 out of 10. Not true, Mongol.
The Legend of Hemut.
So yeah, it's a little horsey game where you can go around, breed horses, and explore and do stuff.
Basically the same as Legend of California.
Why do we Mongolians never stop writing?
Better in the sense that it's single player. I don't think it's online, is it?
Some days,
Because that's gonna
I
kind of
believe
sabotage
I
that
know.
California game. Like
I
having to always be
rise
online is
carry
not
out
a
my
good trait.
duty
Single player,
as a
yeah.
warrior. Out there, they wait for answers, for aid, for hope. I ride to survive,
Through a rock.
gathering, crafting, hunting. Out here, the cold bites deeper, the silence grows heavier. I ride to remember where I come from, to care for those who carried us here, and to raise new strengths.
That's
But
a male.
other days,
I
Don't
was
worry about
thinking
I
about
ride
that.
simply
No,
it
to
had
follow
it had
the
nipples.
wind,
Boobs.
Yeah, booba.
to
Go
hear
back.
Horse
its
booba.
No, I don't
song
wanna.
beyond the horizon.
I don't want. I'm
I
scared
hate
of what
that
I'll
the
see.
animation was even
The
in.
legend of Hemut.
Well, I'm scared of what I'll see, Bucky. I don't want to go back. I'm scared. I don't wanna- Oh my god, another German
Go back.
financed game. Hold up. Okay, fine, I will. But look,
Wow.
Federal Ministry of Research, Technology, and Space.
Oh, that explains
That's why
it's
you play as a
woman.
woman.
Yeah, woman main character in a fucking Mongolian game.
He's a courier.
Well, it's not Chinese sponsored. You know why? Because it's about
they wouldn't
Mongol
have
culture. Yeah. They wouldn't have Mongol culture celebrated. Oh, it looks cute, but it definitely seems like a girlfriend kind of game.
Frank says, girl and horse fun game. Got fan art potential.
God damn it.
What was the horse sucking thing?
Gives his
midway
going
through.
back to
Horse
enhance.
sucking thing.
I don't wanna. I'm scared of
Right
it.
about here. Let's just play it here.
Okay. The dude falls over
Out
there.
here, the cold bites deeper. The silence grows heavier. I ride to remember where I come from. To care
Okay,
for
so
those
here it
who
comes.
carried us here.
The voice
And
acting.
to raise new
Stop. Yeah, go slowly. That's not a nipple.
trends.
No, that's the pouch.
It's not, there's no pouch.
No.
Oh
for the-
yeah. Oh yeah,
Yes.
for the weenie. Yes. That is a
Yes.
male horse.
Mm,
Yes.
Go back, Kibbs. Go back one frame.
He wants you to
Carried
enhance,
us
kids.
here.
Yeah, enhance.
Enhance.
To raise
And there. That's not a
That's the wiener sheath.
that's not
That's
not
a
a
man,
mama horse.
baby.
No, don't
Just
don't
say
milk
insert
that little
Austin
horsey.
Powers
Don't
here.
do it. Don't do it. He's like, little horsey.
That's why the other horse is confused. Look at him. He's like, what the hell are you doing?
Little horse grows up so fast. He says, like, oh, wee woo, wee woo.
Mark Pepe says that's a male horse. I grew up on a farm.
Yeah, I
The
saw
male
that,
horse
and
identifies as mom.
I saw that, and I know this model
Oh,
doesn't
welcome
capture
to the
it, but
stream,
like,
Indio.
I frowned so bad. That was not an image I wanted to see.
Here's the question. Do you think they were just so lazy they just grabbed a model of a horse and just said
Yes.
this horse is like all horses? 'Cause
One
that's
hundred
what I think.
percent.
They grabbed this
grabbed
model.
just a random horse.
I feel like they made this as an asset, and they did this willingly and knowingly.
I mean, it's made by Germans. What more do I need to say?
The horses are progressive in
But
Mongolia.
other days,
They should have hired
Listen,
Glock.
modeling a
Glock wouldn't have
female
gotten
horse's
to
lady
follow the
bits
wind,
would be.
I hate everything that's happening right
to
now.
hear its songs beyond the horizon.
Here's your game that has
Not a game for me.
detailed balls.
there you
like
go.
Red Dead.
Now, let's read. It's currently being received. Oh, right. Not terrible.
Oh, it's an early access game.
You can just download it apparently for the system check.
Yeah.
But you can buy it if you want.
Explorer, an untamed 13th century Mongolia. All right. Okay, now it's falling apart.
Yep.
Now it's-
13th century Mongolia with a woman riding around doing stuff. Uh-huh.
Wait, hold on. 13th century, the height of the Mongolian Empire.
Women
Yeah.
were not treated
Women,
very
weren't-
well.
As being
Yeah.
a courier.
They had
an
about 2
important
uses.
role.
Well, 3.
Yeah, this is.
And pray to God that you were basically
Here I was thinking this
one of
was
the-
set in modern times, and this was just Mongols living out their
Or
Mongol
something.
life.
basically
Like
if you
more
wanted to be treated
modern. Yeah.
if you wanted to be treated well as a woman, you basically hoped that like one of the Khans basically liked you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not so confident about this. Let's see. Explore an untamed 13th century as a brave courier rider with German funded. 13th century Mongolia is home of history's best horse riders. The land is beautiful. Are we just going to gloss over like the murder and rape? All right.
Yeah.
Not to mention
Mongolian
the
did
pillaging
nothing wrong.
and the intentional torture of people.
Like,
Yeah.
oh my God. Like, Mongolia is one of the few societies and cultures to have successfully genocided an entire people from existence in history. There's an actual civilization we don't know anything about because of them. Because
just
they
found
wiped them
woes.
out. They wiped them all out. And those they didn't kill, they absorbed into their culture, effectively erasing them completely. So let's see. 13th century Mongolia is home to history's best horse riders and rapists. The land is beautiful and I added that for historical accuracy.
Wow, that's weird. It's minimized. Why'd they make that so small?
The land is beautiful and vast.
Because it was given. No, there's an explanation because it has German money, right? So they still have
Go
to be
to
technically correct.
you go to the discussions and see if there's anybody talking.
I'm
about the
never going to
numbers.
read this at this rate, but all right, view discussions. Jefferson looking at us like, bro.
I want to see if anybody picked up on the fact that there was a male horse.
I'm
That
pretty
there's a
sure
ween
people
right
have.
there.
Okay. Horse merchant rotation. Stopping things getting wet. Can't sprint with horse. Buy a horse quest never ending. On the internet, is it true that horse fanatics are a tiny bit I have no idea what that is.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that literally is one, because if they're talking about horse fanatics, it's basically people pointing out that that's
Some
a dude.
issues. Dressage. Only breeding male horses. What? I have an issue that I only got male horses when full scene shows up. It says first girl, but when I claim it, it says boy. It's frustrating to buy horses.
Yeah, okay, so there's an issue with the asset stuff.
When it says boys, it's frustrating to buy girl horses. I'm saying issue. It happened to me too. Similar issues, but mine are only breeding girls, and that doesn't change.
That's an interesting bug if that's the case, where
Horses.
it basically picks if it's only male or female horses.
In my case, foals of both genders were born, but there are many questions about horse breeding in general. The parenting selection screen says it is a process in which characteristics are randomly selected, but when I try to load before trying to breed and try again, then I get a horse with the same name, the same gender, color, and other parameters. Even if you repeat 10 times, the result will be the same. This gives the impression that the game has only some preset parameters for foals, dependingly solely on the parents, and the randomness does not affect the process. So the game has breeding problems. I know this is weird, but here we are.
Yeah, I can see that.
Breeding problems.
Their horses are retarded and don't know where the nipples are.
Like I
Can
said,
you
they should
search
have.
search horse in the discussions?
Like I said, they should have asked
Bucky's
Glock.
really enthralled by
I
this.
just want to see.
Horse merchant, horse.
Yeah,
I don't
scroll
know.
down. That's fine.
You're not gonna find anything. They're gonna be too obsessed with the horses.
Yeah.
Nothing, Bucky.
This game sounds funny,
Well,
says
okay, that's
Adoman.
fine.
You'll never find.
That's fine.
Now go unsheathe that horse, Bucky. He's like, oh, looks at me with a little squirrel face, like,
No, kids, you sheathed that horse.
no, you will be sheathed. He's like, whoa. Boom.
I like how Kib just did it. I know you are, but what am I?
Bucky is basically taking horsecock, is the rhetoric we're going for here. I'm just gonna
I'm
go
not
straight with
really
the horn.
Kibbs.
Shut up. Get horsed. Let's quit horsing around. Battlefield developers
You know,
Take a little mouth,
You're a
boy.
clopper.
Oh, you're gonna get clopped.
Bucky would know. He can identify the male.
Damn, our first Mongolian game was actually German.
Sprechen Sie langsam bitte. Ja, Horsenspieler. I don't even know what that means. All right, so Battlefield developers laid off by EA months after Battlefield 6 shatters records. We've made select changes within our Battlefield organization to better align our teams around what matters most to our community.
Translation: the game's fucking stalled out and died, and we fired everyone.
EA has laid off an undisclosed number of Battlefield developers just months after the record-breaking launch of Battlefield 6. An EA spokesperson told game developer the U.S. publisher has made select changes within its Battlefield division, which comprises internal studios Criterion, DICE, Ripple Effect, and Motive. We've made select changes within our Battlefield organization to better align our teams around what matters most to our community. Oops. Freudian slip. Battlefield remains one of our biggest priorities, and we're continuing to invest in the franchise, guided by player feedback and various block buttons and insights from Battlefield Labs, said a company spokesperson. It's unclear how many people have been impacted by the reorganization, or firing as we'll call it, although IGN understands there have been layoffs across all 4 studios within the division. The news comes around 4 months after EA Battlefield 6 shattered records to deliver the biggest launch in franchise history. EA Electronic Arts and Battlefield Studios have revealed that Battlefield 6, the ultimate all-out warfare experience, is a record-breaking success, shattering long-standing records for the Battlefield franchise, solidifying Battlefield 6 as the biggest gaming and entertainment launches of the year. But you're firing a bunch of people, which means something is going wrong. The shooter sold 7 million copies within 3 days, which is huge, by the way, of launching on October 10th of 2025. EA is in the process of being taken private by an investor consortium that includes Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, PIF. If the proposed take private is approved by regulators, PIF will hold 93.4% stake in the game industry juggernaut, which is huge. This is the second round of cuts. EA, in as many months in February, the company laid off an undisclosed number of employees at skate developer Full Circle. And that's it.
Looks like that's just the article.
Yep. So what we can basically confirm with this is, let's open up something here. We'll go to Steam. Let's open up Battlefield 6. Battlefield 6, and we'll take a look.
Battlefield 6's player numbers have dropped off significantly, and its reviews have tanked.
The game is faltering badly. So the game launched, and it did incredibly well because it was really fun at launch, and it was. It had a lot of promise, and a lot of us were having not only a lot of fun with the game, but there was a lot of promise for the future that this game held. However, they squandered that future, and in my opinion, they squandered it by starting to appeal to Battle Royale and a bunch of other things that didn't matter. And so instead
Basically
of
just non-Battlefield shit.
Yeah, there's only 51,000 people in game, which, by the way, is enough to limp along, but not enough for 4 studios to sustain themselves off of. Hence why they're, liquidating assets.
Restructuring.
Now, let's compare this to an indie game that had 0 marketing. This game, I'll be surprised if it broke even to 10,000 players right now. It's at 6.3K, right? This game, which had 0 marketing, had the tiniest budget, is from a company that basically made a failure of a video game, and it was, like Flying Squirrel Entertainment. Bucky, I know you're related to them. They made a game called Battle Cry of Freedom, and it's a cool idea, but it just didn't quite make it. Like, it suffered from a lot of problems. Comes the next game they make, which is called Over the Top. And again, Flying Squirrel is a little tiny little game studio. Produced Over the Top and is basically selling incredibly well with 0 marketing. It's already broken 6,000 players and an indie multiplayer shooter game. And it's continuing to trend upwards. Basically, it's doubled its player count when it first launched. Actually, I think it's tripled it now. But it's basically continuing to grow by word of mouth and is continuing to gain more traction. The game is a little clunky, but I've never played a game that feels like Battlefield in all the right ways than this game right here. Oh my god, this game is literally amazing. It's got tanks, it's got planes. You can dig trenches, you can build in trenches, you can build bunkers, you can build fucking fortifications, you can play different classes. Each nation has unique weapons just for them. It is an old school shooter in every aspect of the sense, but has dynamic destructibility. It has a campaign system that remembers each map. So anytime you battle on a map and you return to that map, the trenches you dug, the craters you made are still there. It remembers all of this, all from a tiny little studio called Flying Squirrel Studios. And this game is basically a huge success for this team, by the way. It's basically their breakout game, meaning that this studio is now going to finally be able to do a lot more. So, again, I cannot stress how impressive it is that this tiny little guy has succeeded. Their publisher, by the way, GG Publishing, how do I put this? They're not really a publisher. This is their first game, and you can see GG Publishing literally uses the cover art of the game as their fucking publishing logo. Because the only thing they have published is just this game. So yeah, this is their first foray. It's incredibly successful for an indie, especially considering, and it's honestly amazing. No battle royale, no cringe stuff. 1/4 of the players are chatfish. Yeah, we comprise a considerable portion of the population.
That explains the casualties whenever an officer orders a trench charge.
But yeah, this game is essentially the multiplayer game of the year, in my opinion. I don't think anything's going to be able to come close. Marathon sure as fuck ain't. I think this actually beats out Battlefield pretty hard, because unlike Battlefield, the developers are listening to feedback, focusing on expanding things. They're already promising to add United States of America next. So American Expeditionaries are going to be the next expansion. Take that, Russia. Take that, Italy and the Ottoman Empire and everybody else who's in the war. America is coming before you.
Yeah, we're gonna show up with like 5 dudes and be like, we won, bitch.
But yeah, this game is incredible. Genuinely masterpiece. Absolute spectacular. Gets a high recommendation from me. I already sunk 21 hours into this thing, and I've had more fun with this than I have with Battlefield 6. And it breaks my heart to say it. And 20 chatfish want it. 50 chatfish now own it. Curious. Yeah. Curious, chat. Curious. Now, moving on to the next thing. Epic Games defends Fortnite. Controversial V-Bucks price hike insisting it's in direct correlation to the operating costs and teasing amazing things are coming that'll make you understand what's been going on. V-Bucks are becoming a hotter commodity. Really? I honestly couldn't tell. V-Bucks are getting pricier as Epic Games announced Fortnite's currency, which is their in-game currency for their microtransaction store, will go up in cost on March 19th. This is according to Epic in order to help pay the bills, a fair reason if for the fact that Fortnite is one of the best video games ever and Epic's a massive company. All right. That was a statement that was painful to read, and that's also like just blatantly lying. It is not the most important game. It is a very successful game, but it is not the most important game of all time. It is.
Yes, but according to Tim Sweeney, corporate success and commercial success equates to efficacy of how good the game is.
Yeah, because the big thing here is that this game is successful in that it's cornered children in the market and is basically predatory and basically devouring credit card companies of parents, pretty much. So the game successfully managed to corner the little kid audience, and if that's an achievement, good job. You got the kids. I don't know if that's the victory you're looking for, but
will they get sued for $1 billion by a European busybody in a few minutes? No.
No, because the European busybody will be more after Valve than they will Epic. Yeah, because Epic's on the right side of the fence.
Yes, Tim Sweeney treads in that same pond as those European busybodies that are currently doing stupid stuff.
Yes,
He's just like, you can trust me, fellow shady types.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Speaking of,
go ahead.
Should go into the Steam lawsuits.
No, I don't want it, but I will. But yeah, so the big thing here is that, them increasing the price might, I don't know if Fortnite's popularity is really wavering particularly. I don't care. I don't
follow it.
I don't follow it, and honestly, I don't give two shits whether it is or isn't. I just don't care. But what I can say is that it's ironic that this company will do stuff like this and increase the price of microtransactions for digital products that cost very little to produce but make a shit ton of money, and then just waffle on away. Like, I don't know, chat. It's ironic. But yes, moving on, because this is related to the UK lawsuits against Valve, given the go-ahead. Steam owner facing up to 656 million in damages in pounds, by the way, so it's more than dollars. Valve, creator of Steam, now faces legal action in the UK as a lawsuit has been given the go-ahead that could result in up to £656 million in damages. This is not technically some new legal action. It's actually the same one that was started back in 2024 from Vicky Shotbolt, the founder and CEO of Parent Zone. Yes, using children as a shield to protect themselves as usual. They're noted in legal documents as Vicky Shotbolt Class Representative Limited PCR, backed by Milberg London LLP. Shotbolt actually set up a private limited company just for this with a steamuous.co.uk website. Fuck off. Seriously, like actually fuck off. As of the latest details from documents submitted January 26th of 2026, after the hearing on October 14th of 2025, the legal action has now officially been given the go-ahead as a tribunal have been satisfied that there's enough there to be pursued. And the unofficial summary of the new judgment prepared by the Registry of Competition Appeal, fucking British fucking bullshit. Seriously, fuck Britain, honestly. Not the people, but the country. Jesus Christ. It notes the
Thank you,
allegations
viewers.
against Valve as 1. Imposing platform parity obligations, or PPOs, the prohibit publishers from selling products through other distribution channels on better terms than same products that are available on Steam. Again, this is epic fucking bullshittery going on here. This is epic
Like
fucking
every other
around.
company, or every other storefront does the exact same thing.
Epic does it too. The
Yep.
PCR alleges that the PPOs are likely to cause and have, in fact, caused restrictions of competition. No, that is false, but whatever. Imposing
No, they claim
anti... I know, they're
They
claiming it.
claim it. They claim it without saying or like actually showing anything.
That is false. Like, if you buy DLC on Steam, you own it on Steam. Like, that's the reality. If I buy DLC on EA Play, I own it on EA. If I buy a game on GOG, it does not mean I own it on Epic. That's just how the fucking world works, buddy. Moving on. 2. Imposing anti-steering provisions. Oh boy. They're really going for, like, they're pulling at fucking grass here. Provisions to the effect that if a publisher wants consumers playing its games distributed on Steam to be able to make in-game purchases, all such purchases must be made using the Steam application. Yeah, no shit. If I buy a fucking bowl from Amazon, I don't get it magically through eBay too.
So what this is sounding like, with just a bit of charges that you've rattled off here of what the UK government's claiming, is they are very much grasping at straws. They're going after Valve because they are the biggest digital distributor, but more importantly, they are private.
Yes.
They are not publicly traded like the other larger companies that are involved in video game distribution.
Yep.
Which means that they are less susceptible to outside influence.
Yep. And like Rifford mentioned in chat, this is what I suspect ultimately that they actually want. They basically want Valve to lobby and spend money on them is what they want. This is all for a paycheck.
Yep.
Yep.
They're basically trying to bully Valve into doing it. And they're using the name of children to bludgeon them with it. Again, cowards hiding behind little kids, as fucking usual. This is
Usually
so
if someone
sickening.
starts their moral line with "it's for the children," you need to raise a big eyebrow.
Yeah, it's like, you don't actually care about kids. You'd sooner throw your child into a fucking wood chipper. Shut the fuck up. Like, we know you're a fucking hack. Like, don't fucking say that shit. For the protection of the children. My child doesn't have a fucking credit card. They can't buy these games. All right, now fuck off. Like, seriously, fucking what the actual fuck?
Now, Steam did post a response because there's also the lawsuit they're having to deal with from New York.
Yup.
But Steam has posted an actual response to that.
Yeah, what'd they say?
That case. It's in the stream room.
You little racist. You little bigot.
Look, he doesn't have hands and arms. He can't go in there. He's just a pickle.
Yeah, true.
He has a hand if he turns on the rice hat.
All right, about the New York Attorney General. So Steam has made an official statement. We're going to go through it. Dear New York customers of Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2, and as well as Team Fortress 2, you may have seen the New York Attorney General recently filed a lawsuit against Valve claiming mystery boxes like crates, cases, and chests in some of our games violate New York gambling laws. We don't believe that they do, and we're disappointed to see the NYAG make that claim after working to educate them about our virtual items and mystery boxes since they first reached out to us in early 2023. We rarely talk about litigation, but we felt we should explain the situation to you. We shared with the new NYAG that these types of boxes in our games are widely used not just in video games, but in the tangible world as well, where generations have grown up opening baseball card packs and blind boxes and bags, and when trading and selling the items they receive on the physical table. Or on the physical side, sorry. Popular products use this in this way to include baseball cards, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, and Labubu. In the game space, digital packs similar to our boxes date back to 2004 and are in widespread use. Players don't have to open mystery boxes to play Valve games. In fact, Most of you don't open any boxes at all and just play the games, because the items in the boxes are purely cosmetic. There is no disadvantage to a player not spending money, which is true. In the process of cooperating with the NYAG investigation, we shared with them our efforts over the many years to shut down accounts found to be using Valve game items on gambling sites in violation of the Steam subscriber agreement. We also shared with them our efforts to combat fraud and theft of users' items and extraordinary measures to stop gambling sites from taking advantage of Steam accounts and Valve Games items, which they have, by the way. Valve is one of the most reputable companies that does this, by the way. Unlike Blizzard, which literally will not stop gold sellers from selling gold to big YouTubers because it would look bad for them. So, just a good point to point out, by the way. Valve does not cooperate with gambling sites. To date, we've blocked over 1 million Steam accounts that were being misused by third parties in connection with gambling fraud and theft. We've also shipped features like trade reversal and trade cooldown to discourage gambling sites' ability to operate and protect Steam users from fraud. And we forbid any gambling-related business to participate in our sponsored tournaments for our games. We have serious concerns with many of the alterations of the NYAG claims are necessary to make to our games. First, the NYAG seems to believe boxes and their contents should not be transferable. They appear to assume digital mystery boxes and items in our games are different from tangible items like baseball card packs, which contain random cards, and to take issue with the fact that users have the ability to transfer the items they receive through Steam trading to user sales on the community market. We think the transferability of a digital game item is good for the consumer. It gives a user an ability to sell or trade an old or unwanted item for something else. In the same way, an owner can sell or trade tangible items like Pokemon or baseball cards. NYAG proposes to take away users' ability to transfer their digital items from Valve Games. Transferability is a right we believe should not be taken away, and we refuse to do that. The NYAG also proposed to gather additional information beyond what we normally collect in the course of our processing payments. Interesting. About each game user on the off chance someone in New York was anonymizing their location to appear outside of New York, such as by using a VPN. This would have involved implementing invasive technologies for every user worldwide. Okay, so there's another angle here, isn't there?
Yeah, so if you haven't been keeping up with the news, there's this push to implement a digital ID across many countries and the US.
I remember hearing about this in the past.
A big part of that
it's
is
been going on for like the past decade.
yeah, a big part of that is criminalizing the use of VPNs.
Because they want to know everything you are doing.
Yep.
Every last little thing.
They can spy on you 24/7. Similarly, the NYAG demanded that Valve collect more personal data. Valve, I'm glad you're just outing what they want.
No, literally, this is the best way to do it.
They're
It's like,
exposing
these
them
people-
here. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
data about our users to do additional age verification, even though most payment methods used by New York Steam users already have age verification built in. Valve knows our users care about the security of their personal information, and we believe it's in our best and their interest to only collect the information necessary to operate the business and comply with law. We respect New York's right to determine the laws governing behavior in the state. We will, of course, comply if the New York legislature passes laws governing mystery boxes, something that it is not done, despite considering the issue a few times. Such laws would be the result of a public process, presumably with input from the industry and New York gamers. The type of commitments the NYAG demanded from Valve went far beyond what existing New York law requires, and even beyond New York itself, meaning that they are, in technical terms, violating the Constitution. But yes.
Because the entire thing is they don't want this to actually be public at all. They want this to be behind closed doors.
Yes, and Steam has basically taken this information and just brought it public, exposing how corrupt and vile the New York, basically,
To be fair,
legislature is.
given what we've talked about with this story and the last one, it's not just New York. It's politicians. Period. End of story. Does not matter where
Yes,
they are.
but the big thing here to focus on is that Valve is under attack, not just in the UK, but in New York, everywhere. And I think it's almost our duty as gamers to pretty much be on Valve's side, because Valve has been on our side almost pretty much through every round, right?
Yep.
And what do you want? You want fucking Megacorp, fucking government boy telling you what you can and can't buy? Is that what you want? Genghis donates $5 and says, does the UK control any oil reserves? It sounds like they could use more freedom. Clams, Konisvik, sour. Please turn on the liquor fish. The licky fish. Thank you for the nation, but it is $5 more to turn
He's
on
donated
something.
10 total.
Damn it!
It's one of those things, like, don't get me wrong, sometimes Valve does do silly stuff, but when it comes to general protections for the consumer, Valve has been pretty steadfast in we're not doing dumb stuff like censorship.
Valve is one of the
Or,
few
in this case,
corporations right now, at least as of 3/14/2026, at the present date, that is actually sticking up for consumers' rights for the most part. And that entirely boils down to the fact that Valve realizes, from a simple business standpoint, that it is far more financially beneficial for them as a company to be on our side of the fence. Which is not surprising because, well, of course, being on the side of the consumer is generally the smartest possible side you can be on because it's going to be the most profitable. You're going to have the loyalty of your customers. Valve recognizes this and is focusing on it. Now, let's continue with this article so I can actually get through it before I forget my spot. So presumably with input of the industry and New York gamers and the type of commitments NYAG, blah, blah, it may have been easier and cheaper for Valve to make a deal with the NYAG. But we believe the type of deal that would satisfy the NYAG would have been bad for the users and other game developers and impacted our ability to innovate in game design. In addition, although this case is about mystery boxes, we feel the need to address comments made by the NYAG about games, real-world violence, and children. The extraneous comments are a distraction and a mischaracterization we've all heard before. Valve horror, guys. Oh my god.
Remember the coffee mod, guys? Remember the coffee mod?
Numerous studies throughout the years have concluded there is no link between media, movies, TVs, books, comics, music, and games, and real-world violence. Indeed, many studies highlight the beneficial impact of games to users. Ultimately, a court will decide whose position, ours or the NYAG's, is correct. In the meantime, we wanted to make sure you were aware of the potential impact to users in the New York and elsewhere, dated March 11th of 2026. So, this is a very good statement, and honestly, it's very good that Steam is doing this, because they are
The
basically...
biggest complaint with this statement, difficult to find, because I'm looking through news and I don't see it, and the only reason we found this, to give credit where it's due, is because Yinlis mentioned it.
Little
Yeah,
Yingfish?
no,
Oh my god!
unironically, given the implications of this lawsuit, you think Valve would want to make this a bit more obvious, bare minimum, at least to, like, people in New York.
So Valve also doesn't, yes, but Valve also, whenever they've been sued, they aren't super public about it, but they fight tooth and nail every one of their cases, and I have not heard of them losing a case.
Because they're usually very litigious. Yeah, they fight hard, but
Also,
they're also very litigious.
Valve is more often than not in the wrong. Like, Valve has done things in the past that are not necessarily good. But for the most part of their activities, they have always done what they deem to be the best move and what's best for the user. And while it may not always pan out that way, they have always made it consistent that they care about their user base and they care about the Steam ecosystem, which is good. They are on our side, and they have been on our side the whole time. And again, here they are defending the user's rights, and once again, defending the consumer's rights, and defending our ability to have our information private. We have a lot of Chatfish and friends from New York. One, for example, no, wait, I'm not going to say names, actually. I just realized I'm a stupid kid. But yeah, we've got friends in New York and stuff. And, it's none of their business what games they buy. It's not their business what you buy, what you look at, what you do on the internet, whether you goon, whether you don't, whether you email, whether you look up a recipe. Who don't care? I just don't care. It's not my business, and it sure as fuck isn't the government's business either. You should have the right to your privacy, and you should always have had the right to your privacy. Because the thing is, the reality is that there's no good that comes from a surveillance state. Like, surveillance states are literally rancid. They are literally rancid. All they want to do is dig into your information, right? I don't want to see my country turn into China, a literal shithole, right? I want individuals to have rights. I want them to have the ability to have nice things. I want you guys to be able to have your own privacy, and so does Valve. That's good. We need more attitudes like this. We need the ability for users to have an open dialogue with developers. Valve provides this. Epic does not. Epic shuns the idea of that. And that better dialogue and vocality and the power of vocality, which we've talked about many times on this channel, allows us to have the ability to have a voice, to voice things. The Helldivers 2 Difficulty 10 Charity Challenge that was issued. Again, another power of vocality. The ability for users to be able to criticize people like Arrowhead, people like me, anybody. Users should be able to criticize. People should be able to speak openly about the things they dislike. That's just a matter of fact, right? And a surveillance and security state that they're wanting to push for Valve means that you will think twice about saying something, because now they can monitor what you say. In the same way Britain does, they will not stop with one thing. They will continue until you cannot say anything, not even from the comfort of your home, not even from Twitter, not even from Facebook, or whatever social media platform you use, if you use any. You will not be able to say how you feel. You will not be able to speak how you feel. It will become like Japan, a literal cesspit, a third world shithole, where you can't say how you feel, and you have to keep how you feel bottled up and compressed, because if you say it out loud, you will be punished, not just by judgment from, your peers, but by the government itself. And that is where you end up with repressed societies like Japan, where they're so bottled up and they're so miserable. Their lives are hell. Their lives are hell. We don't want that here. And honestly, we should be fighting for them too, This is a big thing. This little battle here may look like a little battle, right? But it's for the soul of not just a nation, but of just humanity as a whole. It is important that individuality perseveres above all else. And I think that's important here. This victory, if Valve wins it, will be yet another victory for the right side, which is our side. And what is our side, chat? Our side is individuality. Our side is the right for self-determination. The ability to choose. A chatfish chooses. A human obeys. Big think. What? Chatfish based?
When do they start eating out of the trough?
They always have.
It's a choice. It's a choice to eat out of the trough if they want. Yeah. A choice between trough or
But
food bag.
yeah,
You could make a poll. You should make a poll of that.
Oh my god. Chatfish, there's a cob slot currently going of plate users versus trough eaters in the bucket.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
If you would like your chatfish to be a part of the trough, you can.
Yeah,
where is it at, Mamu?
Plate versus trough com slot under overhead.
My
on
God.
the dono sheet.
We use plates, liars, says Mythic. As he looks up from his trough.
But yeah, this is more par for the course with people who are petty, busybody. Like, all they care about is control. The money they get's irrelevant.
Don't get me wrong, it's nice, but yeah, it is
about control.
It's
about
control.
The bigger part is the control. And it also doesn't help with how New York's been run for the past decade.
Yes, lots of businesses are fleeing the state, so they're panicking, trying to figure out how to track people who flee.
The funny thing is, those types of people, it's the old adage of the more you squeeze, the more people want to get away.
Yeah, you're only making it worse. The reality is that if you want to fix your problems in New York, the easy solution is to let go. Stop trying to hold people down. Stop trying to squeeze them for every cent they own. Let them go. Reduce taxes. Like, literally just become a better state. But no, your stupid fucking programs have to be maintained somehow.
I know. It's like the same thing with like California with them wanting to raise taxes. What happens? People just want to run away more now.
Yep.
Whoa, what's that? All your billionaires picked up and left? Whoa.
What do you mean we're no longer being profitable? I don't understand.
What's happening?
Durha says a drought's just a different kind of plate. It can hold a lot of soup.
God damn. He's right.
At that point, okay, Sturha, I like you.
The debate.
But that was dumb. You should have said it's like a bowl.
It's
A
like a
plate
bowl.
for soup.
There was a grrr.
A trough is just a big bowl. That's what you should have
Also,
said.
Rifford gives 5 memberships. And I put him
Making
as a pocket
cookie.
fish on Xenonauts 2.
Making Cookie in the lead for the day.
Thank you for your generous donation. But yeah, this is a really cool article. I'm glad you found it, Yinglis, and thank you for finding it. It's actually really good. Good job.
Yeah. Literally, I tried searching for it after the fact, like through Steam's
Yeah, you
news.
basically
It's
have to-
nowhere. It doesn't show up. It's
You
not even
basically
under
have to
support.
know like the specific link to get it. Basically,
Pretty much, we have to search Steam's response to New York, basically, and
yeah.
So, next up, Letitia James, New York State Attorney General. Attorney General James.
Letitia.
Shut up. Shut your little mouth. It's like.
I can't help that. Look, I get that you learned Common Core. Is there Common English too?
Sues game developer for promoting illegal gambling through video games. Valve's Counter-Strike. Okay, this is the same article. This is the
But
same
it's from
article.
the yes.
Yeah, practically it's the same article.
It's
but
from
a
the
different-
actual New York State Attorney. Yeah, whatever.
Yes.
It's the legal thing. Don't care. We already covered it.
Yeah.
we got the more important version.
It's just another
Valve's
source for the
take.
same
Fuck
thing.
New York's version. I'm sorry, New York. I've been to your state. The only thing I remember that was of note that I liked in New York State was the hot dog was pretty cool. Beyond
I remember
that,
also
that's
liking
it.
the science museum there.
I've never been there, but all I've ever heard is it smells like piss.
I've only been to New York
Yeah,
State.
it's
I've
major
never been
city.
to the
That's not-
city.
That's not just New York. That's every major city.
The countryside is very pretty, but everything there was super expensive.
Atlanta smells like shit.
Oh wow, splitting hairs over here.
I heard Paris
Yeah.
is very rancid because apparently there's open sewers.
Yeah.
Oh, disgusting.
Harlot gives a membership.
Thank you very much.
Still no bounty targets yet.
Performing Rights Society, PRS. Sues. Oh, yeah, I think we just read that. Wait, what? No,
That's
me.
the video game music one.
Okay.
Yeah, and
This
it's tied to it because, like he said,
It's a
more
different
music.
topic, but yes, it's another person suing Valve that they're all suing at the same time.
It's
And
everybody's trying to
and
dogpile. to
It's
try to break
effectively been
through.
confirmed that this is a coordinated attack against Valve.
No, that's why
Of
I
course.
was talking to VC last night, and it's like, isn't it funny this is happening after Valve took down that
They
the
won
Ro-
a major lawsuit, yeah.
with the
and then-
Rothschilds? Isn't
so
isn't
now
it
they're
funny
throwing a
how all of
million
sudden
lawsuits.
And now all the
to try to
people who
destroy
get money from the Rothschilds are suddenly suing. Funny.
Yeah, curious though.
Funny that.
Everybody's attacking Valve. What a bunch of assholes. Fuck.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna like if Valve steps in it, I'll fucking be there going like, "What the fuck did you do?"
Look,
that?
if anyone's been on PC game long enough, they know early Valve, like when they started doing Half-Life 2,
Was
Oh,
bad.
people were
It was bad.
despised the
It was
the
bad.
early Steam.
Yeah, original
But
Steam
when
was
they had-
garbage.
They had online DRM. People were livid.
yeah, you couldn't get
with them.
Half-Life 2 unless you used Steam.
People were absolutely
Even if you bought a
pissed.
physical copy of the game, it was bullshit.
Yeah.
But
Only version of
this is the
Half-Life
big
you could
thing.
play for Half-Life 2 that didn't have it if you bought the original Xbox copy.
Yes.
Because
Yes,
but
it was
but
the
the thing
on
is
box
with
as well.
Valve is they actually learned and they grew.
Yes,
I
that's what
know.
I was going to say. They learned from their mistakes and moved on. They're one of the few megacorps that have done it, if not the only.
And honestly, whether this is true or not, I would say that a decent chunk of that is because Gabe is actually a decent person.
I don't know about that. He plays Dota. I don't know about that.
Okay, look, I said decent. I didn't say like
Gay.
pure like
Ah.
paragon of virtue.
Have you
Okay.
guys ever seen the video where he wrecks an ultra-wide monitor after a match of Dota?
Oh my
To be fair,
god.
I would too.
He
Go get
fucking
it.
picks it up and throws it on the ground like a child.
He's a gamer.
Motherfucker, my team failed me.
Okay, I never understand the desire to break stuff when you're mad.
Look, you're not a real gamer if you haven't almost broken something.
No, because if I break something, my parents would never replace it. So like, I'm
He
not
hasn't
breaking
felt
it.
the true
I'm not
rage.
breaking.
He hasn't felt the true rage.
I was a spoiled brat, but the one thing my fucking parents were very good at is like, if you break it, I'm not getting you another one. And I'm like, oh, I gotta treat it very carefully.
That is true, Polly. He is doing a quote from the Gabe God himself. Piracy is
It's
a service
not a
issue.
testosterone problem. It's a don't break shit. Because why would you
It's a
break
poor
your
person
It's
keyboard?
up. Kibbs hasn't had a proper crash out. He's saying.
For me, like if I think about like breaking something, like chat bought this mouse, chat bought this keyboard. Like I have to treat this keyboard well because the chat got me this, so it's got to be taken care of. So, and
I've also never broken my own shit. I've slammed a desk once or twice.
the worst part about my
but, like,
keyboard is the letters are very much disappearing now.
You know what,
Very
Night
much
Motorcyclist? That's
disappearing.
also another interesting observation. They aren't going after Chinese companies. Curious.
Yeah.
Chat bitches. Like fuck. All right, so Performing Rights Society, PRS, sues Valve over video game music. The Valve Corporation makers are... What? Valve Corporation makers. I don't know. This is weird. Of Steam are facing yet another lawsuit. This time around video game audio for the from the Performing Rights Society, or PRS, in the UK. That's on top of the ongoing issue in the UK from Vicky Shotbolt. That was recently given the go-ahead from New York on their loot boxes. Although Valve did recently win their case against patent troll Rothschild and associated companies. What's interesting is this new lawsuit is centered around games generally being sold and downloaded on Steam. It's not specifically to do with Valve's own games. It's about Valve being the supplier of the games under the UK's Copyright Designs and Patents Act of 1988, Section 20. So not only do games need their music licenses, but Valve as a store is supposed to have a license too. Oh my god, they're really going and fucking for like the straws here, my boys.
So they're literally saying Valve hasn't paid for its TV license?
Yes, unironically,
Fuck, Britain's such a
it is
shithole
the
country.
same level of like as the TV license, which is stupid as fuck.
God damn it, British Chatfish! My heart goes out to you. Be strong. You guys have to be strong. I forgot how bad your country is.
You're like your politicians. I'm not gonna. They're not sending their best. They're not sending their
They're
best.
not sending their best. Jesus Christ, you guys are so fucked over there. Holy shit, you remind me of my Venezuelan like buddy. Oh my god. Like,
You know, there's a reason
damn.
the British populace right now is not happy with their parliament.
Like, fuck, that's awful. What a shithole. Holy fuck. Oh my
Straha says
god.
the PRS lawsuit is. Oh, sorry, I was saying just in general as always, but yeah, it is just them grasping at straws. That is true.
I know, it's funny. This is not gonna make it. Save us, Kib. Make Great Britain great again. If I became your king, chat, I promise that I would make Britain invade some country somewhere for no reason.
I don't know, based on the current British
For
king,
no
it
reason.
doesn't seem like he has a whole lot of.
I'm better
you
than
know,
him.
power.
Make me your king.
Well, there's
Make
the
me
other
your-
issue of the current king. Is kind of a globalist, not like a low-key globalist. So
Making Kib
it doesn't
king
help there.
will have benefits, right? We'll teach the Irish to kneel again. Okay, we'll
Damn.
bring them in line. We'll put them in their
He's gonna
place.
kite another potato famine.
Gotta fucking educate those little fruit cups across the water. Gotta educate those. And France will finally bring them to heel, and the Anglo, whatever the fuck empire, will rise for the first time in forever. We'll finally put the French back under a thumb, the rightful British clay.
And we'll tell them to take
Didn't
back.
the French win the 100 Years War?
Yeah, but I'm gonna restart it, and we're gonna win this time because they're so cucked.
To be fair, part of the reason the 100 Years War took so long is only one of those countries was taking it seriously.
And then we're gonna go back to the Raj, and we're gonna put them Indians back in their place too. Back in their place.
Yeah,
that's
why not instead of that we just like push them into the ocean?
No, because they can make us
Sink
cheap
India?
pots and plates, paper plates.
I don't want them to do that.
I don't want
Flush
them to
India
do
down the
that.
toilet.
The Great Flush.
Morty's a part of my cabinet. He's like, I don't want that.
Morty, you are now
Looks at the map table, and Morty's got like a little
Department
drawing of a nuclear
of-
explosion on India. I want them gone.
Don't worry. I'll be the Secretary of the Interior.
Secretary of the Interior. And the Interior says that India sinks. Blah, blah, blah.
The Interior says, "No, sir, you will not redeem. You will flush."
You will flush. No. Star, no flushing. Star, no.
Just actually just starts violently like shitting themselves
All right.
in protest.
We'll re-release Flushed Away, but we'll change the rats to be different.
Oh, no.
Damn.
It's like, fuck. Don't redeem Kibsar.
Oh, that was a campaign in India.
Put the poo,
Put the poo in the
loo.
loo.
Yes. They actually had to do a public health announcement to please poop in the public toilets and flush.
And
So
the
here's the
Indian
issue,
people said no.
But here's the issue with the slogan, put the poo in the loo, right? That implies that they already did it elsewhere.
God
Well, you know
damn
they
it.
did.
You remind me of that
Yeah, they
terrible day
did.
at BK when that old lady came in and cramped all over. Was it sad and dark day? But I didn't clean
The
it. That was
slogan should have instead of that, it should have been poo in the loo.
just like what I told Charlie that day. I'm like, bro, I don't get paid enough for this shit. You're the manager. And he just looked at me and was like, I fucking hate you. And he went and cleaned it. Because I ain't cleaning that shit. Like, no. That shit got on the ceiling. Like, no. No, no,
Goddamn.
no, no, no. It was like a bomb. Like, it was like, you know how like a blast radius looks? Like, the toilet looked like an explosion happened on it, but not like in it. And it was
they
like,
did the classic squat above it and spread.
and like it went on the walls, it went on the ceiling, it was everywhere. When that old lady exited the store, we wiped down the doors that she touched to exit the building.
At
We-
that
Yeah,
point,
Why even
that
bother
would
with
have been
that? Just
correct.
like burn it to the ground and start over.
It was the
I-
scariest
ironically, at
moment of
that
my
point,
life.
you get like a 10, let's be real, probably closer to 15% bleach solution, and you just start splashing it everywhere.
It was
50, no,
splash.
you do a half water, half bleach. You need at least 50.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, and then make sure you have a source of oxygen when you're doing that.
Yeah.
I hope that you
No.
can kiss your sinuses goodbye.
That was exactly what the point when I realized, because I was like, I was a hard worker, right? But like, that was the straw. That was the straw for me. Like 17 hours I stayed to help close the store once. I opened and I closed twice. And I remember doing that. My feet hurt so bad. And I would do stuff like that. I would help close. I'd work like 10 hours, 11 hours, 15 hours. Not a big deal. But like, the thing I would not do was that. Because it was like, no. Like, the thing I don't like doing is cleaning that godforsaken bathroom. Because the women's bathroom, it scares me. The men, it's just got a dirty floor. The women's
Isn't it
bathroom-
amazing
bathroom,
on the
how
floor
men's
sometimes.
bathrooms, they got piss everywhere, that's it. You go to the women's bathroom, it's like a biohazard scene.
it's like, dude, there could be
Unironically-
like, you could get like AIDS and stuff just from entering that room. Like, no.
Which is funny because
No.
like when you're in elementary school, they make it seem like, oh, girls are cleaner. No, they're fucking
Yep.
not.
No,
Don't
they're
you
not.
lie.
They're like the biggest slobs on the planet.
Yeah, no, like the guy's bathroom, like I will
Yeah,
clean
no,
that.
they only like
Women's, please
certain
God, no.
things being clean.
Do not make me clean the women's bathroom, please. For the love of God. That was like
All
every
right,
day.
Chatfish. We must sentence Kibbs to 1,000 years of cleaning female bathrooms.
No.
Send Kibbs to clean the. What's the city names? It's in Minnesota, Kibbs. What are the big cities there again?
Minnesota.
Bemidji?
It must.
You must clean the
St.
public
Cloud?
bathrooms.
I just keep
You
moving
must
north,
clean the
like,
St. Cloud
away
public
from
restrooms.
where the other cities
No,
are.
we must send
Wherever
him
the
to,
Somalis are.
No.
we must send him to clean the Ganges River.
Fortunately, I
That's
don't
not
think there are many of
possible.
them in St. Cloud.
It's
God
not
willing.
possible.
I don't
It's
even
all-
think
it-
setting it
oh,
on
fuck.
fire would clean it.
They
So-
literally put creatures in there that are supposed to be able to survive extremely toxic environments,
I
and they
went-
died
They
within
I
less than a
went to
month.
St. Cloud, like Hans, you were there. Hans and I went to St. Cloud, right? And when we went to St. Cloud, we went to go get some takeout and hang out with Carlos when Carlos was visiting, our art director.
I remember.
And we went to Leanne Chin's and we got some Chinese shit and we ate it. And then we waddled to the other side because there's a Barnes and Noble on the other side, which is real nice. And then
And he wanted to get some reference books because he couldn't just. It was since he was here, it was easier to buy it here than get it imported.
Yep, went to Barnes and Noble. And then we went over to the Cold Stone ice cream shop across the parking lot. And as we went across the parking lot, we went.
No,
and
was
sat-
that no? It was the ice cream first, then the Barnes and Noble.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah, we
for
did the
the
list. Yeah,
for the purposes of this, it doesn't
but
matter.
either way, like we sat down and ate ice cream, and then some fucking like Somali dude came up and was like, money for money for Kung Fu Panda or something. I don't know. It was like money
For
for
Kung Fu Panda?
whatever that fucking panda food, Panda Express.
Panda Express.
Yeah, no, money for like Chinese food. But
He's
is
like, money
basically
for
what
that,
it
and
was.
I'm like, nah, sorry, I'm good. As I'm eating my ice cream, and I clearly have money.
Literally everyone but Carlos. Everyone's like, nah, sorry,
And I'm
no
so
change.
mad about it. And he's like, you're never gonna let that story go, and I'm never.
You aren't. You
I'm
bring it up like
nor
at
should
least
you.
a few times every
I
month.
never give
This is
them
one of those
fuckers
things
money.
that this is the difference between East Asians and everyone else. For
Don't
them, it is
give homeless people in my state money. They just get shuffled around. They're literally vermin.
Yeah, well, that's literally everywhere, Kib. So that's
I
not just
know.
your state.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. This is just a perspective issue because he explained his perspective. He's like, look, it is faster to just give them a little bit of money so they go away.
Yeah, because
That was his logic.
Because like I was wondering if Carlos was like scared, like he was gonna try to assault him. Like, Carlos, if he fucking tries to assault you, I'm just gonna take my metal chair and I'm just gonna beat him till he stops moving. Like, that's the reality. Like, we're
See,
just
that's
gonna...
why, Chatfish, this is not legal advice, but that's why you live in a state with concealed carry.
I'm just defending myself, okay?
And
I'm just
also,
defending myself. Okay?
This is also
Aggressively.
not legal. This is also not legal advice. But if you do defend yourself, it's also recommended that you piss yourself. So then
Yeah.
you can say that you were scared for your life.
Yeah. I would just
Sure.
Remember, not legal advice.
like, we had metal chairs. Like, they would hurt pretty bad. They would hurt pretty.
Are you saying you'd grab metallic chair and just beat someone with them?
Yes,
Yes.
Damn.
I would.
Yeah.
Because I'm
He could
trying
fit
to
an
eat my
entire metallic
fucking.
chair inside
I'm
of
trying to eat
himself,
my
you know?
tasty Cold Stone ice cream in peace, and this fucking chuckle.
See,
fuck
I
is
can't say the
begging.
things I say to panhandlers when they come up to me in real life on UMW.
Anybody. Like, the thing is, never give homeless people money because
Slurs
A,
start coming out and I start threatening
there
them.
are food shelters, and I'm saying this for Europeans who come here. There are food shelters. There are
That are
places.
specifically made and
Yes.
funded by states to feed them.
I even when I have stuff that I don't need, like I've given cans of like soup and stuff to food shelters before. Like I think everybody
because it's
everybody's done
easy
it.
to
Yeah.
it's easy to store and it's easy to just
Yeah, like
prepare
it's
as a meal.
easy to do, and and I've done it, and my family's done it. A lot of people I know have done it, like giving food to shelves, where it's like you have some canned food, but you're just never going to eat it, and you just give it away, right? And that's pretty normal. I've done that. I haven't done that in a while because I eat almost everything now. But like last time I did it was like before I moved out of my apartment, when we just basically gave away a bunch of soup that we weren't going to eat because we bought too much of it. And yeah, and there are the food shelves, because I've been there, like they're stocked like to the brim with food. They have plenty of food. Do not give them money. All you're doing is you're just gonna keep getting them. What they're gonna do with their money is they're gonna go and buy drugs. They're gonna go buy alcohol.
9 times out of 10, it's either drugs or alcohol.
That's what they're gonna do, and so just don't
Can't
give it to them.
confirm. My two older brothers did that. They would steal and do all kinds of bullshit. Be like, "No, I'm getting good this time." It's like, all right, fine. Here's $500. Found them strung out. I see.
Yep. Because here's the issue, right? With a lot of with the chronic homeless, right? A lot of them, it's because they're either dealing with addiction, like actual addiction, or other like mental health issues. It's one of the two.
Yes, that's why, like, when Carlos ever comes back, I'll do the talking. You be quiet. I'll do the talking. Like like, nope, we don't got anything. Sorry, go away. Like, we're not interested. You're not gonna get money from us. I don't care if you're gonna like do anything. Like, oh my God, St. Cloud has really fallen down the gutter. Like,
Next time a man comes up to you, he's like, ask for money. Is if you don't give me money, I'll shit myself in front of you.
here's what we're gonna do. Like, next time we go to St. Cloud Hands, like if we do like a meetup or something.
We're gonna go to Space Burger. I agree. We
No,
should.
well, that's towards Minneapolis, so we're gonna get shot first. But yes, gonna get shot.
No, maybe you
Also,
should.
Doman asks, how did we get here? That's a valid question, Doman.
Yeah, we're going to Space Aliens. I promised Hans next time he visits, I'll take him to Space Aliens. I found out in Minnesota there is a Space Aliens that's still open.
What do you mean you found out? We literally drove by it when we were going.
Yeah,
back to
that's
the
what I said. I
airport.
found out. Like, I didn't know it was open. I was like, what?
Okay, I have to visit Kibbs only after they close.
Like, dude, there's a Space Aliens, and Hans just looks at me and is like, bro, we could have gone to Space Aliens. I'm like, dude, I
That
didn't
way
even know
we
it
can
was
only
there.
That way you can only have the story, Kibbs' stories about how amazing the place is, and it won't have to deal with
Watch.
Space
not living in
Next
Aliens
time I show
is
up, it's like, oh yeah, no, it closed down like in December of 2026, and I'll just look at Kibbs.
So,
and I'll never let him live it down.
Space Aliens is literally just about it's just an average bar and grill. Like the burgers are okay, the fries are all right. Like it's not it's nothing special. But the atmosphere inside that building is cool as fuck. It's like it's just geeky sci-fi culture everywhere. Like cool toys, statues, like from sets and stuff, and like it's just everything.
You
And
see this toy, that glowing bit? Actual uranium. Don't touch it.
some of them are like straight up from like the 70s and 60s, and like it's just a really cool
I have
place.
some uranium.
But yeah, Space Aliens. It's Space Aliens is a bar and grill here.
It's in a lead-lined jar.
I would hope so if it's actual uranium.
It is.
Bar and
Most
grill.
beggars work for the mafia in Europe. Fun fact, says Frederick.
So yeah, this is the Space Aliens Chatfishes. A bar and grill. I think I was in that one.
It's also unrefined uranium.
But yeah, this is what it looks like.
You can
chat.
just mine uranium, like if there
It's
is
got
a
a big
deposit.
alien on it. It's got like space alien stuff. But yeah, Space Aliens. It's pretty fun. There's like a big
what's
arcade.
that? What's that picture in the third row? The third picture in the third row.
That is
Which
a
one?
spaceship.
Third row.
He's the third row.
That is some aliens inside of a Space Aliens. Some alien toys. Very weird looking, I'm not gonna lie to you. But yeah, I love this place. Oh my god, as a kid, dude. Like after high school, we would go here to hang out. Oh my god.
Oh, it's got those kinds of floors in the top left picture.
Yeah,
Those
very
floors are
90s.
filthy, by the way.
I know.
Here's the
It
thing.
was so filthy.
I know.
No, here's the thing. That is true. But here's the thing. I always appreciated places that had that type of carpet because it's just a vibe from an era where it's kind of optimistic and it's like, hey guys, isn't this fun? And nowadays, what do? You get boring carpet. I'm
Space
just
Aliens
saying.
was so good. It was in an era where Toys R Us was a thing. When Media Play was around. Space Aliens is like the last part of that golden era of like the 90s, 2000s kind of thing. Where like everything was fun and cool and wacky.
Dead Glory says, I found a mason jar and all I need now is a kid model. I think there's a Marith model, actually.
I was just saying there are some like
Also
3D models you can print off yourself.
Yeah,
You could
also, there is a deal Dead Glory has made to change his name to Yinlet Glory for 6 months if chat helps fund Konisfic. Genghis has been helping towards it.
This is Kib's idea of a gourmet eating experience. This is a fun eating experience. Like the other place I would highly recommend would be the roller skating place up in St. Cloud, I think, or Parkwood Theater's little diner. Kibbs knows where the good spots are. What good spots?
Good spot.
Yeah, because Parkwood Diner is pretty good. Parkwood Theater Diner is really tasty. Space Aliens was fun, but they closed down. I think the roller skating place is still up. The roller skating place has arcades from like literally the 90s. Arcade stands and stuff. That's so cool. Man, the pizza was so mid. Pizza was... But you don't go for the pizza. See, these
Do
are
we have any more articles?
Exquisite experiences. No, I'm giving American culture to Chatfish and helping them uplift themselves.
I don't think this is American culture. I think this is Minnesota.
Yeah.
What Space Aliens exists in other places, right?
Literally never heard of it.
Yeah.
Kind of
This
see
is a
where...
Minnesota thing.
What?
Polly said it sounds like it's just Dave and Buster's. It's like, yeah, that's what it does sound like. It's just Dave and Buster's. But alien themed.
The Space Aliens.
To be fair, there are some restaurant chains that are like in like 1, 2, maybe 3 states at most, and that's it.
Oh
I've
my
literally
god.
never heard of it.
Oh my god.
Those are AI generated images. This place doesn't exist.
It does. There's only 3 stores left though. Damn, this is tragic. Albertville.
Damn, North Dakota
and North
representing
Dakota
more than Minnesota.
All the Minnesota locations have fallen except Albertville. Albertville is the last stand in Minnesota. This is so depressing, honestly. That breaks my heart, boys. That breaks my heart. Oh, but yeah, if you've ever heard Dave and Buster's, Space Aliens is like that, but very, very gimmicky. Because I've been to Dave and Buster's. It's literally science fiction themed restaurant. Goofy, wacky, quacky. Chatfishes, it's over. America is a washed nation. It's a washed nation. There's only 3 locations left in this place. This place was kind of like everywhere in Minnesota for a while. There's a bunch of them. And then, yeah, the one in St. Cloud shut down. Watched the building decay. Just next to the Toys R Us. I think it was kind of across from the Toys R Us. And that was all faded by then, too. It was just sad times. Circuit City. Looking at the fucking sign get chipped. Media Plays symbol falling down. Oh.
All I'm hearing is nothing in Minnesota is good. Like, it's just a sad state of
I was born
everything becoming dilapidated.
in a golden age and experienced a little bit of the golden age as a kid and then watched it all die growing up. That was what the childhood experience was for me growing up. Seeing all these cool places and watching them one by one go out of business. It was kind of depressing, but it was what it was. Harlot gives membership. Oh yeah, I also remember seeing the Blockbuster go out of business too. Yeah.
No, it's not. I think it still has one location.
I'm talking about
in
the
United
Blockbuster
States.
next to
No,
my
I know
mom's
what you
house.
mean.
That
I know
went
what
out
you
of
mean.
business.
Florio says Minnesqueaks has entered the 2000s after spending 30 years in the 90s.
They've begun to collapse.
It's like that one fucking South Park episode where that one guy has to go to some, I forget what fucking southern state, because the joke was they're like 15 years behind time.
Oh, that was Kentucky. That's probably Kentucky.
Probably because of the technology. He's like, wait a minute. Are you saying that they're in my time? Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Nothing but light bulb heads in Minnesota. Okay, guys, that's south. That's not as bad of a problem up here.
As bad of a problem, but it's still a problem.
It is yes. Unfortunately, it is because I've been to St. Cloud recently and I recognize certain things. And I recognize certain.
Damn, Robin says my pizzeria got shut down because the owner was a drug dealer. Oh.
Damn, that sounds like it was an authentic pizza place.
Honestly, you know what though? That probably tracks.
Yeah, he probably
that was a goddamn authentic one.
Usually, pizza places like, look, guys, this is expensive. We need a side hustle. And then the one fucking tweaker in the corner is like, I have an idea. Drugs.
He just looks at the owner. We gotta cook.
Oh my god, it's a fucking. The menu, you can just load the doc.
Kibbs, I'm not going to lie. If I visit you and this is now closed when I get there, I'm going to be very cross with you.
It's okay. There's still the Renaissance Festival every year. That hasn't shut down yet.
That's not fucking space aliens.
Though honestly, there have been rumors that people have been trying to get it shut down, but the people running it keep fighting to keep it going. It's honestly really sad.
Damn. Robin says the previous owner was also a drug dealer before they shut him down as well. Fuck.
I'm not gonna lie, this is sounding like a Monty Python skit.
It really is.
Robin's life has been a life of misery and sadness.
It's gonna be the new owner is just the same guy, but now he has a mustache.
He's like, my pizza, we are gone.
He gained about 20 pounds to look slightly different.
Listen,
Chatfish.
Chatfish.
20 pounds.
That
now, see, if you want to go
is expensive. $15
wanna,
for a fucking grilled cheese sandwich.
I mean, that's pretty expensive.
Says
if you want to go to like
so.
a fast food joint or whatever, a restaurant that's only one area, you got to go to Atlanta and go to Varsity. You will never have better hot dogs and burgers.
Oh my god, space aliens, Chatfish. We need to reach out to you guys. To reach out to space aliens and get space aliens to sponsor me. Good, do it.
Kim's found a sponsor. He'll use.
I'm leveraging my audience because I
aliens
love space aliens.
Space aliens sponsor me. I love Space King.
I love Space King. What is he talking about?
What does that have to do with anything? It's got space in it.
It's got space in it.
Space King, Space Aliens crossover.
And remember, if you survive the charge, you get an alien burger after.
Space King themed restaurant just opens across the street from them. It's just them killing the alien mascots.
It'd be great. Honestly, I'd be all for it. God damn.
Like the South Park guys when they opened up a fast food joint or a diner or whatever.
I can't get over the fact that there are only 3 locations left, my dudes.
I can.
As a child, I thought this was a global thing. I thought this was
I was almost expecting there to be just the one left.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised there's 2 more locations.
Yeah, no, I'm actually surprised too. Because I about, like, and when I was driving hands back to the airport, my eyes about fell out of their sockets when I saw the sign saying "Space Aliens, come and dine with us today," and I'm like, "What? Space Aliens is still around? I thought they were dead." I have so many stories about Space Aliens. So many times when
It's
I
now canon.
So-
The reason XCOM happens is because Kibbs begs for aliens.
we want bar and grill chat. Or grill and bar. Sorry.
What's that India's offering to do space aliens art?
Make one space alien art and they may notice you. And they may notice. Chatfish, new art fund. Let's get an art piece of Chatfish
That's
being
Space
sponsored by
Aliens.
Space Aliens. And then we'll send it to the Space Aliens account and see if they reach out to
They
us.
send a cease and desist immediately.
Damn it.
Kibbs gets an illegal battle with space
We're trying
aliens.
to sell off the franchise. Don't make us look bad.
Don't make us like Chatfish. It's the only. Like, send me a cease and desist. I'll be like, I kick it to the balls. Like, it's like, wow, rude. And I guess it really don't like me. Like, don't ever show up here again, kid.
They're like, ma'am, we don't want your kind here.
Ma'am.
Ma'am.
Fuck. I'm a guy.
Yeah, but I would assume
mean?
you'd be
You're a
sending them to
pickle.
him with an Aerith account or Aerith
Yeah.
in some manner.
Oh, damn. I never said I would draw. Chat, this is a fund. Make it happen. Space Aliens. Hashtag Space Aliens Fund. It's time for us to get our real sponsors. And the best part is, when I ask them,
Hashtag space alien sponsor.
when I ask them to sponsor me, I'm gonna be like, I don't want your money, but I want a coupon. But I
I want coupon.
So Kibbs won't drive more than 15 minutes to get pizza, but he will drive over like an hour to go to Space Aliens.
It's far away. It's
You're
in
goddamn
Albertville.
right.
That's ages away. That's quite the journey.
Actually, if that's the case, that means the location you probably saw going back to the airport is closed, which means I can still be cross with you.
No, it is. That Albertville's near Minneapolis.
Check. Oh. Big down.
What do you mean big doubt? It's literally go look at the fucking map. You
Damn,
stupid.
Sorry, store policy, no
policy,
furries.
No furries. Fuck.
What? I'm not a furry. We're safe.
Aerith has cat ears.
Man, the cat ears.
Real face reveal required. No, they'll sponsor. I want a sponsorship, and I'll be up on a billboard in Minneapolis, and it'll be the pickle kib with the Chatfish licking the pickle
And then
kib.
Space Aliens died as a franchise.
And it
Yeah, then
finally
they went
pitters out.
bankrupt.
It's like we survived this long just to die because some fucking asshole on the internet asked for a sponsorship because he liked our store.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised there's even 3 locations.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's surprising. Chat, this is the biggest news
I think the
story.
thing is, like, usually places like this, while the gimmick is really fucking cool, it's usually pretty expensive to go to places like this.
It is
Yep.
expensive. I
Kibbs is
mean,
gonna go there again after all these years, and it's gonna just be nothing but Somalians.
oh my god, they don't like science fiction.
They're running a scam through
I
it.
don't like science.
They don't- It's
What are you
safe.
talking about? They had a learning center.
Yeah, they had learning something.
Barbecue ribs. Martian munchies. Check.
Ramen says programmer socks on the billboard and a skirt.
Sponsor me.
Wait, no, hold on. Scroll down. No, scroll back down.
Where?
One more page.
Our famous giant baked potato.
No, I guess it was one more. I thought it
It's a
said
big potato.
frozen pizza. I thought it unironically said frozen pizzas.
Listen, they
somewhere.
might have gotten real desperate with the times, all right?
Famous giant stuffed baked potatoes.
Where does it say that?
Desserts, alien ears.
Where?
You know, Kibbs, I don't mean to shit on your childhood, but this looks ghetto as fuck.
This is amazing, and I will hear none of this. You are
Morty,
all
there's a
going to
birthday
space.
party
Morty,
package, Kibbs.
we will boil steam as God intended, and I
The
will hear
first
no.
bunch con
Just-
must be out of Space Aliens.
So you think it has to be Minneapolis.
They ran Minnesota's finest Leering Center. Damn. Supernova Sunday. Moon Crater. Doricus. They really do just meme
Yeah,
some of these
but
names.
you
Sounds
ignore the
like-
giant stuffed baked potato right above it. Curious.
They're famous.
It is
Giant.
famous.
Stuffed baked potato.
They also have a soup.
And just a soup.
A soup.
Options are limited. There's not many of these stores left. All right.
To be fair, it's a bar and grill,
Hold on.
so
Yeah.
like it's mostly like the burgers and like the steaks and shit like that,
What is that
or
famous
sandwiches.
chicken what cheese soup?
Dorigus.
Hey,
Also, Kivs, put the link to this menu in the chat so we can read this without it being fucking pixelated.
Oh my god, fine. We'll like scroll in. There you go. Now let's start from the
chicken
top.
tortilla soup.
So, Chatfish, we have our choice of appetizers. Outer Space Onion Blossom. A large sweet onion.
Okay,
cut-
so they're just ripping off Outback.
Shut up! Chicken
Hey,
strips.
It works.
Chicken strip. Buffalo style, barbecue, Cajun, or sweet and sassy Chatfish.
Oh no, just say sweet and sour. Don't know.
Sweet and sassy.
Sweet sassy.
All right, this is
Dorigus.
definitely a Minnesota restaurant. I don't like this.
Good shit. Wings from Planet X. Thank goodness every chicken on Planet X has 25
Oh my god,
wings.
Nibiru.
Because we've served over a gazillion wings to our customers across all the universe.
Does that mean the Anunnaki are going to show up?
Look at that. That's kind of expensive for the traditional 3-pounder. Oof. 25 buckos. 25. Inflation really has hit space aliens too, boys.
Oh yeah, no, like
Damn.
24 boneless wings for
For 3 pounds.
3 pounds?
Yep.
Fuck.
Bit pricey. Martian
All right, the more
munchies.
I'm hearing of this, the worse it's getting.
This is one of those things we'll do once and not be able to afford to do it again. Not be able to afford to do it.
Don't worry, I'll take out a 4th mortgage. It's fine.
Work on so- What's this mortgage for?
I'll work
Space
an
aliens.
entire year just to go here once a year.
Dude,
It is just space Outback. Hell yeah. And that makes it amazing.
Here's the thing, though. I liked Outback.
Yeah, Space Aliens is actually fun. Like, Space Aliens was a great place to hang out. There's a reason why
it was
everybody...
so great, they're going under.
Well, I mean, in reality
It's
is...
just because fast
so
food places
economics,
in general are taking a hit.
So the economics of, like, this state is not in a good way. Small businesses
know.
were the first gobbled up. Toys R Us, Circuit City, like, all that stuff pitter-pattered out
Small
fast.
business.
Right? Yeah, no. Small businesses.
Small businesses,
right?
Target.
But those places like Circuit City that went under... Like, the reason why they went under, like, if those places are struggling, now imagine how the little guys are doing. And it was kind of like stores were kind of changing hands very rapidly. Like, restaurants that would open would just shut down within the next year for a while.
No, restaurants in general are just like really cutthroat. Like if I remember the stat, like 80% of restaurants that open close in their first year.
Well, it's because they actually run on a very like almost razor thin.
So it's
profit
not just
margin, basically.
restaurants. Most small businesses, if you survive the first year, you're in the top 10% of small businesses. If you survive 5 years, you're in like the 0.001%.
Yes. So the reason why I'm citing the bigger companies first, chat, is because just to paint a picture, right? You have these large, big corporations that have a lot of shield opening up, right? They have a lot of overhead protection. And they're basically fizzling up at such a rate where I remember like Circuit City, Radio Shack, and like all these things shut down in the same ballpark. Now, bear in mind that Circuit City, Radio Shack, and all this stuff were not doing well globally or around the country already. But in Minnesota, it was kind of like exacerbated because you had a lower population overall as well. And so the lower population, because not that many people live here, when stuff starts to dry up, you notice it a lot faster. It's a little less elongated. So it happens in the way where you have a business go out and then you have another business, another business, another business, because they're all just sort of tanking because now all those people that lost jobs there that would buy stuff from there are now out of a job. And because you have a smaller, tighter knit community, it's not a large city because it isn't. Look at St. Cloud and Sauk Rapids population, you'll find it's kind of tiny. It's like what, 10, 20,000 people? Like it's not a lot of people, at least during the 2000s. So things just started going real bad. And as those all fizzled up, you just had this cascading problem where people wouldn't have work, wouldn't have jobs, would go to flood the next place to open, but then nobody had money, nobody buy anything, and then it just gets shut down. It was not very good. And so if you had people in the top, right, because we lived in the nice side, as a little kid, I grew up in like Sauk Rapids, and it was nice because my family on that side was in very good with like the sort of upper corporate ladder. So they were kind of shielded from a lot of the bad stuff. Versus on my dad's side, well, we were on the small business side. And so because we were in the small business side, we know a lot of other contractors and all those other guys working, right? And everybody's eating shit. Everybody's getting fucked pretty bad, and things are not going well. And then you get the housing market collapse on top of things not going well. Because I think at that point, 2008, I don't think Circuit City, I think Circuit City was shut. I can't remember the year it shut down. But like, for example, that was one thing. Media Play was shut down before then. And so by the time that happens, you already have kind of an unstable situation. And then you take that situation and you exacerbate it with the housing market crash. And all of a sudden, everything's just gone. Like overnight, it kind of felt like it. Like in the span of a few months, it felt like we had steady work for our family business. And then it felt like we had nothing. I remember weeks would turn to months where my dad would just sit there waiting for a phone call, nervous, because he's like, where the fuck is the work? And it wasn't just him, all his friends, our competitors, everybody. And then it started happening one by one. Another person quits and liquidates all their assets and sells to get out because they can't afford to maintain this stuff. And eventually it happened to us too. We lasted a good while. We lasted longer than most, but like it did happen to us. We weren't able to escape that. Eventually, we had to sell everything. We lost it. And it kept happening. And the people who stayed and survived after us kept cutting the prices, and then they're gone too. All the people we worked with back then, way back when, I don't think any of them are still doing it. I think they're all gone. So just to paint a picture how bad things were on a sort of like middle class level, it was bad. I don't know how it was for the rest of you guys across the country, but here it was really bad. Like everybody, there was an air of like tension, an air of depression, if that makes sense. And I think it later was a depression. I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, it was a depression. The Obama administration just didn't want to call it that.
Yeah. They were trying their fucking damnedest to not call it a depression.
Because the reason why I highlight the big things is because it's like at first those go, and you're like, oh, that's not good, but it's the big things that go first. That's the weird part, and then the little things follow after. It was strange. It was a very different era, and I hope to God I never see it again.
Don't worry.
I never see it.
You see that AI bubble that's growing?
That's what I'm scared of, to be honest with you, because like,
oh, I know, and they're buying into it even harder.
Yes,
this big bubble cycle than they did last time.
Because I know a lot of you guys lived through it too, and I don't know how it was for you, chat, but for me, it was pretty bad. Like I remember like losing like my entire life savings just to save our house and stuff like that. Like it was bad. Like we lost everything. And so it was one of those things where it's like, man, I hope it wasn't the case for everybody, because on my mom's side, that didn't happen. In fact, on my mom's side, I wouldn't even know it was happening.
If I told people the amount of money my family lost, people would actually blow their brains out.
So yeah, it was bad.
Not fun.
I bet it was 6 figures.
I bet you it was 9.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
It is bad. So that's why it's important to paint that picture, chat, because I know we're joking about the space alien thing, but this is from a different time. People lost a lot, and what happened to people was terrible. And honestly, I hope to God I never live to see this happen again, because I was only a little kid, but I could understand what was going on, because like you can hear it. Being a little kid and hearing your dad talk in a different room and like listening to them talk about stuff like that, it's fucking awful. And I know people that go through it still to this day, and that shit still happens, and it's just ass. It's why I think it's so important that we try to avoid things like this AI bubble and shit like that, because like the sooner this stuff gets over with, we prevent it from happening again. Like I don't want to hear about any of you being homeless. I don't want to hear about any of you losing your job. I want to hear that everybody's doing goddamn fantastically. But the issue is that we got to be careful, because, you know, you never know what's around the corner. But yeah, sad story over. That's why I like Space Aliens. Not because of that, but because it reminds me of a time before then. It's like a period before all the bad stuff happened. It was the last time I remember everybody being happy before they were sad. Where it felt like there was a lot less stress. I don't know. It feels like a different period. It's like remembering like what little time I remember before 9/11 happened. Like remembering how it didn't feel like eggshells is how I'd put it. Like everything felt different back then. It felt more magical, but then again I was like 4, so I don't know. Or 6 or 7 or whatever. But I don't know. It feels like today, even being an adult now, like it feels like the time we live in is completely different than the time we were born in and grew up in. Strange, but curious. So,
Millennials, the most oppressed group? The answer is yes.
we're victims. Feel bad for us, chat.
We're victims.
But yeah, so next up we have Fat Shark, a company that's chubby. Oh, big belly. Big just Now, I will say that while I didn't particularly care for Darktide, they have been consistently not giving up on it over time. And that is something I think is, oh my god, no way. Oh, it's just, I thought extra credits was in my recommendations. I was like, no way, they're back. Never mind, good riddance. All right, so Harsh Fox reviews. Yes, let's get started with this little trailer. So this is upcoming Darktide content. I know some of you guys really like this stuff, so I figured we'd cover it because you might want to be interested, or might be interested. Ugh.
For generations, we were taught that to leave the hive meant death. That Saint Messalina's battle against the demon Kulgarod was nothing but rad zones of blasted rock. They told us many things. They were wrong.
Day.
The secrets of the sands will be ours.
So, they have a new expansion coming out, and it's basically them showing off, like, some other environments. So they're finally exiting the Hive City and doing
New
some stuff.
biomes.
Which sounds interesting. I've been thinking about eventually coming back and giving it a shot. I don't know if it'll have fixed my main complaint, which was the fact that ranged weapons were kind of
From what I
bad.
remember last time I played it, it still just kind of felt like a less
Ranged
fun
weapons were really
version
good.
of
Vermintide?
Vermintide. Or not Vermintide, fuck. The other one they did.
Vermintide 2?
Yeah, Vermintide 2.
The characters, it's still going to be that way. The characters and their interactions between each other, it's going to be worse than Vermintide 2.
They're weird. Yeah.
Oh, because they tried to make you make your characters something that's set characters, so they had a lot more. There would be way too many voice lines and dialogue they'd have to do to make any kind of interesting interactions happen, basically.
Rather than just like what was it, 5 characters and then like different subclasses to change up gameplay.
Admittedly, I like the custom system better because I can just play whatever class I want. I'm not locked out because someone else wants to play the same class.
True. That is one thing Darktide does do better. But who knows?
They could have just had the set characters and just the classes weren't tied to them.
The big thing I will give Fat Shark is while I do have criticisms and they do things that annoy me, I will say that at least they are better than what they were doing in the past. Which in the past they abandoned War of the Roses, which was interesting because I didn't play the game, but I had a friend. I had a friend who did at the time, and he was very miffed about the fact that they just dropped support for the game, and then just completely abandoned it after they made Vermintide. And then Vermintide 2 kind of felt like the same. Vermintide 2, the one thing that annoyed me about its launch was that it didn't launch with the original game's levels. I was mad, actually. Because Vermintide 2 did not have the levels from Vermintide 1. And it felt like a big, like, why not? Like, what about all those levels? And then they did, like, the back to Ubersreich thing. And I was like, well, why didn't you just include them to begin with? You know what I mean? Because then you could just double the map roster. Left 4 Dead 2 did that, and when I bought Left 4 Dead 2, it blew my fucking mind. And so my bar for how games should be done for those style of games was that if you're going to make a sequel, include all the content from the previous game. So you doubles the game's content. Because what made Left 4 Dead 2...
any game's done that since Left 4 Dead.
I know. But what makes Left 4 Dead 2 the most amazing, like, zombie survival or not zombie wave shooter game kind of thing with friends is that if you play Left 4 Dead 2, you can play from the original game through the second game and its expansion, both expansions if I remember right, and that's just like an insane amount of like missions and content, and it's just like a really long haul. Like a complete playthrough through Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 is actually really fun, and we should definitely do one this year. 'Cause playing
I
from
agree.
1 to 2 is just awesome. It's a lot of fun.
Well, into
Yeah,
2
doing
improves
it
a
in
lot
2,
on the
yeah.
first game.
Because 2 has more mechanics and 2 has more guns and more everything.
It has melee weapons.
And the damage models for the zombies was expanded on. Really cool. They added more gore systems, like there were like different like blood splatters and stuff that really just improved it. Honestly, I hope that Valve hurries up with the new Source engine and they find an excuse to make Left 4 Dead 3. And I would be very, very happy if Left 4 Dead 3 included levels from 1 and 2 and to a third story. That'd be amazing. Because I would love Team Fortress 3 as well. And Half-Life 3. And honestly, all the threes. All of the threes. The number they can't do.
Well, while we look at those, Poker Night at the Inventory is back on Steam.
Huh? What?
Poker Night at the Inventory? It's a poker game that has the bunch of characters from different games.
Oh, they brought it back?
Mm-hmm. It's back on Steam now.
I didn't even know they took it off. Well, let's take a look. That's a game I've seen, but I've never played. Poker Night?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Right there. It was at the top.
Galaxy Girls? Plate game.
Is this the... Yeah, no, I've been seeing...
It's an older game.
Yeah, I've been seeing ads for this, or shorts, I should say. People, like, just recording the dialogue between the characters.
Yeah, they re-released it. I'm not a big fan of poker, but the dialogue is pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
no, you play these games partially for the interaction between the characters.
Yeah.
No, not really. I'll put it in the vault.
Very good.
Nice rags.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for.
I want it all.
Call him, raise him, tear his kneecaps out. Not in that order.
Whoa!
Look who's wearing the daddy pants.
Beat me once, shame on me. Beat me twice, also shame on me. Beat me 3 times, I am sent to my death.
That's pretty good. I am sent to my death.
Don't beat yourself up, Heavyman. I don't think you'd survive.
Yeah, Poker Night at the Inventory is now back on Steam. So that's kind of cool. Maybe Valve's going to do something there. It's made
It
by
wasn't even Valve.
Or what wasn't it? Skunkcape. They're the guys who made these games, okay. Point and click adventure games, if I'm right?
The Sam and Max ones, yeah.
Yeah. So they made the Sam and Max games, and then they made that.
Penny Arcades is Nightmare Cycle.
Yeah, Penny Arcade is also something I recognize. I remember getting Gamer Mags, and there were comics of this character, and like his friend or something. Man,
Yeah.
that was a different era altogether. There's one gaming mag I have somewhere where in the back of it, there is a page with a comic strip about how great graphics are. And there's like arrows coming through the guy's computer screen. And the next scene, his eyes have been stabbed out and he's smiling and he's basically dead. And stabbing through his eye sockets is the breasts of a woman, metallic breasts, because the graphics are so good.
What?
Yeah, it was funny. Yeah, her boobs are poking his, like, just stabbing through his eye sockets. Because the graphics are so good, you know?
Take it you're a bit of a beginner.
Which of you
It's like it came out and killed him. You don't get it? Come on. This is like,
I get it.
yeah. One of my gamer mags has that in the back. One of those old gaming magazines.
You can turn off the licking fish now, by the way. Unless you like it. Unless you want to make out with it.
Yes, please. What? There we go. All right, let's see what the poll says. Let me wrap that poll up. So, after we made our poll, we have 79 total votes, whether you prefer items made in China whether made in China items are good or it works fine. And you guys have pretty much landslide decided that no, made in China items do not work that good. Only a meager amount of you were like, it's okay. Or that it works great. Or about that. So yeah, that's what I expected. And that poll was to own Plake. Plake, you're now owned and collared and leashed. She's like, hey! Chatfish are now property. Good. Now, we will be doing another stream today. We will be... You're still good for StarCraft, right, Chumpy?
Yes, I'm going to have to step away for 10, 20 minutes, though.
Same. I'm going to have to do it because I have to do some work real quick. And then once I'm done working...
Yes, Indio needs your feedback.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to do that. But yeah, that too. I've got to do work-related things for YouTube. And then once I'm done with that... Then we will start the next stream. Next stream will be StarCraft. We'll be doing some late night StarCraft. We have to cancel today's...
See if we can get through Zerg campaign, chat.
We had to cancel the other thing because little Shobgob was busy today.
She's got homework.
Yep, she's been slaving away. So it'll be late night StarCraft.
Zergcraft.
So we're going to call it late night Zerg. Late night game.
But the Norway thing. Oh yes, there is another article, Kibbs, that Holly wanted us to go over.
All right. We shall.
That's what did have an article, but it's just an article talking about how Meta's being one of the big pushers behind this whole ID shit they're trying to push for online stuff. It's been Meta's is basically the big one pushing a lot of it through lobbying and lots of shady money deals.
Shady deals? My God.
So yeah, everyone pushing for ID laws. Meta's actually a big one behind it.
Those little bastards.
And it's mostly to throttle their competition.
The Tom's Hardware one, right?
Unironically,
the one I just posted, the article Polly was going to go about.
Yeah, the Tom's Hardware one, right?
Unironically, that's almost 90% of the time how it goes. Like, the big corporation that gets there first tries to put in laws or regulations in place that basically prevent competition. It's really funny how they'll make appeals to, like, fairness, safety, or any other thing to basically secure their power base. It's really scummy. That's right. Thanks, Facebook.
Okay, so let's get into this article. Norwegian government consumer watchdog calls out enshiftification of video games, connected devices, and other claims hardware deliberately degraded after purchase. A 100-page report from Norway's Forbrukerrådet, that's a Norwegian accent right there, I don't know, calls on the EU to enforce competition law and pass a Digital Fairness Act. Norway's Forbrukerrådet, I'll pronounce that, the government-funded Norwegian Consumer Council published an 80-page report on February 27th, arguing that companies across tech industry are systematically degrading hardware and software after the point of sale to extract additional revenue from locked-in consumers. The report, titled Breaking Free Pathways to a Fair Technological Future, singles out connected devices, printers, video games, and cars as categories where the practice is more acute. The report refers to this practice as enshiftification, a gradual three-stage process. I'm sorry, the enshiftification part really gets me. A gradual three-stage process in which a company initially attracts users with a genuinely useful service, then degrades that service to benefit business customers, and finally squeezes both groups to maximize returns for shareholders. According to the Forbrukerrådet, digital products are uniquely vulnerable to this cycle because manufacturers can alter them remotely after purchase through software updates. Below, you can see a video the group created about the issue as well. So, a day in the life of enshittificator. Okay, it's supposed to mean shit. Like, I was 90% sure it wasn't some French bullshit.
You can call me a shit maker. My job is to make things shitty. The official title is Enshittificator. What I do is I take things that are perfectly fine and I make them worse. More specifically, I make it shitty. I come from a long line of people making things shitty. My father was an enshittificator, his father before him, and his father before him. So yeah, it's a proud tradition in our family, making things shitty. But it is hard work, and it's not very cost efficient to do it like this. I can only be in so many places at one time.
Oh my god!
So I needed a way to scale up the business without working myself to death. And just when I needed it, the solution lands right in my lap. Enter the internet. All of a sudden, I didn't have to move around to make things shitty. I could just stay in one place and make things shitty for way more people at the same time. And that's when things really started to move. Got a favorite website? Let's fill it with pop-ups. Preferably scam. Enjoying a video? Oopsie! Ad break! Oh, you bought an expensive phone? Great. Here's an update to make it shitty. Let's say you have 1,000 pictures of your deceased mother. Oh, so sad. What do? I make you pay for it. The memories may be yours, but the photos, they're mine. So it's
So
very
fucked
important.
up.
It needs to be nice at first. But then... Yes. Yes! What do you say?
Oh my god, it's like every website we use for articles.
That's what I'm talking about! Woohoo! Finally. You're not happy with the way something you really liked turned shitty. What do? Contact customer service. Here, talk to completely useless chatbot. No human available. Here's my favorite part. Let's say someone starts an alternative service. What do? We buy them.
It's true, though. That's how it works.
Make people dependent enough. And then...
Make it shitty!
You. Sell me a car.
Well, it's great.
Sold. I'll buy your car. Now what? I don't have any more money. You have me in the palm of your hand. You can crush me. So what do? Updates. Radio, premium feature. Heating, premium feature. Now I have a shitty car and I can't afford a new one. But what I can afford is a small monthly payment.
Oh, genius!
Make it shitty!
This is well done.
The future? The future is looking bright.
Breaking is now a premium feature. Please enter your credit card details.
That's good. That was good. I think that got the point across, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes, that is exactly how it feels.
They make it shitty. All right. Companies can degrade the functionality of your car or effectively destroy your connected washing machine with a software update, says report, going on to call out printer ink cartridges, smartphone devices, yes, that lose features or require subscription post-purchase, and connected vehicles where functionality is gated or removed over time, such as Tesla's self-driving feature, which has switched to a subscription-only service as of February 14th. Interesting. Interesting there, Elon. Oh, very curious. Very curious. Are you hashtag our guy or are you hashtag a little scam artist?
I wonder why he was pushing the H1B so hard. And now,
Curious. Hashtag not my guy, that's for sure. Now, let's see. Tesla self-driving feature, which has switched to a subscription-only service as of February 14th. The report also describes how freemium games use forced ad break and in-game virtual currencies to convert what were once single purchase titles into reoccurring revenue streams. Yes, the goal is to get you to basically
You will
pay
own
a
nothing, and you will
subscription.
be happy.
Yep, you bought a car, you have to
No,
subscribe.
no. Sorry, Hans, that's outdated. They released a report a couple years later that happiness is not required for fulfilling life.
Yes, basically making anything you buy and then downgrading it later and basically making it really bad.
To either force you to buy the new thing or milk you for 'em.
Microsoft's doing it with their stuff too. Like everybody's doing it. So the big thing here is that this is all kind of done as a scam, and yeah, they'll do that. This ad pretty much encapsulates it. Companies cannot and should not be able to downgrade your product. If you buy something and it was advertised as something and then they pull the features, just like SKG movement with Stop Killing Games, with the basically sunset policy plan idea, is the entire functionality of these things is to give consumers more power and more right. Because the problem is these companies are completely bad, like really bad. They are not good. Stone Age says things aren't getting shitty because of corporations. What? Things are getting shittier because you were all getting poorer in real terms? What? Are you memeing or what?
If we just have more money, we don't have these problems.
Yeah, so the issue here is that, again, a corporation doing something is still responsible for the corporation doing something. They are still doing it. They're still nickel and diming you for every little feature and every little function. That doesn't
They can say that there's all these
really
different reasons
justify
for
it.
why they're doing it, but at the end of the day, they're still doing it.
Assassin's Creed
Yeah.
introducing microtransactions into a game series that never had it is still them doing it.
Bungie removing paid content from Destiny.
Yes.
That they still have on the store page that you can still buy.
That you can still buy, yeah, for Destiny
and you
too.
don't get anything for it now, you just get a weapon.
Yeah, no, like this is a corporate problem. The corporations are able to do this, and there's nothing you can do about it. Whether you had money or whether you didn't have money is irrelevant. Money will not give you back those features. You can't even buy them back. They just remove it with an update. In the case of literally World of Warcraft, like you bought World of Warcraft, they updated it and they removed it. They actually did that. And that actually works that way. If you bought like Wrath of the Lich King, it actually gets soft patched out with the new updates. It's still there. Yeah, not really. But yeah, not really. Because they slowly patch it out of existence. MMOs do this a lot. And while the Wrath of the Lich King content is still in retail WoW, you can still go there, but it's not really there anymore. It's gone. You could do the quests, but like the experience was removed. It was removed ages ago. And that's why like all the content, Winter's Grasp, like it's still physically there in the game world. It just doesn't do anything anymore. Just like Talbarad doesn't do anything. It's just functionless, pointless thing. So yeah. That's why entirely, like, when it comes to corporations, like, corporations are responsible for what they are doing. Like, if a corporation does a bad thing, corporation is still responsible for doing bad thing. It's not magically because of somebody else. If somebody does something bad in government, they still did a bad thing. But if corporation also does a bad thing that doesn't get mitigated by the fact that somebody in government did something bad, it just merely compounds two bads. You have two people doing bad things, right? If I steal your purse, Stone Age, which I know you have, you say, what? And I steal your purse, right? And Champa decides to increase your rent on your apartment by 600%, even though he probably couldn't because there's a law, but, or like, let's say, maybe make it more tangible, right? He removes access to your phone's like features because you need to now pay a $30 subscription to access the ability to call people. He's removed that. Now there's an additional fee on top of the fee you already pay for your phone. You thought that the other service fee was a thing, but now there's a phone call fee, right? Now, does that make what Champa did less bad because I did a bad? Champa still did a bad. Champa still did a bad. Now, what
Champa
I
did nothing wrong.
I did was still bad too. That doesn't mean I get away with it either. Both of us did bad things. Both of us are bad people. Like,
Jumpa just looking out for the investors.
yeah, like just because one person did a bad and another person does a bad, but the other person did the bad first or is a bigger bad, doesn't make the person who did the little bad get scot-free. They still fucked up. And that's not how you do it. Like, my little brothers would get into trouble. One of them would eat candy and eat the ice cream cones from the Swan Man that you're not supposed to eat, and eat all, like a lot of them, because Swan's ice cream would be delivered to our house back in the cul-de-sac area, and we'd eat a lot of those ice cream cones, right? He'd still get in trouble for eating those ice cream cones, just like my other brother, who would, throw the Wiimote at the fucking TV, would damage one of the TVs and give it a crack. He also got in trouble because he also did a bad. They both did this the same day. Both of them got different punishments, but both of them were penalized. Because
And then it turns out it was actually Kibbs the whole time for both of those.
Now, the ice cream cones I might have helped with. Those damn Swan ice cream cones are real good.
Damn, so Kibbs confirmed it then.
Just like, whoa. But yeah.
Kibbs the purse stealer.
That's why I'm not of the opinion that there's only one bad guy, right? If a government lawmaker makes a bad policy, right? It's still a bad policy. That's still bad. But if a corporation also does a bad that also takes advantage of that policy, well, it's not just the government dude's fault. It's also the corporation's fault. Much like for the held ever, this is how my worldview. Maybe we have different views on this, but when it comes to my ethics, how I view the world through the lens, if Arrowhead makes a game and they do a bad thing they get criticized for, right? And somebody criticizes them for what they did, but then people attack that person, and that person loses his job. The people I blame when I look at that, I'm like, the attacker and the instigators are the people who attacked him. They did it. They must be punished. Then the next person who I'd view to be punished is the person who fired him. Because you fired this man. For what reason? What was the reason? This is his livelihood. Why did you take away his money? Why did you take away his income? Why did you take away his work, his right to work? Why did you take that from this man? Was it because he was doing a bad job at his job, or did you take it away because you believed a lie? You didn't have the balls to do the bare minimum and double check. You didn't care enough about this employee. You fired them on a whim. Now, I get that there's always reasons to fire somebody, right? Maybe the company's not making a lot of money, got to cut budget. That's fine. That's understandable. It sucks. But that's reality, right? You're not doing it out of some sort of malicious intent. And this might not be necessarily malicious in this particular case either. However, this negligence, this inability to think about the consequence of this person and this life, right? Because as an employer, as somebody who has people who works for them, I think about them pretty regularly. And I hope that a lot of other employers do the same, right? Because I care about my guys who work for me, my guys and gals. They are a part of a family, part of a business. They are just as important. They have lives, they have families, they have, bills they've got to pay, and they need that money. They need it to live. They must have it. And so this has happened to me a long time ago, but we had to do price cuts at one point, right? Because we were a bit drying up for a month. And what happened? It's stressful. It sucks. You have to pick who gets a little bit less. And you try to do what you can, but it hurts to do. And it sucks. You don't want to do it. That's why I find it just almost unacceptable, the thought that you could do that to somebody without trying to double check. Like, if I do something, I want to be absolute in that action. I want to be able to do it with such assuredness that I'm like, yes, I must do this. Like, the person I'm firing is like a terrible human being. He has done something truly horrible. Not based on a mere allegation. Not based on some frivolous concept that he might have stabbed somebody. It's like, well, did he? Did he or didn't he? Yes or no? There's no uncertainty here. Whether you committed the crime, it must be absolute. If you're to be punished, that must be done with absolute certainty that you committed that crime. There must be no errors in that. It must be done flawlessly and without a sliver of doubt. You must do so with confidence, because the ramifications of hurting somebody and penalizing somebody who is innocent is so detestable that the mere concept of it is just unfathomable. Like, you do not want to do it. You know what I mean? Like, it must be done with certainty. Absolute certainty. That's the big thing. And that's why when I view these corporations, when they do this stuff, they're complicit in the bad thing too. Because just like how my own lens works, with that lens, they're complicit in the sense that they're going along with it. They're abusing it. They're doing it. Yeah, the system was provided, right? If the government provided me a system in which I could just tax people who watch my streams for no reason, would I do that? Oh, I'd like to think I wouldn't, but I'm not in a position to say I'd ever been, done that, right? But by that same standing, if I did that, if I was able to charge more for people viewing my stuff and charge them, then that would make me no better than the person who made that ability a function, because I'm participating in a system. I am basically that system was created, and I'm now using that system to abuse as many people as I can. You see what I mean? That makes sense? The Kib tax. That's what Chad got out of it.
Oh.
God damn it.
Jeffers looks up from the trough.
But yeah, that's why I kind of disagree with you, Stone Age, on that note. Because it's like, I think that when a company does something, they are just as responsible. Because if the corporation is doing sketchy, shitty things, making things shittier, they are just as responsible as the government that enabled them. Because they are complicit in doing it. And therefore, and ergo, they too are bad people. It doesn't mean one is like, scot-free, both are bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I've hammered that point too much. Maybe nobody.
Yes, you have been kind of talking in circles for a little bit.
You have been for a
Yeah,
while.
I'm just trying to make sure.
But unironically.
Because, sometimes I think Chatfish might be slow. Just like, whoa!
Wow. Chip says that, but them eating from a trough or a feed grab, that's too much.
Yeah, because that's just mean.
That's not mean. It's efficient.
Sometimes my points are so high-minded, right? Because I'm so smart.
If only we could all be so lucky to
Sometimes
eat
Kib
from a feed
suffers
bag.
from chronic Minnesotan disease.
I am in
Minnesotan.
Yes, I know. I will smile every time.
Hans can't do anything about it, by the way. For the Minnesotan goodbye, he couldn't do anything. He just had to stand there.
No, you still sped up. No, you still sped up because you told me about it.
No, not really.
Okay, I see. Revisionist history, I understand.
This is why you just start walking away, Hans.
I did.
He can't. Where's he gonna walk to?
The car.
The airport.
Yeah, he can stand there for all I care. While I enjoy this conversation for 6 years.
I appreciate how the fish is licking your eye.
You can't say that because you already told me that you sped up your conversation because I was standing there just staring at you.
They're just a weak hands to me. The reason they abuse the system
can you lean to your right?
They are paid to WoW makers to make it abusable. Well, yeah, usually they go hand in hand. Usually both parties are complicit.
Yes, this is all your fault, Polly. This long talking in loops.
Fruit Loops.
Polly's fault.
Chat enjoys it. You know why? Because I see likes and viewership goes up when I do this. So ergo, what I do is good.
Don't worry, chat. Soon he'll basically say, my thing is popular, therefore it's good. Just like a certain Bethesda.
No, that's the new one. He's referring to the original.
Isn't the
loves
Minnesota
that emote.
Goodbye just saying Somali stabbing you? No, that's not the Minnesota Goodbye. A Minnesota Goodbye is legendary. It basically is the let's keep doing stuff for about another few hours. Make it a day. Make it 2 days. And then wrap up. And then make it another hour. And then make it another 30 minutes. And that 30 minutes turns into another hour. And that's the Minnesotan Goodbye. It never really
just
ends.
Walk away, Hans.
It never really ends. It just keeps
We'll just DC. We'll just leave the call and then Kibbs is by himself.
Oh god, then it'll go on even longer. And Chapter starts screaming. Like,
yeah, then you'll have a certain someone contacting you. It's like, where are you, Kibbs?
The Chatfish starts screaming in the chat, like, suffering. But yes.
We could put on a second liquor fish. A second licking fish.
There's
is at the
only
Kim.
one. There's only one.
Get Bond to mirror it, put it on the other side.
But yes. Either way, it's time for the Chatfishes to get their food and snacks. And we'll be doing a late night StarCraft stream in about 30 minutes. So we'll see you in the next stream. Thank you for your generous donations and for hanging out with